Chapter 111. Not long after, the lecturer with high cheekbones stepped onto the half-raised wooden platform in front of the auditorium. Good morning, kind and benevolent ladies. I'm Sevilla Jada. Today, I'm going to share with you my experience in arranging household expenses. It's divided into 3 parts. The first is how a family with an annual income of around £100 should balance the expenses of food, housing, clothes, and hiring servants. The second is how a family with an annual income of £200 should increase their expenses to make themselves look more presentable. Melissa listened carefully. She didn't need to calculate in her head to remember the total annual income of her 2 brothers. More than £200, she thought, half relieved and half frightened. She was both happy and content with her present life, and afraid that it would soon disappear. At this moment, Selina, who had burgundy hair, covered her mouth and said to her 2 friends in a hushed voice, "She seems to be a follower of the Storm Lord. She's wearing the Storm badge." Melissa looked over, and sure enough, she saw that Sevilla was wearing an emblem depicting a gale and a wave on the left side of her chest. She hurriedly explained, "Mrs. Shord, who told me about this lecture, is a follower of the Lord of Storms. I don't think it's strange, teacher." "Yeah, I don't think there's any problem. We're here to hear the specific bill plan." Elizabeth comforted Melissa. "But apart from Melissa, we don't need or have the right to plan our family's expenses," the wine-red-haired Selina mumbled. Elizabeth retorted without hesitation. "But we will eventually get married and have our own family." After the magic mirror divination incident, Selina had always been afraid of Elizabeth. All she could do was nod in embarrassment and pretend to be listening attentively. The lecturer, Sevilla, raised her right hand. "The premise of all these expenditure plans is that we must respect the opinions of the male hosts. They are the source of income and the pillars of the family. They face anxiety, stress, trouble, and chaos in this turbid society and win everything for us. Therefore, we must create a peaceful environment where they will not be disturbed by external affairs. We must let them relax when they return home and let their souls be baptized, so that they can face all kinds of challenges in a better state. Therefore, the famous philosopher, sociologist, humanist, and economist Mr. Lourdes once said that women are the angels of the family." Selina propped her cheeks with her hands, revealing her dimples as she asked in a low voice with excitement, "Lumi, the gentleman who said man is born free?" "Yes, but he is a believer of the Lord of Storms," Elizabeth replied hesitantly. At this moment, the lecturer, Sevilla, continued speaking. "Mr. Lawamy also told us that women are born deficient in wisdom and logic. Since this is the case, we, who have no ability to judge, should accept the words of our fathers and husbands as religious beliefs." Note 1, Melissa, Selina, and Elizabeth looked at each other speechlessly for a long time. "Let's go," Selina finally suggested. Melissa and Elizabeth nodded at the same time. "All right." They took their veils, lowered their backs, and slipped toward the side door, trying to leave without attracting attention. When they carefully arrived outside and stood up straight, they suddenly heard a burst of enthusiastic applause from the small auditorium. Melissa subconsciously turned her head and looked through the hole in the door. She saw Mrs. Shord clapping. She saw the ladies applauding. "Phew, praise the lady." Melissa exhaled and left the place that made her uncomfortable with Selina and Elizabeth. "Shall we go to Herod's department store?" Standing under a tree by the roadside, Selina had forgotten what had just happened and suggested happily. Melissa fell silent for a few seconds. "I want to go back and study." "Study?" Selina stroked her burgundy hair in a daze, as though she had returned to her usual life. "And I still have to buy bread, beef, potatoes, and fruits. Klein has to work today, and Barnson went to the city library. Yes, I have to go back." Melissa suddenly felt how much she loved textbooks, loved clockwork, and loved gears. Selina decided to maintain a distance from Melissa, who was acting abnormally today. She turned to look at Elizabeth and smiled obsequiously. "Shall the 2 of us go to Herod's department store? Although I've already spent all my private money, it's nice to shop around and take a look." "Okay." Elizabeth agreed to her friend's suggestion and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Melissa, does your brother, Klein, have to work on Sundays as well?" Yes, he's off on Mondays. It's different from ordinary work. Melissa subconsciously raised her head. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein took a tracked public carriage to House Street. He tried his best to rein in his thoughts and stop thinking about the Antigonus family's treasure. He focused his attention back on acting. It was important to digest the potion as soon as possible and improve himself no matter what. Acting as a seer. I'm still not professional enough. The fortune tellers of the foodie nation have to look at the almanac before they do anything. Klein held his cane and sat in the carriage's interior. He decided to divine if it was a good day for him to go out and head to the divination club. Only then would he be a qualified seer. Taking the opportunity to get out of the car, Klein took out a halfpenny. His gaze converged, and his eyes quickly turned dark as he silently chanted, "That's right. Today is a good day to go to the divination club. Today is a good day to go to the divination club." Dang. Klein flicked the coin upwards. He didn't watch it roll, but instead stretched out his palm. Patter. The halfpenny fell steadily into his palm. This time, it was the 1/2 number that was surrounded by the ears of wheat. The numbers are going up. This means that I'll encounter something bad at the divination club today. Klein thought for a moment before turning around and walking across the street. He waited for the public carriage to take off in the direction of Daffodil Street. He felt that he was becoming more and more like a fraud. House Street, in front of Harold's department store. Selina was about to enter when she suddenly froze and turned to look to the side. Did something happen? Elizabeth asked curiously. Selina puffed up her cheeks. Why, Lisabeth, I'm reminded of my mysticism teacher, Mr. Vincent. He passed away just like that, on the second morning of my birthday. Is this because I peeked and used his secret incantation? This has made me feel guilty and uneasy. Besides, I haven't been very lucky recently. So? Elizabeth asked in a tacit manner. Selina bit her lips. I wish to head to the divination club next door to do a divination. I want to see if Mr. Vincent's matter is really related to me. To see what happened on the birthday banquet. I have a nagging feeling that Elizabeth is hiding something from me. I remember the back view of a man in a tuxedo. Don't you know divination? Elizabeth asked in surprise. Selina deliberately mimicked her father's sigh. Sigh, I'm not in the right state to divine myself. All right, then let's head to the divination club next door. Elizabeth agreed to her friend's suggestion. They went to the side and followed the stairs to the divination club on the second floor. Hello, good afternoon, Miss Angelica. It's nice to see you again. In the reception hall, Selina greeted in a lively manner. Angelica smiled. As long as you come after lunch, you should be able to meet me. Selina exchanged a few pleasantries with him and mourned for Hannes Vincent before saying, I'm sorry. I need a divination. You know the club's rules. This is a list of members who are willing to do divination. It's the weekend today, so many people will be here. Angelica went through the process with great familiarity. Selina and Elizabeth's heads were together as they quickly flipped through the list and the corresponding introduction. I've always approached my teacher directly in the past. I never expected the club to have so many members willing to do divination compared to last year, Selina said with interest. Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds and muttered in puzzlement. Klein Moretti, isn't that the same name as Brother Melissa? Elizabeth was taken aback. She looked at the two words Klein Moretti a few times before nodding in thought. That's right, Miss Angelica, is Mr. Klein Moretti here? Selina asked with bright eyes. Angelica shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Klein Moretti isn't here today. All right, let's get someone else. Selina didn't have any intention of getting to know him. All she did was snicker and say to her friend, I know he can't be Melissa's brother, but when I saw this name, I naturally thought of a news headline, something like the Intis Post. The Intis Post was founded by Roselle the Great and was famous for its sensational headlines. It was one of the most famous newspapers in the northern continent. Elizabeth asked, with some inattention, what title? Selina cleared her throat. Is it a corruption of morals, or is it a societal problem? A history student has actually been reduced to helping people with divination on the weekends to make ends meet. Chapter 112. Beekland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall sat on a hanging chair in a shady corner. She looked at the flowers blooming under the sun and thought about the matter that Force Wall had asked for help. According to Viscount Glaint's verification, there really was a girl named Zio de Richa locked up in a temporary prison in the North District of Beekland. Her crime was to severely injure a respectable gentleman due to a property dispute. The gentleman was still lying in a hospital bed and might never be able to stand up again. Force's explanation was that the gentleman wasn't a good person. He was a gang leader in the East District of Beekland, and he made a living as a loan shark. The cause of the incident was that a certain borrower realized that the interest was several times higher than he had expected. He wouldn't be able to repay the loan even if he went bankrupt. After negotiating with the gentleman to no avail, he found the famous arbitrator Zio de Richa, hoping that she could convince the other party to waive the unreasonable part. The gentleman didn't comply with Zio de Richa's ruling. He even threatened to capture the borrower's wife and children that very night. Hence, Zio de Richa changed her persuasion techniques and used physical methods. She accidentally caused serious injury. Viscount Glaint investigated the incident and confirmed that Force Wall's description was true. He also confirmed that the gang leader had lost control of his underlings. After a visit in the middle of the night, he had waived the borrower's debt and issued a statement to the prosecutor that he had forgiven Zio de Richa. However, serious injury cases didn't mean that the victim wouldn't be prosecuted just because they didn't want to pursue the matter. Glaint hopes to resolve this through normal means. He sent someone to consult a lawyer he's familiar with. The lawyer said that he was confident that it would only be a light sentence. However, it would be very difficult to plead not guilty unless the client could obtain a medical certificate stating that they had mental problems or were mentally undeveloped. Audrey muttered to herself, leaning towards her friend's opinion. To her, the most important thing was not to have any open relationship with Force Wall and Zio de Richa. After the tarot incident, Audrey felt that she was no longer a naive and ignorant girl. There will be a ball at Earl Wolf's place tomorrow night. Tell Glaint to act according to the lawyer's advice. Audrey nodded slightly and made her decision. In the Kingdom of Ruin, lawyers were divided into barristers and solicitors. The latter was responsible for matters that did not need to go to court, such as gathering evidence, talking to clients, helping people draw up wills, supervising the distribution of property, and providing legal consulting services. Of course, they could also represent clients in the most basic security court and defend simple cases. Barristers were lawyers who studied evidence and defended their clients in court. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Ruin, they had to maintain an objective attitude, so they could not directly contact the client. They could only gather information through their assistants, which were solicitors. Each of them was a true legal expert with outstanding eloquence and a high level of debating. Audrey, who had regained her relaxed state, hid in the darkness and peeped at the colorful flowers outside. She suddenly thought of something. Medical proof of mental problems or mental retardation. Psychiatrist, if psychological alchemy has mastered the acting method, does that mean I can look for them in the psychiatrist community? At this thought, Audrey felt that her train of thought was on the right track. Her eyes were as bright as resplendent gems. At that moment, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, sneaking behind the cluster of flowers in a sneaky manner to a place where only the gardener could reach. Susie. What is she doing? Audrey hid in the shadows and watched in a daze. The golden retriever's sense of smell seemed to be confused by the fragrance of the flowers. She did not notice her master behind her. She opened her mouth and let out a throaty RRR and RRRR. Following that, she caused the surrounding air to vibrate, and words that were not mellow enough sounded hello. How are you? Audrey's mouth opened bit by bit. She had completely forgotten the etiquette that an elegant lady should have. She could not believe the scene she was seeing and the stiff voice she was hearing. She suddenly stood up and blurted out, Susie, you can speak? When did you learn how to speak? The golden retriever jumped up in fright as she turned to face her master. She frantically and quickly wagged her tail. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before vibrating the surrounding air. I don't know how to explain. After all, I'm just a dog. Upon hearing this, Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. On Monday morning, Klein, who was on vacation, followed his plan to revise and consolidate his mysticism knowledge. Then, he took a public carriage to Koei University. He wanted to interact more with Mr. Aztec and see what he knew. In the 3-story grey stone building belonging to the history department, Klein and his mentor, Cohen Quentin, chatted for a while. They discussed matters related to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain. Without any additional information, he took advantage of his mentor's absence to enter the office diagonally opposite and walked to Instructor Aztec's desk. "Mr. Aztec, may I have a chat with you?" He looked at the instructor with bronze skin, gentle facial features, and a small mole below his right ear. He took off his hat and bowed. Aztec, whose brown eyes hid an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, organized his books and said, "No problem. Let's take a walk by the Koei River." "All right." Klein held his cane and followed him out of the 3-story grey stone building. Along the way, the two maintained their silence. Neither of them spoke. When the flowing river entered their sights, and there were no longer any teachers or students around, Aztec stopped in his tracks. He turned his body halfway and faced Klein. "Is there something you need from me?" Klein pondered for a long while. He thought of many tactful methods, but he gave up on them one after another. Hence, he asked in a frank and direct manner, "Mr. Aztec, you are a trustworthy and respectable gentleman. I wish to know what you see in me, or should I say, what do you know? I'm referring to the matter from before. You said that there's something amiss in my fate." Aztec tapped his cane and sighed with a smile. "I never expected you to be so direct. I don't know how to answer you. To be frank, the incongruity in your fate is the only thing I can see. Apart from that, I don't know anything more than you." Klein hesitated for a moment before asking, "But why can you see it?" "I don't believe that it stems from divination." Aztec turned his head to look at the Koei River, his tone tinged with a hint of bleakness. "No, Klein, you don't understand. Divination can reach such a level. It just depends on the person doing the divination. Of course, my divination is just an excuse to conceal it. Some people are always special. They are born with some strange abilities, and I should be such a person." "Should?" Klein acutely grasped the problem with the other party's choice of words. "Yes, I don't know if I was born with it either. Perhaps the price of such an ability is forgetting myself, forgetting the past, forgetting my parents." Aztec's eyes looked at the river with a hint of sadness. The more Klein listened, the more confused he became. "Forgetting the past?" Aztec smiled without a hint of a smile. "Before I entered Beekland University's history department, I lost most of my memories. I only remember my name and basic knowledge. Thankfully, I have an identity card, otherwise, I would only be a tramp. All these years, I've searched for my parents using my identity card, but to no avail, even if I could see a corner of my fate. And during those few years in university, I gradually discovered that I possess some strange abilities that exceed the scope of common sense." Klein listened attentively as he blurted out a question. He blurted out a question, "Mr. Aztec, why did you lose your memory? No, I mean, did you discover the reason for your amnesia at the scene?" He suspected that Mr. Aztec was a member of the life school of thought who had lost his memory, or even a mid-sequence member of high standing. This was the counterpart of Monsters, a secret organization that had produced a prophet, one that was mainly passed down from master to disciple. Aztec shook his head heavily. "No, it's as if I've forgotten the past after a nap." He took a few more steps forward with his stick in hand, and said as he walked, "Come on." As he walked, he said, "After leaving Beekland, I began to dream. I dreamed of many strange things." "Dream?" "I'm good at interpreting dreams." Klein, who had entered the field of expertise, immediately asked, "What kind of dreams?" Aztec chuckled vaguely. Many different dreams. Sometimes, I'll dream of the interior of a dark mausoleum. I'll dream of ancient coffins with corpses lying inside with white feathers growing out of their backs. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a knight in full armor, charging at the enemy with a 3-meter-long spear. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a lord with a rich manor, a beautiful wife, and 3 children. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a tramp, drenched in the rain, walking on a muddy road, cold and hungry. Sometimes, I'll dream that I have a daughter different from the previous children. She has soft black hair, likes to sit on the swing I made myself, and always asks me for sweets. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm standing beside the gallows, coldly looking up at the floating corpses above. As he listened to Aztec's ravings, Klein realized that he was unable to interpret his dreams. This was because the symbols of different dreams were opposite and contradictory. Aztec retracted his gaze, and his voice no longer drifted. The Phanapota kingdom in the south believes in Mother Earth, and the Church of Mother Earth promotes a concept. They believe that every life is a plant that absorbs nutrients from the earth, slowly growing, flourishing, and declining. When they wither, these lives will fall to the earth and return to their mother's embrace. And the next year, they will grow again. Flowers bloom and wither, year after year. It's the same for life, one life after another. Sometimes, I'm very willing to believe this theory. I believe that because of my uniqueness, I can dream of my previous life, as well as fragments of the previous life. Having said that, he looked at Klein and sighed. I haven't even told Cohen about these things. The reason why I'm telling you is because Aztec paused and smiled. I'm sorry, my description wasn't accurate enough. The incongruity in your fate isn't the only thing I can see. I've also seen something else. Chapter 113. Mr. Aztec can tell that I'm a beyonder. His ability is really powerful. Klein was startled for a moment before he calmly replied, yes. He thought for a moment, then added, don't worry. Because of Welsh and Naya. Just as I guessed. Aztec sighed. Among the policemen who came to the school to question me and Cohen, there were 2 people with supernatural powers. That should be Captain and Leonard. They took over Welsh's case. Klein nodded slightly and didn't interrupt. Aztec raised his cane slightly. You should have already entered that circle. I hope you can help me find clues about my origins. You don't have to do it on purpose. Just remember when you meet them. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Apart from you, I don't know anyone else with supernatural powers. You can never imagine what kind of emotions a person without a past would have. It's like a ship drifting in the sea. The scariest thing isn't encountering a storm, but not being able to find a port or a route to land. You can only welcome disaster after disaster, never to end, never to feel calm and safe. No, Mr. Aztec, I can understand your feelings very well, because I'm the same person. Fortunately, I have the original Klein's memory fragments. I have Barnson and Melissa. Klein silently replied before asking, Mr. Aztec, with such an amazing ability, why don't you enter a similar circle and look for useful clues yourself? Aztec looked into Klein's eyes and laughed self-deprecatingly. Because I am afraid of danger, afraid of death. He sighed. I'm used to my current life, and I like it. I don't want to, and I don't have the courage to, take risks. I can only rely on you. Klein didn't say anything else. If I can find any relevant clues, I will pay special attention. All right, it's time for us to return to the office. When Cohen is done with his work, we'll have lunch together. Do you still remember? The school's East Balam restaurant is pretty good. It's my treat. Aztec raised his cane and pointed in the direction he had come from. Sorry, I really don't remember. How could the original Klein have the money to go to an East Balam restaurant when I was in college? Even if Welsh and Company were to treat him, he would reject such a relatively extravagant place. Klein pressed down on his hat and followed Aztec back to the 3-story grey stone building of the history department. After taking a few steps, Aztec suddenly spoke again. Now that I'm done with school, I'm going to welcome my summer vacation. You can visit me at home or write to me. Klein nodded and casually made a casual remark. Mr. Aztec, I thought you would go to Desi Bay for a vacation. No, it's too hot in the south now. I don't like sunbathing. Look at my skin, I get tanned easily. In comparison, I'd rather go to Winter County, to the north of the Fasak Empire, to ski, enjoy the scenery, and fish for seals, the bronze-skinned Aztec replied with a smile. I want that too. The newly hired Nighthawk, Klein, revealed an envious look. After lunch, he returned home and took a short nap. He began to review and research the advanced knowledge of charms and amulets, hoping to grasp them as soon as possible and create a product that could barely be used in battle and help him in the preliminary stages. A few minutes before 3 in the afternoon, Klein packed his belongings and sealed his bedroom with a wall of spirituality. Above the grey fog, in the majestic temple, an ancient and mottled bronze table sat quietly. Shrouded in a thick greyish-white fog, Klein sat at the seat of honor, watching the blurry justice and the hanging man appear at their designated seats. Miss Justice's emotions aren't too stable. Worried, uneasy, and confused. Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision, noticed the abnormality of the only female member of the tarot with just a glance. Audrey Hall's current feelings were indescribable. The fact that Susie could suddenly speak had a strong impact on her. In her imagination, the future development would be a great detective or a famous psychiatrist, Miss Audrey, with her assistant, the big dog, Susie. But if it turned out to be the big dog detective, Susie, with her assistant, Miss Audrey, then it would be a little, no, not a little, it would be very strange, and she would be at a loss. Audrey suddenly sat up straight, wanting to ask Mr. Fool and the hanging man for advice. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. How should I ask? What should I do if my pet is abnormal? How do I get along with a pet that has good intelligence and can speak? No. This is the Tarot Club, not a pet-rearing experience-sharing session. I'm willing to bet that if I were to really ask that question, my good image in the eyes of Mr. Fool and the hanged man would be shattered. Audrey's thoughts raced, and she finally organized her words. Honorable Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, who always helps me, I have a question to ask. What can a pet with extraordinary powers help its owner with? Simply put, what can it do? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that Mr. Fool and the hanging man had fallen silent at the same time. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Hey, say something. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. Really, I'm asking on behalf of my friend. Audrey was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She deeply regretted asking such a question. Combined with Miss Justice's previous question about what would happen if an ordinary animal consumed a sequence potion, did she share the potion she concocted with her pet? This is indeed something Miss Justice would do. With such a member, as the boss of a cult, I always feel a chill. Klein raised his right hand, pressed it against his forehead, and pinched it twice without answering. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, was silent for more than 10 seconds before replying with a slightly strange tone. It depends on what kind of extraordinary powers the pet has. It depends on what kind of supernatural abilities the pet has. For example, if it's a spectator, it can observe and listen in on certain occasions on your behalf. You know, people are wary of their own kind, but they are unlikely to suspect that a pet is eavesdropping, even if the pet is squatting at their feet. Makes sense. Most of the time, when Dad is discussing important matters with other nobles, members of parliament, and ministers, he will avoid me and lock the door to the study. However, as long as Susie can avoid the initial purge, she won't be chased away. And those madams and ladies also like to communicate in small circles in private. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that, and her imagination immediately ran wild. And now that Susie can speak, she can directly tell me what she hears. Susie is awesome. I want to treat you well. I want to teach you how to recognize words and pronounce them properly. Should I teach Susie the aristocratic pronunciation or the normal Beekland accent? Will she be able to recognize her origins when she greets other dogs in the future? Wait, why am I thinking about this? It's not like she can communicate with other dogs using human language. Wait, Mr. the Hanging Man, why did you directly use the spectator as an example? Could it be that all of you have guessed something? Audrey's expression changed. She sat up straight again and smiled faintly. Mr. Fool, I found another page of Roselle the Great's diary. This was obtained from Force Wall. Very good, all your debts have been paid off, Klein replied in a good mood. I'm sorry, there's not much content on this page of the diary. Audrey expressed the content she remembered on the parchment. Klein raised his right hand and let the parchment appear directly in his palm. He then said casually, "This does not affect my promise. Besides, the diary you brought last time has two sides." The diary collected by Justice and the Hanged Man were not the original version of Emperor Rosel's diary. It was a copy that was copied and copied by later researchers. Some people would record it on one side to preserve it, while others kept it the same for convenience. As he spoke, Klein lowered his gaze and looked at the first few lines of the diary. The 20th of December, it's the beginning of a new year, but the feedback I've received has left me very confused and troubled. Chapter 114. No oil. Is it because it can't be found for some reason, or is there really no oil? It has been more than 150 years since Roselle the Great was assassinated, and there is still no trace of oil. Klein's pupils shrank, and the hand holding the diary almost trembled. Without oil, not only does it mean that the emergence of the internal combustion engine will become unknown, but it will also lead to the stagnation of the chemical industry, making it impossible to establish a true modern industry on Earth. In other words, the subsequent development of this world was somewhat unpredictable to Klein. His original plan was that although he only knew a little about everything and was unable to invent things, he was better at knowing a little bit about everything and being able to foresee the direction of change and the trend of the times. When he accumulated enough salary and had his first pot of gold, he would make venture investments in promising industries and not put all his eggs in one basket. Klein felt that in this way, he would sooner or later have a lot of wealth. At that time, he would find white gloves to act as an agent on the surface, and then establish an international charity fund. On the surface, it would help the poor, and secretly fund labor revolts in various countries, so as to compete with the upper class of society and improve the lives of the people at the bottom. If he found a way to return to Earth, he would divide his assets. 1/3 would be given to Barnson, 1/3 to Melissa, and 1/3 to his own foundation. However, it was a pity that this beautiful vision of the future was shattered in an instant. Fortunately, this world has electricity and magnetism, and there are successful cases of telegraphy. I will mainly invest in this direction in the future. Klein calmed himself down, and his gaze moved down line by line. December 21st, don't think about oil anymore. Raising my sequence rank is the way to go. December 22nd, the environment of the old town of Lisha is so dirty that it is unacceptable. If I hadn't visited incognito, perhaps I would never have known that it still maintained the appearance I saw when I was young. I want to gather my ministers and formulate a capital sewer and public toilet improvement plan. Yes, I also want to correct the wrong habits of the residents. Let them boil hot water to drink, wash their hands and faces frequently, don't litter, urinate or defecate anywhere, and use condoms as much as possible. Haha, I have thought of how to name this matter, the Patriotic Health Campaign. Therefore, the invention of condoms has to be brought forward, as well as masks, paper cups, and other items. The most primitive version will do. I'll give it a try. Thanks to this world, it has rubber trees. 23rd of December. Perhaps I should consider the suggestion to leave a way out for myself outside the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. For example, joining that ancient, secretive organization that secretly influences the situation of the world. When Klein saw this, he suddenly realized that there was nothing below. His mood was indescribable. Great Emperor, what is the name of the ancient, secretive organization that you mentioned that secretly influences the situation of the world? Is there something I don't know? How can you stop here? Why didn't you write more? It's like reading a novel in the past, only to find out that the author had stopped at the end. Also, the Patriotic Health Campaign, the Emperor really knows how to play. The content of this diary should be set after he became the consul of the Republic of Intes. Perhaps he even called himself Julius Caesar. I have to go back and flip through some books and foreign history textbooks. I have to see which year the capital sewer and public toilet improvement plan of the Republic of Intes appeared. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Klein reined in his thoughts and made the diary in his hand vanish. You can communicate now. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief, adjusted her state, and became a spectator. She smiled faintly and said, I want to know if the name of the sequence potion is Arbiter. In addition, what kind of beyonder can directly pass through a wooden door or make locks ineffective? I know that. Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, Klein was about to speak, but the hanging man beat him to it. I need you to help me investigate something in exchange for an answer. What is it? Audrey asked with interest and puzzlement. Alger glanced at the fool and said in a low voice, I want to know if the king intends to take revenge on the Fasak Empire this year or next June by starting a new war on the east coast of Balaam. The current lingua franca of Tarot was Ruan, and it was determined based on the accents of the three parties at the first gathering. Therefore, Alger knew that Miss Justice was a noble of the kingdom of Ruan, and he also believed that Miss Justice knew that he was a Ruan. As for the fool, Alger believed that his Ruan characteristics were just a disguise that made it easier to communicate. Ever since that ritualistic magic, Alger had unknowingly begun to use him to address the fool. Audrey recalled the things she had seen and heard at various social events over the past few days and nodded with some confidence. No problem, but I need enough time to confirm it. I can wait. The hanging man smiled at Alger. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe you won't go back on your word. Audrey looked at the silent and mysterious fool in the grey fog and curled her lips. But I believe that the value of this matter is higher than the sum of the two questions I've asked. When you confirm the answer, I will compensate you according to the situation, Alger answered as if he had already prepared for it. Miss Justice, Mr. The hanging man, do you need virtual currency to measure value? Klein leaned back with a smile and watched the two of them. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and cheered for herself in her heart. That's great. Audrey, you've learned how to bargain. She was so excited that she almost left her spectator state. She quickly found a random question to ask. Ah yes, Mr. the Hanging Man, did you receive the £1,000 in cash? I'm sorry, I'm still at sea and haven't returned to land. Alger didn't want to talk about this matter and directly answered her previous question. A beyonder who can pass through a wooden door and make the lock ineffective should be a Sequence 9 apprentice. The secret organization, the Theosophy Order, has its formula, but we can't rule out the possibility of obtaining it from other sources, such as an ancient tomb belonging to the Fourth Epoch. The Theosophy Order, the secret organization that is inextricably linked to the Demonist sect. Klein leisurely rubbed his chin with his fingers. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't retort, Audrey couldn't help but sigh. If I had the apprentice formula in the past, I might not have chosen spectator. That kind of performance would be awesome. Alger ignored Miss Justice's words and continued, there is indeed a sequence potion with a name similar to Arbiter. There is indeed a sequence potion with a name similar to Arbiter. I believe you should be familiar with it, because the Augustus family and the Phainopota Kingdom's Castilla family both control the beginning of the sequence pathway. Of course, the low sequence formulas were rewarded in ancient times, and some nobles might have obtained them before. The Augustus family was the royal family of the Ruan Kingdom, while the Castilla family was the royal family of the Phainopota Kingdom. So the Augustus family's beginning is Arbiter. Audrey was enlightened, feeling that she had solved a question that had puzzled her for a long time. She sighed silently. It's no wonder I always want to follow their arrangements in front of them. I'm always uncomfortable and always willing to admit defeat. I'm always unlike myself. I thought it was because I was timid. The Arbiter has a convincing charm and sufficient authority, as well as outstanding combat ability to deal with unexpected situations. Alger described the corresponding situation succinctly. Audrey nodded slowly, leaned back slightly, and said elegantly, I have no more questions. Alger thought for a moment and turned his head to look at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you something. Is the true creator's holy residence promoted by the Aurora Order the legendary Forsaken Land of the Gods? Forsaken Land of the Gods? I've only seen this term once in Roselle's diary. It might be in the confidential information of the Nighthawks, but it's not something I can access now. How do you expect me to answer? The corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. He considered for a few seconds and replied in a calm tone. This isn't something you should know now. Alger's heart tightened as he immediately lowered his head. Please forgive me for overstepping my boundaries. Audrey originally wanted to ask what the Forsaken Land of the Gods was, but she gave up on the idea after hearing that. In the magnificent temple above the grey fog, silence suddenly took over. At this moment, Audrey felt that she should say something. Mr. Fool, if, and I'm saying if, I have the chance to join another organization, such as the Psychological Alchemy, is that possible? Klein maintained his posture of leaning back and chuckled. No problem. My only request is not to reveal the existence of the tarot. If you become a member of another organization, the materials and information you can exchange will definitely increase. After saying that, he suddenly recalled that he was also a member of another organization, a true Nighthawk, and that the Hanging Man was likely related to the Bishop of Storms. Could it be that my tarot was the so-called Traitors' Alliance? A gathering of snitches? Klein fell into deep thought. I understand. Audrey was excited once again as she thought of a question. Mr. Fool, if I find a man or woman suitable for tarot, can I guide them to join us? How should I guide it? Alger thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Fool, what are the criteria for future members of our gathering? How should we judge? Idealistic, moral, cultured, disciplined. These 4 phrases instantly popped up in Klein's mind. He remained silent for a few seconds, and when Justice and the Hanging Man began to feel a little uneasy, he said, if you think it's suitable, you can tell me here. If you think it's suitable, you can tell me here. I'll decide whether or not to let them join. Before that, you can't give any hints. That will cause the secret of the Tarot Club's existence to be leaked. You have to remember, for non-members, Klein paused and said in a deep voice. Chapter 115. Without my permission, you are not to recite my name. A few minutes after the gathering ended, Audrey and Alger, who had returned to their own bedroom and the captain's cabin, could still hear the Fool's words echoing in their ears. Their impression of the mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool was either relaxed, calm, or unpredictable. He rarely displayed such a dignified and condescending attitude. And it was precisely because of this that the two of them were terrified and willing to obey. They were no strangers to such words, but they were all recorded in the Revelation of Evernight and the Book of Storms, West Borough of Tingen City, Daffodil Street. Klein pulled open the curtains, allowing the golden sunlight to shine into his bedroom. After Justice and the Hanging Man left, he examined the star from which the prayers came, but this time, he didn't receive any information. According to the Crimson Star's ability to save prayers, which was similar to offline information, Klein believed that the youth who spoke Jotun hadn't prayed again in the 2 times he had entered the world above the grey fog. This made him suspect that the youth's parents were hopeless, so they chose to give up. With his back facing the sunlight, Klein walked to the side of the bed and slumped down. He didn't want to move at all. He knew that he had to hurry to the divination club and continue the digestion process, but he was unwilling to move. All he wanted was to lie there quietly and enjoy his rare rest day. From Tuesday to Friday, his daily schedule was very packed. In the morning, he had mysticism lessons and corresponding practice. In the afternoon, he had shooting practice and combat practice. He was so tired that he didn't have much energy at night. On Saturday, the morning didn't change. In the afternoon, he would be on duty at Channy's Gate. He would eat, drink, and defecate underground until Sunday morning. Sunday morning was Klein's time to catch up on his sleep. In the afternoon, he would decide if he wanted to go to the divination club. On Monday morning, he had just made a trip to Koei University. In the afternoon, he had to gather the tarot members and consider acting as a seer. In short, he had been busy all week without any chance to rest or relax. Therefore, at this moment, Klein just wanted to be dispirited for once. He wanted to stay at home like a salted fish, do nothing, think nothing, and just be in a daze. Klein buried his face in the blanket and encouraged himself, no, as the boss of a cult, how can I be so pathetic? If Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man were to find out about this, their worldview would be shattered. I have the formula for the clown potion. I'm just waiting for the seer potion to be completely digested. I have the formula for the clown potion. I'm just waiting for the seer potion to be completely digested. He muttered a few words to himself, then suddenly flipped over and sat up. Taking out a brass coin from his pocket, Klein quickly divined if it was a good day to go to the club and received a positive answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, he forced himself to stand up straight, walked to the coat rack, and took down his tuxedo jacket and silk half-top hat. House Street, in the conference room of the Divination Club. Klein sat in a shady corner, drinking Psy black tea and reading the Tingen City Honest paper. There were very few members around him, only about 6 or 7 of them. Just as he was amused by the incorrect grammar of a recruitment notice, Glacis, who was wearing a monocle and holding a silk top hat, walked in. Beside him was a lady in her 30s who was wearing a blue-collared dress. The lady's eyebrows were arched, and her eyes were large but lifeless. Her left hand was tightly gripping a black velvet Intis hat that looked like a helmet with feathers stuck in it. What an exaggerated hat. Doesn't it hurt to wear it? Klein sensed something and looked over. He pinched his glabella twice, as if to relieve his fatigue. In his spirit vision, Glacis and the lady with emerald green eyes were healthy, but they were anxious, angry, and flustered. "Good afternoon, Glacis. That Mr. Lenivus really isn't trustworthy, right?" Klein asked with a smile without standing up. Previously, Glacis, who had just recovered from his lung disease, had asked him for a divination regarding the investment in Lenivus Steel Company, but he had received a bad suggestion. However, when Klein saw how hesitant Glacis was, he felt that he would most likely choose to take the risk. At most, he wouldn't bet all his wealth. Therefore, after seeing the color of his emotions, Klein immediately made the connection and made a judgment. Glacis was first taken aback before he smiled bitterly. "I really regret not taking your divination advice. This is the second time I've said that. I believe that there won't be a third time." He turned his head and said to the lady with crow's feet, "Madam Christina, look. We haven't even said a word, and Mr. Moretti already knows our intentions. He's the most amazing fortune-teller I've ever seen. I prefer to describe him as a seer. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. We're here because of Lenivus." The lady named Christina gave a simple bow, looking a little flustered and anxious. "Shall we go to the Topaz room?" Glacis was relatively calm as he gestured to the door of the meeting room with his chin. Klein smiled and stood up. This is the work of a fortune-teller. He walked along the aisle to the door and entered the empty Topaz room. Glacis locked the wooden door and walked to his seat as he sighed. "Lenivus has gone missing. He used the excuse of going to Civilaus County to supervise the mining of minerals and left Tingen. He never returned. We sent people to search for him on a steam locomotive, but we discovered that the so-called high-grade large iron mine only existed on the blueprints. What made me feel fortunate was that I thought of your divination advice and only invested a third of the original amount. Otherwise, I would have lost my family and my life." Klein looked at the two of them with a deeper gaze than usual and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" He asked curiously, "Shouldn't you choose a representative to go to the Hornacis mountain range in Civilaus County to verify it once before making such an important investment decision?" Christina replied quickly, "Our representative was bewitched. Our representative has been bewitched. He's been bewitched by the people Lenivus temporarily hired, the temporarily rented place, and the temporarily enclosed land." Klein didn't ask further. He maintained his posture as a seer. "What do you wish to divine?" "I wish to divine if this matter can still be salvaged," Christina said as she glanced at Glacis. Klein took a piece of paper and a fountain pen. "Then let's do an astrolabe divination. I'll ask, and you answer." Amidst the question and answer, Klein marked the corresponding spots with the constellation of thunder and the symbols of various situations, completing the astrolabe. Compared to the astrolabe divination of ordinary people, he used more elements, and the method of interpretation was closer to the truth. "Lady, sir, you are now at a fork in the road. If you are greedy, flustered, and don't know how to control yourself, you will fall into the abyss and never be able to escape. But if you can endure, wait, persevere, and stop being greedy, there will be opportunities for you to see the light." Klein spoke unhurriedly. "I understand." Christina nodded slowly, thought for a moment, and said, "Mr. Moretti, can you divine Lenivus's whereabouts?" "No, I'm afraid that won't work. The information Lenivus left behind is most likely fake. Even his name might not be real. How am I supposed to divine it? Unless you can get very detailed information about him or provide him with personal items, Klein answered truthfully. Christina was silent for a moment, then she took out a 1 solely note and pushed it to Klein. I've heard from Glacis that you are a true seer who respects fate and doesn't covet money. Take the rest as a tip for the club. Thank you for giving me confidence. She stood up, politely bade farewell, and quickly left. Doesn't covet money. No, I'm very vulgar. Klein regretted pretending to be a charlatan. After watching Christina leave, Glacis closed the door and turned around to ask again. Is there really no other way? What I said just now was the solution. Klein smiled and leaned back. Sigh. Glacis sighed. Lenivus took away more than £10,000, and there were more than 100 victims. Fortunately, I only lost £50. I only lost my savings, so I don't have any debts. As for Madame Christina, she invested £150. That's not an easy amount for her to bear. Have you called the police? When Klein heard the figure of £10,000, he was suddenly filled with indignation towards the swindler. Such an amount of money would make him a tycoon even in Beekland. I wonder if the police will seek help from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind if it's just a simple search. Klein's thoughts wandered. Glacis nodded heavily. We've already called the police, and the police are taking this seriously. After some discussion, we're willing to offer a portion of the money recovered as a reward. No matter who it is, as long as they can provide any clues to Lenivus's whereabouts, they will receive a reward of £10 once it's verified. If they can provide accurate information about his whereabouts and help the police capture Lenivus, they will receive £100 in cash. £10 for clues. £100 for the capture of Lenivus. Klein's eyes lit up when he heard that, and his breathing became heavy. At that moment, he was worried about the source of the subsequent investigation fees. His extra salary of £3 for this week, along with his remaining stash, was just enough for the second payment. However, if Detective Henry was able to complete 2 commissions next week, his extra weekly salary wouldn't be enough for the remaining payment. He was short by a few solely. Of course, that was on the premise that he didn't need to use his stash for anything else during this period of time. Perhaps I can get Lenivus's belongings from the police, but if he really left Tingen, it would be useless. Klein sighed in anticipation. In the next hour and a half, due to Angelica's recommendation, 2 more people came to Klein for consultation. One of them was divining for a 1-year-old child. Klein directly drew a birth astrolabe, and the other party was convinced and satisfied. The other person was searching for items. Klein used tarot divination and dream divination to lock onto the general area. This surprised him, as he had never seen a fortune teller who could provide such precise information. Perhaps I'll be able to save up the remaining amount just by divining for others. After tipping Klein, he put on his hat, took his cane, and walked towards the entrance of the club while thinking. Just then, he saw Lady Christina come back in with a young lady in a flouncy hat beside her. When Christina saw Klein, she immediately came over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Mr. Moretti, you previously mentioned that if we have items related to Lenivus, we can attempt to divine his whereabouts." "That's right." Klein nodded. Christina took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Does his child count as a related item?" Chapter 116. Christina didn't notice the seer's confusion. She looked at Angelica, who was at the reception desk, and said with a suppressed voice, "I'm talking about Lenivus's children." She pointed at the young lady in the lotus leaf hat beside her and said, "This is my niece, Megos. This is my niece, Megos. Her mother is my elder sister. I'm very sorry and regretful for thinking that Lenivus was an outstanding young man. Hence, I introduced Megos to the unmarried Lenivus and watched them become lovers. Megos' parents were very pleased with Lenivus. They planned to invest all their savings in the steel company after their engagement. Fortunately, Lenivus escaped before this happened, so their family didn't suffer a fatal loss. Unfortunately, my sister and brother-in-law had to explain to their relatives and friends why the engagement ceremony was cancelled. They also had to worry about the child in Megos' womb. We all believe in the god of steam and machinery, not the lord of storms. We don't believe that lovers must remain chaste before marriage. We don't blame Megos, and we even sympathize with her. However, the child's survival is indeed difficult, especially when he has a father like that. This is a scam of money and sex. Klein looked at Megos, who was standing quietly at the side, and realized that she was an outstanding beauty. She had a smooth forehead, long blonde hair, and a pair of large eyes that were very similar to Christina's. At this moment, she was melancholic and quiet, and her lips were tightly pursed. What an infuriating swindler, and he even managed to escape. Klein cursed Lenivus and thought for a moment. After some thought, he said, "If it's a child that has already been born, I do have a way to use him to divine Lenivus's whereabouts. However, it's a pity that I'll need to wait for a few months. This might be the result of my previous divination. Endure, wait, persevere, and stop being greedy. Then, I'll welcome an opportunity and see the light of day." A few months. Christina muttered as she shook her head. "No, after so long, even if I find Lenivus, I won't be able to get my money back." She turned her head to look at the blonde Megos, and her voice involuntarily deepened. "Do you have any items that Lenivus carried with him?" "No," Megos replied softly. "Does the ring he gave me count? It has to be something that is carried for a long time." Klein shook his head in denial. Christina was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Megos. "You have to make a decision. I believe that keeping this child will make the rest of your life difficult and full of thorns. Are you going to tell him that his father is a swindler who has deceived many people, including his mother? It's time to go to the clinic and the hospital. This can also help us find Lenivus and take back what we've lost." "Hey, isn't this divination a little?" It wasn't Klein's place to interfere in other people's family matters. All he could do was wait patiently by the side, lampooning from time to time. Megos lowered her head and lowered her gaze. She didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she touched her lower abdomen and revealed a gentle smile, saying, "He's different from his father. He's a very considerate and likable child. Every day, he would kick me gently to tell me how he was feeling. He would even hum and whistle, using music to help me sleep." As Klein listened, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The first half of Megos' words were a common reaction, but the latter half sounded like she was talking in her sleep. She was talking about something unrealistic. Did she suffer a huge blow and have a mental problem? Klein raised his right hand and reached for his glabella, pretending to massage it to relieve his fatigue. Just then, Megos turned around abruptly and walked quickly to the door, leaving behind only one sentence. She said, "Maybe his father will secretly return because of his birth and keep a portion of his wealth." Klein was stunned. He didn't have time to activate his spirit vision. He watched as Megos left the club and walked down the stairs. Christina took a deep breath and said after a few seconds, "I'm sorry, Mr. Moretti. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Moretti. We will try our best to find Lenivus' belongings." Klein nodded indiscernibly and watched her walk down the stairs. He sighed and shook his head. The next morning, the moment Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Roseanne and asked, "What's going on? Where's today's newspaper?" The sweet brown-haired lady, Roseanne, sized him up. She asked curiously, "Klein, you're very strange. Why is that?" Klein asked with a smile as if he had expected it. Roseanne rolled her eyes. "In the past, you only read the newspaper during your lunch break because you have mysticism classes in the morning. Oh, old Neil is already waiting for you at the armory. I knew in advance that there would be a reward for a case, so I wanted to flip through the newspaper and memorize the criminal's appearance. Who knows, I might meet him one day?" Klein explained with a smile. "Is that so?" Roseanne curiously picked up a few copies of today's newspaper and started flipping through them quickly. "Wanted poster. Lenivus, right?" Klein immediately replied, "Yes. Yes. Despicable swindler. He actually cheated more than £10,000. Roseanne looked carefully for more than 10 seconds and suddenly exclaimed angrily. Klein shared the same feelings as her, so he condemned her. "It's indeed despicable. I even want to apply to take over this case." Roseanne looked at it for another 10 seconds and shook her head regretfully. This case doesn't seem to involve any beyonder factors. Even if it did, it would be handed over to the mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms. Klein didn't quite understand what Roshan meant, but after flipping through the newspaper, he sighed regretfully. That's right. So many people were deceived. The believers of the 3 major churches must be included, and Leneva Steel Company is located in the South Borough. Cases related to beyonder factors would be handed over to the corresponding team if they involved the believers of a particular deity. However, if the believers of the Evernite goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the god of steam and machinery were involved, the case would be assigned according to the jurisdiction. Golden Indus District, North and West districts would be under the Nighthawks, East, South, and the Dock District would be under the mandated punishers, and the University District and suburbs would be under the machinery hive mind. As he flipped through the newspaper, Klein also memorized Lenevas's appearance. He had a full forehead, black hair, and brown eyes. He wore glasses with nearly circular lenses, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he was mocking everyone. Other than that pair of glasses, Lenevas didn't have any obvious characteristics. He looked very ordinary. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Roshan, Klein passed through the partition and prepared to go underground. At that moment, he saw the pale-skinned, ice-cold corpse collector Fry and the white-haired, black-eyed Miss Author, Seeker Tron, walk out of the recreation room at the same time and turn towards him. After a brief greeting, Klein watched his 2 teammates leave. He then saw Dunn Smith, who was dressed in a black trench coat, open the door and stand beside him. "There's a case?" Klein asked curiously. At this time, the 2 Nighthawks wouldn't go out together for no reason. Dunn's grey eyes swept the area and he nodded with a smile. "There's a place in West Borough that's suspected to be haunted. I'll get Seeker and Fry to take a look. However, you don't have to worry about this. Before you grasp the basics of combat, I don't plan on letting you participate in any more missions. I have to be responsible for my teammates. Captain, you're such a good person. Other than your receding hairline and poor memory, you don't have any other flaws." Klein praised him in his heart. He then asked in confirmation, "That is to say, I only need to attend mysticism classes and undergo combat training. I don't need to make any contributions to receive a salary?" "That's only temporary," Dunn gave a definite answer. "I only need to attend classes and work out to receive a full and generous salary. Just thinking about it feels good." Klein thought happily. Let's hope there aren't any more coincidences. He prayed silently. His peaceful and uneventful life continued until Friday. After completing his combat training, Klein arrived at Beswick Street by car. Outside Henry's private detective firm, he looked to his left and right. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he put on his gauze mask, straightened his trench coat collar, and quickly entered the corridor. After knocking on the door, Klein once again saw the middle-aged, tough-looking Detective Henry. "Good afternoon, sir. One of your commissions has come to fruition," the blue-eyed Detective Henry said in a drunken voice. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "Good afternoon, sir. Is it about the gentleman who appeared at the Evil Dragon Bar? The gentleman who bought the supplementary ingredients for the Spectator Potion, yes." Henry waved the pipe in his hand. Then, he didn't say a word as he smiled at Klein. Klein understood what he meant. His heart ached as he took out 4 £1 notes and handed them over. "This is the second payment." He paused and added, "Write me a receipt." He paused and added, "Write me a receipt." He had less than £1 in his private stash. "No problem." Henry coughed twice. As he checked the anti-counterfeiting mark on the notes, he instructed his employee to bring paper and a fountain pen. Following that, he invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa as he quickly wrote a receipt and stamped it. After doing all of this, Henry took a puff of his pipe. "According to your description, my assistant and I waited at the Evil Dragon Bar for 3 days before we finally met that gentleman. He's indeed a rather vigilant gentleman, and he's also very observant. Thankfully, I'm a veteran in this field." Chapter 117. Daxter Guderian, a doctor at Grenell Medical Asylum, Klein silently repeated Detective Henry's words. He began to think about how he could approach this doctor who was suspected of being a spectator and a member of psychological alchemy. He didn't want to take too many risks on this matter. He didn't want the Nighthawks to discover that there was something wrong with him. He didn't want to lose his current life for information and resources. Furthermore, that gentleman was likely a spectator. Without special training, it was almost impossible to hide one's true intentions and thoughts from him. Should I find someone to act as a middleman and be more mysterious? No, the more people are involved, the easier it is for problems to arise. Perhaps I can consider hiding the truth within the truth. Let the doctor see my expressions and body language, but not all of my thoughts. As Klein listened to Detective Henry's introduction of Daxter Guderian's situation, he thought about how he could minimize the risk to the greatest extent while not affecting the achievement of his goal. Gradually, he found inspiration from the police and spy movies he had watched. I can give it a try, but I have to practice it repeatedly. Klein nodded in his heart and focused all his attention back on Detective Henry's words. Henry cleared his throat and said, "We are still working on the Red Chimney's request. You should know that there are many similar buildings in Tingen. Of course, if you can provide us with other clues, things will be much simpler." Klein laughed hoarsely. "If I had other clues, I wouldn't have asked you." To be honest, the long investigation and search had made him pessimistic about the outcome of the matter. The mastermind had obviously noticed his divination and had sufficient time to move to another hiding place. Therefore, he could only hope to find more clues from the information of the tenants. And that's worth £7. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. After Detective Henry finished his description, Klein picked up his cane and left. Saturday morning, in the doctor's office at the Grenell Medical Asylum, Daxter Guderian, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and had an outstanding aura, took off his coat and hat, and hung them on the coat rack. Just as he picked up the tin can of coffee powder, he heard knocking on the door. "Please come in," Daxter said nonchalantly. Then, he saw the half-closed door open and saw a young man in a black windbreaker walk in. Daxter was puzzled by the stranger's unfamiliar face. "Good morning, and you are?" Klein closed the door behind him, took off his hat, pressed it against his chest, and bowed. "Good morning, Dr. Daxter. Please forgive my sudden visit. I am Probationary Inspector Klein Moretti of the Awar County Police Department. These are my credentials and badge." "Inspector," Daxter muttered as he took the badge and ID. "Special Ops." He slowly raised his head. His gaze was so calm that there wasn't the slightest ripple in it. It was as if he were examining something. He had short black hair and pupils that were darker than brown. He had the temperament of a scholar and was calm and composed. For the time being, there was no sign of malice. Daxter returned the item in his hand and pointed at the chair opposite his desk. "Please sit down, officer. What can I do for you?" Klein sat down and put away his cane. He slowly put away his identification and badge and revealed a smile. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am also a member of the Tingen Nighthawks. I specialize in dealing with matters involving beyond us. Good morning, Mr. Spectator." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Daxter's pupils shrink, and he retracted his hand as if he was about to escape. "Officer, I don't understand what you mean." Daxter forced himself to speak, almost unable to maintain his composure. "I don't like such jokes. Perhaps I should call the guards." Klein slowly took out his revolver from the holster under his armpit, his smile unchanged. His smile didn't waver as he said, "Mr. Daxter, I know you can see my confidence and that I have no ill intentions. Heh, to be honest, I wasn't too sure at first, but your reaction gave me the answer. Everything I said is true." Klein added in his heart. Daxter relaxed a little. He glanced at Klein's revolver and asked curiously, "I find it hard to understand why you would come looking for me." "I don't think I exposed anything." Klein smiled and said, "This is just a coincidence. This is just a coincidence. Maybe fate arranged for us to meet. Actually, we met at Evil Dragon Bar's underground market, but you didn't notice me back then. Although you cleverly purchased the supplementary ingredients for the sequence potion separately, it was still worth paying attention to, since I happen to know the formula." Daxter suddenly exhaled, as if he had lost the motivation to defend himself. "So that's how it is. I thought I was careful enough. I didn't expect. After muttering a few words, he stared into Klein's eyes and said, "Officer, I know you're not here to arrest me. Officer, I know you're not here to arrest me. What's your real purpose?" Klein said with a relaxed expression, "I'm different from the other Nighthawks. I don't think that every Beyonder who doesn't belong to us is a potential criminal. That's unfair to those who yearn for order and kindness." Daxter changed his sitting posture and wasn't as tense as before. If the other Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind members were like you, then the world would be at peace. You know the members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind? Klein pretended to be surprised. This isn't something a person who entered the Beyonder domain by mistake should know. There must be an organization behind you. He leaned back and said with a smile on his face, "That's right. Psychological alchemy?" As he spoke, he watched Daxter's expression turn ugly. "I can tell that you're waiting for my answer, but I still overlooked something very normal and fell into your verbal trap." Daxter muttered in frustration. He began to realize that the spectator state wasn't omnipotent. He could tell what Klein's motive was, but that didn't mean he could figure out the details. Klein rubbed the revolver's cylinder and said, "Doctor, we have to be honest with each other. Doctor, we have to be honest with each other. It starts with me. I don't think that unsupervised Beyonders are potential criminals, but I agree with registering and monitoring every Beyonder. This is to prevent the risk of losing control and to prevent more serious and dangerous situations from happening. I won't disturb your normal life. I hope that we can cooperate to a certain extent." "A certain extent?" Daxter asked as though he was thinking. Klein chuckled. "Yes, there is a limit. For example, report your condition to me regularly. As you know, many cases of losing control can be salvaged when the situation isn't that serious. The Nighthawks have accumulated sufficient experience in this aspect. For example, in your organization, among the Beyonders you know, if anyone is about to harm the innocent, please provide me with clues in a timely manner. For example, you can use something to exchange for something more useful to you. This is a benefit I'm giving you. You should know what benefit means. In addition, you don't have to worry anymore. You don't have to be afraid of being suddenly captured or killed by members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hivemind. You can enjoy your life in peace and happiness. We will give you something to prove your identity. You can use it at the last moment when there's no other way." Daxter listened in silence. After a while, he asked, "You wish for me to betray my organization?" After a while, he asked, "No, it's not betrayal." Klein said sincerely, "This is the protection of justice, morality, and kindness. You are stopping some evil, cruel, and bloody cases. Other than that, I won't ask you to betray the secrets of your organization." Daxter thought about it carefully. He seemed to feel a little better because he had an excuse. After a few seconds of silence, he extended his right hand. "It's a pleasure working with you." Klein shook Daxter's hand with the hand that wasn't holding a gun. "It's a pleasure working with you." He paused for a moment and chuckled. "Doctor, you can tell me if you're a member of psychological alchemy now." "Yes." Daxter nodded. Klein, who had activated his spirit vision before entering the room, didn't notice any fluctuations in Daxter's emotions. He deliberated and asked, "How did you join psychological alchemy?" Daxter looked into Daxter's eyes. "Because there was a patient in this mental asylum. When I was treating him, I realized that he could see through me completely. He was so clear-headed and rational that he didn't seem like a lunatic. His name is Hood Eugen." Klein committed this name to memory and chatted with Daxter for a while. They agreed on the secret method of sending the request and the location of the meeting. He didn't discuss potions, formulas, or rumors with Daxter for the time being. He would bid farewell at a suitable time, put away his revolver, and leave Daxter's office. Daxter let out a long sigh as he watched him disappear through the door. He leaned back in his chair weakly, feeling both pained and relaxed. 36 Zootland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn, who was sitting behind his desk, swept his grey eyes and asked, "What happened?" Klein, who was almost half an hour late, organized his words. Captain, I found a beyonder. He's confirmed to be a member of the psychological alchemy. He's a decent doctor, and he's willing to cooperate with us. I think it's best to maintain the current state of affairs. This will help us understand the latest developments in psychological alchemy. After pausing for a few seconds, Klein added, I want to develop him into an informant for the Nighthawks, or a secret outer member. The term informant came from the language of Intis, from Roselle the Great. Dunn nodded slowly and said, You handled it very well. But if there's anything like this in the future, it's best that you inform me first. Give me the doctor's information and the written report of your treatment process. I'll give him something to prove his identity. Also, don't tell Leonard and the others about this. Although they are trustworthy teammates, there are clear rules. You'll be in charge of contacting that doctor in the future. Klein exhaled silently as he beamed. Chapter 118. Time passed steadily, and Tingen sent off the tail end of summer. It was mid-August, and the temperature had stabilized at 26 degrees Celsius splash. Klein suddenly stood up from the bathtub and took a step forward, causing water droplets to splatter. He stood there naked and looked down at his abdomen. With a little effort, he could clearly see the contours of his muscles. This was the result of his persistent training. Other than that, he looked a lot more energetic. And today, his martial arts teacher, Gawain, had begun teaching him basic boxing footwork and force exertion techniques. Pa. Klein's bare feet stepped on the bathroom floor, sliding forward, retreating, and dodging to the right, accompanied by punching and blocking. Phew. He stopped and exhaled happily. He grabbed the towel beside him and wiped himself. In the 2 weeks after coming into contact with the asylum's doctor, Daxter Guderian, Klein seemed to have escaped from the cycle of coincidences and beyonder incidents. His life became stable. He received his salary step by step, delved into mysticism, practiced shooting and combat, and developed new dishes. He accumulated decent tableware and decorations with his brother, Barnson, and sister, Melissa. He consulted Captain Dunn, his teammate, Leonard, and company about past beyonder cases, and helped people at the club with divination. He strictly followed the rules he had concluded. This made his mind feel at ease. If it wasn't for the fact that he missed Earth in the dead of night, the fact that he had yet to figure out the red chimney, and the fact that the misfortune cloth puppet's images would occasionally appear in his dreams, he would have gotten used to his current life. During this period, Tarot summoned Klein 3 times, but he didn't receive any new Roselle's diary. But according to Justice, she had gotten to know 2 new Beyonders and was in the process of coming into contact with them. Once they entered the corresponding circles, they should be able to trade for more Roselle's diary. The hanging man also indicated that he had returned to land and was handling some matters. He would immediately start searching whenever he was free. In addition, Justice felt that the 2 Beyonders she had just met were worthy targets for her to develop. For example, each of them had a good cover for their identities, and each of them had different sources of resources. Each of them had their own perseverance and characteristics, and they weren't the kind of people who would easily betray secrets. The only problem was that they were only Sequence 9. They weren't suitable for a high-end and strict secret organization like the Tarot Club. A high-end organization? I think it's more like a pyramid scheme. Back then, the fool Klein only wanted to cover his face and sigh. He couldn't find the words to respond to Miss Justice's self-satisfaction. He could only agree to let her observe the 2 Beyonders further. Of course, Justice wasn't the naive and romantic girl from the beginning. She cautiously didn't mention the names and characteristics of the 2 Beyonders, afraid that the hanging man would find out about her. Miss Justice said that she could clearly feel the signs of the potion digesting. Perhaps in another 3 to 4 weeks, she would be able to complete her role as a spectator. I have to bring the telepathist formula forward. After wiping himself clean, Klein placed the towel to the side. As he put on his clothes, he thought about what had happened on Tarot the day before yesterday. In the past 20 days, he had only met Dr. Daxter Guderian once. With the thought that more haste makes waste, he had only chatted with him about his condition and asked about some unimportant matters from the psychological alchemy. And the speed at which Justice digested the potion made him have no choice but to think about how to get the sequence 8 telepathist formula from Daxter. After buttoning up his shirt one by one, Klein picked up another dry towel and used it to wrap his head to absorb the moisture from his short hair. Compared to Justice, the speed at which he digested the seer potion was faster. Up until this week, he didn't hear anything he shouldn't hear or see anything he shouldn't see during his cogitation or spirit vision. Flipping the towel, Klein dried his hair and looked towards the door, muttering to himself, "The seer rules that I summarized are indeed effective. My summary of the seer principles is indeed effective. Next week. I should be able to completely digest the potion next week. I still have no idea where to get the Hornacis grey goat horn and the human-faced rose from the clown formula. Perhaps I can learn from Madame Daly and submit a special application. But that will definitely attract the attention of the upper echelons. All I want to do now is to develop wretchedly. The believers of the Aurora Order in the police department have also been found, but I still don't know who Mr. Z is. Henry said that I can complete the Red Chimney Commission before the end of this week. My private stash has recovered to a little more than £7, so I don't have to worry about how to pay the balance. I can't find any problems with the information on the houses and tenants he gave me previously, and I don't have the time to check them one by one. Maybe I can check which house with the red chimney has recently had a change of tenants. Yes, that's a good idea. After meditating for 20 to 30 seconds, he put on his greyish-black trousers, put on his bow tie, and secured his holster. He threw his night training uniform into the laundry basket, opened the door, and walked out of the bathroom. He had just finished his Wednesday afternoon combat training, so he was still at Gawain's house. "Hello, Mr. Moretti." Gawain's maidservant happened to pass by and quickly bowed. Klein nodded slightly and pointed to the messy and wet bathroom. "Please clean it up. That's my job. The laundry will be handled by the laundry lady. She'll be here at 6, the maidservant replied with her head lowered. The laundry lady didn't provide food and lodging, and they were paid very little. Therefore, they wouldn't be employed by just one family. Usually, they would take on the laundry of several nearby residents. They would either rush to do the laundry every day and immediately go to another house after doing it, or they would collect all the laundry at home and deal with it together before sending it back. Only by doing so could they barely survive. Klein didn't say anything else. He went to the living room and bade farewell to his master, who was sitting in a rocking chair. He saw Gawain, who had white hair at his temples, nodding listlessly. His legs were covered with a light brown blanket, and he was holding a copy of the Awar Evening Post in his hand. Klein knew that the man in front of him, who was bathing in the setting sun, was actually in his early 50s, but he looked so lethargic that he looked like he was in his 80s or 90s. During their usual combat training, Gawain also maintained his silence. He only spoke when it was time to give pointers. He didn't say much or engage in idle chatter. As for Klein, he was exhausted every day and lacked the desire to initiate a conversation. Therefore, their relationship was still cold to this day. From teacher Gawain's demonstration, his strength is rather astounding. His footsteps are also sufficiently agile. It probably wouldn't be a problem for him to take on 3 of me. He has a salary from the police station, and he even bought a piece of land in a village on the outskirts of Tingen. He can collect a fixed rent. He employs a chef, a maidservant, and a laundry lady. In the foodie countries on Earth, a man in his 50s or 60s with such wealth would have long traveled the world. Klein retracted his gaze from Gawain and shook his head to himself. Then, he went to the clothes rack and took off his half-top hat and black windbreaker. Dressed neatly, he picked up his cane and walked out of the house. He walked along the stone path with weeds growing on both sides and approached the main door. Just then, he saw a 2-wheeled carriage parked outside the iron fence, and a familiar man was standing inside. "Leonard," Klein muttered to himself as he looked at his Nighthawk teammate, whose hair was disheveled. Leonard was wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots. He was twirling his hat in his hand. When he saw Klein come out, he smiled and said, "Are you surprised?" "There's only shock, no joy." Klein ignored the other party's indecency and stared into the fake poet's green eyes. "What is it?" Leonard put on his hat and said, "Captain wants you to cooperate with me and Fry." We'll talk more on the way. All right. Klein followed him into the carriage. When the scenery on both sides passed by, Leonard picked up the briefcase beside him and threw it in the opposite direction. Klein caught it steadily, took out the document, and carefully read it. August 11th, 11 p.m., Westboro Workhouse. The bankrupt Sauls attempted to set it on fire, creating a tragedy. However, he ended up burning himself to death. August 11th, 10 p.m., dock workers had jumped into the Tussock River, ending his poor life. August 11th, 8 p.m., Iron Cross Street's Lower Street, matchbox maker Mrs. Lauweiss died of a sudden illness. When he saw the first two incidents, Klein was puzzled. He felt that such deaths were too common. Not only did they not attract the attention of the Nighthawks, but even the police department had to avoid wasting manpower. But as he continued reading, he gradually frowned. After flipping 2 pages, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Leonard. Isn't this a little too much? When the number of normal deaths reached a horrifying level, it was hard to call it normal. Leonard nodded in a rare serious manner. The number of deaths in the past 2 weeks is 5 times the normal number. The Tingen Police Headquarters discovered this problem when they were compiling the data. They quickly handed the matter over to us, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. Although these deaths were initially verified to be normal, the captain believes that we have to investigate again, and this might require the help of divination or ritualistic magic. Klein was enlightened. I understand. Leonard snapped his fingers and said, Me, you, and Fry will form a team. Me, you, and Fry will form a team. He'll be waiting for us at Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. Seeker, Royal, and Old Neil will form a team to investigate the corresponding incident in Northborough. Captain will stay in the security company to deal with any accidents. Okay. Klein nodded solemnly. He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, Can I go home first and leave a note? He had to tell his siblings that he had something on tonight and wouldn't be having dinner at home. Leonard laughed. No problem. It's on the way. Only then did Klein calm down. He flipped through the death incidents again, trying to find a connection between the different ways of death, the different names, and the different times. As he read, he suddenly had a thought. This is my first group mission after becoming a Nighthawk. P.S. Regarding a plot from yesterday, without spoiling it, if I had to force Klein not to activate his spirit vision so that he would miss the observation, I would have used a gentler and less uncomfortable method. For example, activating his spirit vision but not discovering anything, or it's just a minor mental problem. That way, I would have enough reasons to explain later. Then, why did I emphasize not being able to make it in time and forgetting? Why? Chapter 119. Tingen City, 2, Daffodil Street. After leaving behind a note, Klein locked the door and walked quickly to Leonard Mitchell, who was waiting by the roadside. Leonard's short black hair was a little longer than last month. Due to the lack of care, it looked very messy. But even so, with his good looks, emerald-like eyes, and poet-like temperament, he still had a unique sense of beauty. Indeed, any hairstyle depends on the face. Klein subconsciously lampooned and pointed in the direction of Iron Cross Street. Fry is waiting for us there. Yes. Leonard adjusted his shirt that wasn't tucked in and asked casually, Did you find any clues from the information? Klein held his cane in his left hand and walked along the edge of the street. No, I couldn't find any pattern in the manner of death or the time of death. As you know, rituals involving evil gods and devils have to be coordinated with a specific time or method. Leonard touched the custom-made revolver hidden by his waist and under his shirt. He chuckled and said, That's not absolute. In my experience, some evil gods or devils are very easily satisfied as long as they have a strong interest in what happens next. And there must be a considerable number of ordinary deaths. We have to eliminate them to get the correct answer. Klein glanced at him. That's why the captain asked us to do a new investigation and eliminate the ordinary deaths. Leonard, your tone and description tells me that you have plenty of experience in such matters, but you've only been a Nighthawk for less than 4 years. On average, you don't encounter more than 2 Beyonder cases a month. Furthermore, most of them are simple and easy to resolve. He always felt that his teammate, Leonard Mitchell, was odd and mysterious. Not only did he always suspect him and think that he was special, but he was also sometimes paranoid, sometimes arrogant, sometimes frivolous, and sometimes deep. Did he have a fortuitous encounter as well? Did he also have a fortuitous encounter that made him feel like the protagonist of a drama? Klein combined his rich knowledge from movies, novels, and television dramas to make a rough guess. Upon hearing his question, Leonard smiled. That's because you haven't officially entered the state of a Nighthawk. You're still in the training stage. Every half a year, the Holy Cathedral will compile the supernatural cases encountered by each parish and church into a book. Based on the different levels of confidentiality, the book will be edited in different versions and distributed to all members. Outside of the Mysticism Studies course, you can request permission from the captain to enter Channy's Gate and borrow the previous casebooks. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Captain never reminded me about this. He had yet to have a chance to enter Channy's Gate. Leonard chuckled. I thought you were used to Captain's style. I didn't expect you to be so naive as to expect him to remind you. At this point, he added meaningfully, if one day, Captain remembers everything and forgets nothing, then we need to be more vigilant. Does this mean I'm out of control? Klein nodded with a solemn expression and turned to ask, is this Captain's unique style? I thought it was a problem that came with the sleepless sequence. Memory loss caused by staying up late, to be precise, it's the unique style of a nightmare. Reality and dreams are intertwined, often making it difficult to distinguish what's real and what's fake. There's no need to keep it in your mind. Leonard wanted to say something else, but the two of them had already stepped into Iron Cross Street and saw corpse collector Fry waiting at the tracked public carriage stop. Fry was wearing a black round-brimmed felt hat and a thin trench coat of the same color. He held a leather suitcase in his hand, and his skin was so pale that it made one suspect that he would collapse from a sudden illness at any moment. His cold and gloomy aura made the people waiting around him stay away from him. After nodding at each other, the three of them didn't say a word. They gathered in silence and walked past SON Bakery together, turning into Iron Cross Street's lower street. The hustle and bustle immediately inundated them. The street vendors selling oyster soup, pan-fried fish, ginger beer, and fruits were shouting at the top of their lungs, causing the pedestrians to slow down involuntarily. It was already past 5 o'clock. Many people had returned to Iron Cross Street, and the two sides of the street began to congeal. A number of children were mixed in with the crowd, watching everything coldly as they stared at all the pockets. Klein often came here to buy cheap cooked food. He had even lived in a nearby apartment in the past, so he knew the situation here rather well. Hence, he warned, be careful of thieves. Leonard smiled and said, don't mind them. He pulled up his shirt and adjusted his gun holster, revealing the revolver at his waist. Suddenly, the gazes that were focused on him shifted away. The surrounding pedestrians also subconsciously made way for him. Klein was taken aback as he quickly caught up to Leonard and Fry. He lowered his head to prevent anyone he knew from noticing him. Barnson and Melissa still maintained contact with some of their former neighbors. After all, they hadn't moved far enough. After passing through the area filled with street vendors, the three of them entered the true lower street of Iron Cross Street. The passers-by here were all wearing old and tattered clothes. They were vigilant and greedy for the appearance of unfamiliar yet glamorous people. They were like vultures eyeing carrion, ready to attack at any time. However, Leonard's revolver effectively prevented any accidents from happening. Let's start the investigation from last night's death, starting with Mrs. Lauvis who made the matchbox. Leonard flipped through the information and pointed to a place not far away. Unit 134, first floor. As the three of them moved forward, children in tattered clothes who were playing quickly hid by the side of the road. They stared at them with blank, curious, and fearful gazes. Look at their arms and legs. They're just like matchsticks. Leonard sighed and took the lead to enter Unit 134, which had 3 floors. A mixture of smells immediately entered Klein's nostrils. He could vaguely distinguish the stench of urine, the stench of sweat, the smell of dampness, and the smell of burning coal and wood. He couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his nose. Klein saw Biggie Mountbatten waiting here. The sheriff in charge of the surrounding streets had a brownish-yellow beard and was full of flattery towards Leonard, who had revealed his inspector's identity. "Sir, I've already asked Lauvis to wait in the room." Biggie Mountbatten laughed in a slightly shrill and unique voice. He obviously didn't recognize the much more spirited and dignified Klein. He only cared about pleasing the three officers and led them into Lauvis's house on the first floor. It was a single-room house with a two-story bunk bed on the innermost side. On the right was a table with paste, cardboard, and other items on it. In the corner was a basket filled with matchboxes. On the left was a tattered cupboard that stored clothes and cutlery. On both sides of the door were a stove, a toilet bowl, a small amount of coal, wood, and other items. In the middle were two dirty mats on the floor. A man was sleeping soundly wrapped in a quilt that had holes in it. It was almost impossible to set foot on it. On the lower bunk bed, a woman lay there. Her skin was cold and gloomy. It was obvious that she had lost all life. Next to the corpse sat a man in his 30s with greasy and messy hair. He looked dispirited and his eyes had lost all of their spirit. "Lauvis, these three officers are here to examine the body and ask you some questions." Biggie Mountbatten shouted loudly, not caring that there was still someone sleeping on the floor. The dispirited man lifted his head weakly and asked in surprise, "Didn't we examine and question this morning?" He wore a grayish-blue worker's uniform that had many traces of sewing. "Just answer when I tell you to. Why do you have so many questions?" Biggie Mountbatten reprimanded him harshly. Then he smiled at Leonard, Klein, and Fry. "Sir, that's Lauvis. The one on the bed is his wife, the deceased. According to our preliminary examination, she died of a sudden illness." Klein and the others tiptoed to the side of the bed through the gap between the mats. Fry, who had a high nose, thin lips, and a cold temperament, did not say anything. He only patted Lauvis gently, indicating for him to move so that he could examine the body. Klein glanced at the man sleeping on the floor and asked doubtfully, "Who is this?" I am a tenant." Lawrence scratched his head and said, "This room costs 3 soldi and 10 pence a week. I'm just a dock worker. My wife only earns 2¼ pence for a stack of matchboxes. A stack, more than 130 matchboxes. We have children, so I have no choice but to rent the spare space to others. A bed on the floor only costs 1 soldi a week. I have a tenant who helps with the setup in the theater. He doesn't rest before 10 at night, so I sold the rights to use the floor bed during the day to this gentleman. He's the person who guards the theater's entrance at night. Yes, he only needs to pay 6 pence a week." Listening to the man's long-winded introduction, Klein could not help but glance at the basket at the corner of his eye. One basket of more than 130 boxes only earns 2.25 pence. That's about the price of 2 pounds of rye bread. How many baskets can one make in a day? Note 1. Leonard looked around and asked, "What do you think? Were there any abnormalities in the period before your wife's death?" Lauvis, who had already answered similar questions, pointed to his left chest and said, "Since last week, yes, maybe the week before last, she often said that it was stuffy here and that she couldn't breathe." "Signs of heart disease? A normal death?" Klein interrupted and asked, "Did you see the process of her death?" Lauvis recalled and said, "After the sun set, she stopped working. After the sun went down, she stopped working. Candles and kerosene were much more expensive than matchboxes. She said she was very tired and asked me to talk to the 2 children. She wanted to rest for a while. When I went to see her again, she had already stopped breathing." At this point, Lauvis could no longer conceal his sorrow and pain. Klein and Leonard asked a few more questions, but they were unable to discover any abnormalities. After exchanging glances, Leonard said, "Mr. Lauvis, please wait outside for a few minutes. Mr. Lawrence, please wait outside for a few minutes. We're going to do an in-depth examination of the body. I don't think you'd want to see what happens next." "Oh, okay." Lauvis stood up hurriedly. Biggie Mountbatten walked to the side and kicked the tenant who was sleeping on the floor awake. He chased him out roughly and tactfully closed the door and stood guard outside. "How is it?" Leonard looked at Fry. "She died of heart disease," Fry said with certainty as he retracted his hands. Klein thought for a moment and took out a halfpenny coin, intending to make a quick judgment. Mrs. Lauvis's heart disease was influenced by supernatural factors? No, this is too narrow. The answer is misleading. Mrs. Lauvis's death was influenced by supernatural factors. That's it. He muttered silently as if he was thinking, and quickly confirmed the divination statement. While reciting, Klein came to the side of Mrs. Lauvis's body. His eyes darkened and he flicked the coin up. The brass coin tumbled down and stopped steadily in his palm. This time, the king's head was facing up. This meant that Mrs. Lauvis's death was influenced by supernatural factors. Chapter 120. Supernatural factors exist. Klein's eyes returned to normal as he turned to look at Leonard and Fry. Leonard suddenly laughed. Very professional. As expected of a seer. You seem to be hinting at something. Klein muttered without making a sound. Fry opened his suitcase and took out a silver knife and other items. He paused for a few seconds and said, "The corpse told me that she had indeed died of a sudden heart disease. Do you have a way to divine the situation in more detail?" Klein nodded seriously. "I can try combining the mediumship ritual and dream divination. Hopefully, I can obtain something from Mrs. Lauvis's remnant spirituality." Fry maintained his cold and reserved state as he took 2 steps back. "Give it a try first." He turned his head to glance at Klein and suddenly sighed in a flat tone, "You're getting more and more used to such situations." "I didn't want to." Klein had the urge to cry. He took out the extract, essential oils, and herbal powders he needed and quickly completed the setup for the mediumship ritual. Standing in the middle of the wall of spirituality, he chanted the honorific name of the Evernite goddess and made a prayer in Hermes. Soon, wind swirled around him as the light dimmed. Klein, whose eyes were completely black, took the opportunity to repeatedly recite the divination statement. Mrs. Lauvis's cause of death. Mrs. Lauvis's cause of death. He stood and entered the dream. He saw the transparent spirit that lingered around the corpse in a blur. Then, he reached out his illusory right hand and touched Mrs. Lauvis's remnant spirituality. In an instant, light exploded in front of him as scenes flashed past. It was a sallow, emaciated woman, dressed in rags, busily pasting a matchbox. There was her suddenly pausing as she clutched her chest. There was her talking to her 2 children. There was her body swaying slightly as she panted heavily. There was her suddenly being patted by someone when she went to buy black bread. They were the signs that she had heart problems over and over again. There was her feeling very tired and lying in bed, but she never woke up. Klein carefully observed every detail, trying to find traces of supernatural factors. But when everything was over, he still did not obtain enough clear clues. The blurriness and haziness shattered as he exited the dream and returned to reality. He removed the wall of spirituality and said to the waiting Fry and Leonard, who were watching the show, "There's no direct symbolism. Most of the images reveal that Mrs. Lauvis had suffered from a heart disease early on. Only one is different. Mrs. Lauvis is patted from behind. The hand is white and slender, and it seems to belong to a woman. For such a family, they won't easily go to the doctor unless it's the most serious situation. Even if it's just to line up at the free charity medical organization, they can't afford to lose time. If they don't work one day, they might not have food the next day." Leonard sighed in a sentimental tone like a poet. Fry glanced at the corpse on the bed and let out a soft sigh. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Leonard quickly changed his state and said as though he was thinking, "Do you mean that the supernatural factor existed when Mrs. Lauvis was patted, and that it came from the lady with the slender hands?" Klein nodded and answered, "Yes, but this is only my interpretation. Divination is often vague." He and Leonard did not discuss further. They each retreated to the other side of the mattress, allowing Fry to take out the auxiliary instruments and materials from the suitcase without interference for further inspection. They waited for a moment. Fry packed up his things, cleaned them up, and covered them up. The cause of death was a natural heart disease. There is no doubt about that. Upon hearing this conclusion, Leonard paced back and forth a few times and even walked to the door. "Let's stop here first. Let's go to the West Side workhouse to see if we can find other clues and see if the 2 deaths can be connected." "Yes, that's the only way." Klein, who was full of doubts, agreed. Fry carried his suitcase and skipped past 2 mattresses. He didn't step on other people's blankets. Leonard opened the door and walked out first. He said to Lawrence and the renter, "Don't worry. You can go home now." Klein thought for a moment and added, "Don't be in a hurry to bury the body. Let's wait for another day. There might be another thorough inspection." "Oh, all right, officer." Lavis bowed slightly and answered hurriedly. He then said in a half-numb and half-dazed manner, Actually, I don't have the money to bury her at the moment. I have to save for a few more days. Fortunately, the weather has cooled off recently." Klein blurted out in surprise. "You plan to leave the body in the room for a few days?" Lavis squeezed out a smile. "Yes, fortunately. The weather has cooled off recently. We can put the body on the table at night and carry her to bed when it's time to eat." Before he could finish his sentence, Fry suddenly interrupted. "I've left the burial fees beside your wife." Then, he left these words behind and ignored Lauvis' shocked expression and the gratitude that followed. He walked quickly towards the apartment's door. Klein followed closely behind, pondering a question. If the weather was still as hot as it was in June or July, what would Lauvis do with his wife's body? Would he find a dark and windy night and secretly throw the body into the Tussock River or Coe River? Or would he find a random place to dig a hole and bury it? Klein knew that burials in cemeteries was a law that the 7 major churches and the royal families of the various countries had specially formulated more than 1,000 years ago, towards the end of the previous epoch, in order to reduce and eliminate water ghosts, zombies, and vengeful spirits. The specific implementation method was that the various countries would provide free land, and the various churches would be responsible for guarding or patrolling. They would only charge a small fee during the cremation and burial process to pay for the necessary labor. But even so, the real poor couldn't afford it. After leaving Iron Cross Street's 134, Lower Street, the 3 Nighthawks separated from Biggie Mountbatten and silently turned towards the Westboro Workhouse on a nearby street. Just as they approached, Klein saw a long queue coming towards them. It was the same situation as when people from foodie countries queued up for internet celebrities on Earth. There were people squeezing against each other. "There are more than 100, no, close to 200 people," he muttered in surprise. He saw that the people in the queue were dressed in tattered clothes and had numb expressions. Occasionally, they would look anxiously at the entrance of the workhouse. Fry slowed down his footsteps and said with a cold and gloomy tone, "They can only be selected according to the order in which they line up. Of course, the workhouse will do a verification to prevent people who don't meet the requirements from entering. This is also due to the recent economic downturn." Leonard sighed. "Those who don't get a spot can only find their own way?" Klein asked subconsciously. "They can also try their luck at other workhouses. Different workhouses open at different times, but there will always be a queue of the same length. Some people are already waiting at 2 in the afternoon." Fry paused and said, "The rest will most likely starve for a day. This way, they will also lose the ability to find a job and fall into a vicious cycle of death. Those who can't take it will give up their persistence in kindness." Klein was silent for a few seconds before exhaling. "The newspapers never publish such things. Mr. Fry, it's rare to hear you speak so much. I was once a priest in the goddess's workhouse." Fry was still in his cold state. The well-dressed trio successfully arrived at the entrance of the Westboro Workhouse. They showed their identification to the gatekeeper, who was arrogantly sizing up the people in the queue, and were ushered into the workhouse. The workhouse was remodeled from an old cathedral. The mass hall was covered with mats and hanging hammocks. The thick smell of sweat mixed with the stench of feet filled every corner. There were many homeless poor people inside and outside the hall. Some of them were swinging hammers and smashing rocks, while others were picking up thin cotton from old ropes. Not a single person was idle. To prevent the poor from relying on charity and becoming scoundrels, the Poor Law of 1336 stipulates that every poor person can only stay in the workhouse for a maximum of 5 days. If they exceed the limit, they will be chased out. During these 5 days, they also have to work, such as breaking rocks or carrying cotton. This is also a necessary task for criminals in prison. Fry explained to Klein and Leonard emotionlessly. Leonard opened his mouth, but in the end, he said sarcastically, after leaving this workhouse, they can still go to another one. Of course, they might not be able to stay there again. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, the poor are equivalent to criminals. Carrying cotton? Klein was silent for a moment, not knowing what to ask. The fibers in old ropes are a good material to fill in the cracks of ships. Fry stopped in his tracks and found the traces of the blackened ground. They waited for a few minutes before the director of the workhouse and the priest rushed over. They were both men in their 40s. Saul set the fire here, but he only burned himself to death. Leonard pointed at the marks on the ground. The director of the workhouse was a man with a wide and slightly protruding forehead. He swept his blue eyes in the direction that Inspector Mitchell was pointing at and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Did Saul's show any unusual behavior before this? Klein added. The workhouse director thought for a moment. According to the people who slept next to him, Saul's kept saying things like God has abandoned me, this world is too filthy, I have nothing left, and so on. He was full of resentment and despair. However, no one expected that he would break all the kerosene lamps and set the place on fire while everyone was asleep. Thank God, someone discovered and stopped him in time. Klein and Leonard looked for the few poor people who slept next to Solus last night, as well as the guards who stopped the massacre, but they only got the same answer as what was written in the information. Of course, they secretly used spirit vision, divination, and other methods to confirm if the other party was lying. It seems like Saul's had thoughts of revenge and self-destruction a long time ago. It seems like a very normal case. Leonard let the director and the priest leave and expressed his opinion first. Klein deliberated and said, "That's right. Let's temporarily rule out Saul's arson," Leonard concluded. At that moment, Fry suddenly said, "My divination also tells me that this case isn't influenced by beyonder factors." Just then, Fry suddenly said, "No, there might be other possibilities. For example, Saul's was instigated by someone else. That person is a beyonder, but he didn't use any beyonder means." Klein's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately echoed, "It's possible. For example, the instigator from before. Instigator tries." Chapter 121. Hearing Klein and Fry's guesses, Leonard tugged at his collar and paced back and forth. "Then we'll have to investigate everyone Souls came into contact with in the workhouse, as well as everyone he met after he was chased out of his house. This is very troublesome. Let's make the best use of our time and do a separate investigation here. Then, we'll head straight for the third death in Westborough and hand the rest over to the police." "All right," Klein replied without hesitation. Fry had no objections either. He turned and walked towards the few poor people who had slept near Souls the night before. Klein was about to look for another target when he saw Leonard giving him a look and pointing his chin towards the side hall of the workhouse. What does that mean? He was confused and pretended that nothing had happened. He walked half around the mass hall and followed Leonard into the side hall when Fry wasn't paying attention. They passed through a partition and arrived at a secluded corner. "I have a guess," Leonard said suddenly as he stopped in front of the shattered window. Klein looked around in confusion and asked, "What guess?" Leonard's green eyes were deep as he asked in return, "If it weren't for the influence of extraordinary factors, what do you think would have happened to Mrs. Laubus?" Klein thought for a moment and said with a heavy heart, "It would have been the same outcome, but it would have been delayed by a week, 2 weeks, or even a month. For a family like theirs, they wouldn't have gone to a doctor unless they couldn't take it anymore. As long as the heart condition worsens, death could come at any time, and there would be no way to save them." "What about Souls? If he wasn't instigated, what would have happened to him?" Leonard asked again. Klein said after some deliberation, from the information, Souls had long been resentful about the bankruptcy and was extremely resentful that he wasn't saved. "I think he would have taken revenge sooner or later, but it wouldn't have been against those who were saved. It would have been against the boss of the company that caused his bankruptcy and the bank staff that took away his house." "What would have happened after he took his revenge?" Leonard asked. Without a doubt, he had already decided to end his life. He would have died regardless of whether his revenge was successful or not, Klein answered with certainty. Leonard nodded slightly and revealed his trademark frivolous smile. Then can I say that both Mrs. Lauvis and souls are destined to die soon? Klein was a knowledgeable keyboard warrior. After hearing this question, he immediately had a guess. Are you saying that their deaths were brought forward by supernatural factors? Why is that? A more accurate description is that the life they should have has been artificially shortened by beyonder factors and stolen away. And life has always been the best material for summoning evil gods and devils to carry out terrifying curses. The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he corrected Klein's guess. Summoning evil gods and demons to carry out terrifying curses. Klein stared into Roland's green eyes and said, half doubtfully and half speculating, "You seem to be very sure. But we only have 2 samples for the investigation." Leonard smiled cynically and said, "Klein, there's no need to pretend between us. I've seen you escape the control of sealed artifact 2049, so I know how special you are. You should also be able to vaguely sense that I'm different from ordinary beyonders." He retracted his smile and looked into Klein's eyes. "I once told you that there are many special people in this world who can always do things that others can't. For example, you, and for example, me. This world has a long history. There are all kinds of mystical items, and there will always be people who obtain them, master them, and become the main characters of different dramas. There won't be many such people, but there definitely won't be only 1 or 2. I don't think that beyonders with secrets are necessarily bad guys or villains. I don't think it's necessary to figure out the source of their uniqueness or why it manifests itself. As long as your actions don't endanger me, the Nighthawks, or the entire Tingen City, then you are still my teammate. Similarly, I hope that you will treat me with the same attitude. Of course, it's best not to tell the higher-ups about this. They are all conservative and inflexible. They always believe that special people like us will definitely lose control and fall under the temptation of evil gods and demons. But I'm afraid I have more secrets than you can imagine." Klein muttered to himself and said frankly, "That's indeed my attitude. I only look at your actions and goals. I don't care about your uniqueness, and I don't try to pry into your secrets." After saying that, he added in his heart, "No, actually, I do care about it and am rather curious, but I can only forcefully endure it." Does Leonard think he's the main character of a drama? What fortuitous encounter did he have, and what kind of mystical item does he have? Leonard unbuttoned his shirt and nodded with a smile. "I'm glad that we have come to a consensus. In those adventure novels, this is called the meeting of the 2 main characters, and the wheels of history begin to roll forward." Shameless. Klein gave a perfunctory smile. He knew very well that the phrase "the wheels of history begin to roll forward" came from Roselle the Great. At this moment, Leonard paced around twice. His green eyes were bright, and the corners of his lips curled up. "All right, I'll be frank. I'm quite confident that the main characters of these deaths should have died within the next 3 months, but someone used various means to bring it forward to the last 2 weeks. And the other party's goal is to summon an evil god, devil, or carry out a terrifying, large-scale curse. It's easy to cover up the deaths of people who show signs of death. It won't quickly attract the attention of the police department, and it won't be destroyed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind during the preparatory stages." Klein muttered to himself, analyzing the thoughts of the person behind the scenes. Yes, if a healthy, normal person suddenly dies for no apparent reason, as long as it happens more than 3 times, it will definitely be noticed and will be subject to routine investigations. Then how do we find the altar to hold the ritual? Be it summoning an evil god, devil, or creating a terrifying curse, they all require an altar and a ritual. And the lives that are harvested in advance also need a similar place to store them. Klein believed him for the time being. After all, he hadn't found any other clues, so he couldn't make any other conclusions. "What's the harm in trying?" Leonard chuckled and said, "Klein, isn't this your area of expertise? Can't you imagine what the surroundings of an altar for a ritual would be like?" Without waiting for Klein to answer, he described, "The aura of death is thick. With the altar as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, there won't be any living creatures other than the host of the ritual. The surrounding temperature is at least 5 degrees Celsius lower than normal, and there's a constant gust of cold wind. The altar is sealed by a wall of spirituality, and the lives of Mrs. Weiss and the others that were taken. At this point, he looked at Klein and teased. I believe you can divine the approximate location of the altar with these characteristics. Klein frowned slightly and replied in a deep voice, as long as it doesn't exceed Tingen City. In addition, I need an absolutely quiet environment where no one can disturb me, such as my house. Yes, I also need Mrs. Weiss and the others' belongings. At the same time, he had some misgivings. He felt that Leonard knew too much about black magic and black witchcraft. No problem. Leonard laughed and suddenly took a step forward. He walked past Klein and headed for the mass hall without another word. This guy sure has a unique way of doing things. Klein lampooned and followed him back the way they came. When he found Fry, who was seriously questioning and taking notes, Leonard said with a solemn expression, I have a guess. I have a guess, and I plan on letting Klein give it a try. What guess? Fry asked coldly. I'll let you know when there's a result. I don't want to be the laughingstock of Roshan and the rest. Leonard found a random excuse to gloss over the matter. Fry didn't ask any further. He followed Klein's instructions and borrowed Sol's and Mrs. Weiss' belongings from the nearby police station before meeting up with his teammates at Klein's house. Wait in the living room. Don't let anyone disturb me. Klein took out his pocket watch and opened it to take a look. It was almost 6, and Melissa could return at any time. You can trust us. Leonard paced around the small living room with his hands in his pockets. Fry sat quietly on the sofa. Is this guy an ADHD patient? Klein curled his lips and returned to the bedroom on the second floor. He locked the wooden door and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Following that, he set up the altar and prayed to the goddess to eliminate any interference. Then, Klein wrote the corresponding divination statement on a piece of paper. The location of the altar. He gave a very broad limit to prevent any mistakes. With the piece of paper and the belongings of the deceased, Klein lay on the bed and recalled the scene described by Leonard. Then, he recited the divination statement 7 times. He didn't attempt to use the uniqueness of the world above the grey fog. Firstly, the strange and mysterious Leonard was downstairs. No one knew if he would notice anything amiss. Secondly, he was a seer who was about to finish digesting his potion. With the help of the ritual, it should be enough. If there were no results, Klein would consider finding another opportunity to go above the grey fog. After all, summoning an evil god or devil could threaten Barnson, Melissa, and himself. With the help of cogitation, he quickly entered a dream and saw blurry, illusory, and fragmented scenes. Soon, a scene appeared before his eyes. It was a 2-story greyish-blue house bathed in the glow of dusk. The windows on the first floor were tightly shut, and the dark-colored curtains didn't reveal any gaps. However, they occasionally expanded and contracted. The soil near the house was dark brown. Not a single blade of grass or flower grew there. The surrounding garden seemed to be shrouded in shadows, dilapidated and dark. Not far from this house, there was a river flowing quietly. After a while, Klein, who didn't see any more scenes, exited the dream. Leonard's guess was right. Where could that house be? There are too many places in Tingen with rivers. For example, the southwest of the West Borough, the dock area, the University District. He opened his eyes and rubbed his sun acupoint. He was in deep thought with a serious expression. Chapter 122. 2. Daffodil Street, in the living room that was dyed with the colors of dusk. With his back facing the oriel window, Klein said to Fry and Leonard, I saw a greyish-blue 2-story house in my dream. All the windows on the first floor were tightly shut, and the curtains were drawn. The soil within a few meters of it was black and brown. There was not a single blade of grass or flower growing there. It also had a dilapidated and dark garden, just like the kind commonly seen in ghost stories. The only thing that can identify its location is a river not far from it, a rather wide river. This could be the Tussock River, or it could be the Coe River. I can only rely on the method of investigation to find it. I hope I can make it in time. The Tussock River was the largest river in the Kingdom of Ruin. It originated from the Minor Minsk Mountains in the northwest and flowed southeast, passing through Midseashire, Awar, and other places. It passed through the capital, Beekland, and entered the sea near Pritz Harbour. It intersected with Tingen at the southwest corner of the West Borough and the dock area south of the South Borough. The Coe River originated from Mount York in the north and flowed through the University District on the outskirts of the East Borough before flowing into the Tussock River. These were the two main rivers around Tingen. The others could only be called small streams and did not have wide water surfaces. After listening to Klein's explanation, the pale-skinned Fry nodded slightly, agreeing with Klein's opinion. In the absence of other clues, investigation was the only effective method. At this moment, Leonard said with a smile, "Maybe we can narrow down the target's location." "How do I shrink it?" Klein asked with a frown as he held the silver vine-patterned pocket watch. Leonard chuckled. For this kind of criminal with a plan and purpose, the first target they choose will definitely be far away from the area where the altar is. This is because of the instinct to pursue safety. When there aren't many dying ones left in other areas, the difficulty of finding them increases. Only then will he consider the area nearby. Therefore, we should look through the information again and filter out the areas where the number of deaths was at a normal level at the beginning and has been increasing rapidly in the past few days. Klein's eyes lit up. Excellent reasoning. At the same time, he lamented in his heart, "I really don't have the talent to be a detective." Fry nodded, picked up the documents on the coffee table, and started reading again. A few minutes later, he said in a deep voice, "There is indeed such an area, and there is only one." "Which district?" Klein blurted out. Fry passed the thick stack of documents to Leonard beside him and pursed his thin lips. "Western District. Is this the West District?" Klein clenched his fists and immediately suggested, "Then let's check the southwest corner of the Western District first. That area isn't that big." "I agree." Leonard waved the information in his hand and agreed very easily, as if he wasn't the one who suggested narrowing down the scope. The light two-wheeled carriage slowly moved along the slightly muddy and dirty road. Not far away, there was a wide river dyed with the afterglow of the setting sun. Klein and Fry looked out from the windows on both sides, inspecting the houses one after another. They focused on the grayish-blue color, which meant that the garden was in ruins. If they could see it, they would pay attention to whether all the curtains on the first floor were drawn. Leonard sat leisurely in his original spot, leaning against the wall of the carriage as he hummed a local tune. As the dark scenery flashed by, Klein suddenly caught sight of a grayish-blue two-story building from the corner of his eye. In front of the building, there was a garden that gave off a gloomy and dilapidated feeling. "Found it," Klein said with a suppressed voice. Before he could finish his sentence, Fry and Leonard squeezed over at the same time and looked into the distance. They were so fast that there was no gap between them. As the carriage approached the building, the scene of the first floor with the dark curtains drawn appeared before the eyes of the three Nighthawks. There was no need for divination to confirm it. Klein was certain that this was the building he saw in his dream. This was where the evil altar was. Be it him, Leonard or Fry, none of them stopped the carriage immediately. They allowed the carriage driver to continue moving forward. They passed by the target and left the target as if they were just passing by. When they could no longer see the building, Leonard shouted for the carriage driver to stop. "Klein, take this carriage back to Zoutland Street. Take Captain's place to help." Leonard snapped his fingers and said to his teammate with a smile, "Does he think that I'm a rookie and shouldn't be involved in such a dangerous matter? This guy isn't bad." Klein was taken aback for a moment before he understood what Leonard meant. Fry nodded in agreement. "You've just started fighting, and you're in a supporting profession." "I know. Besides, a person who can cause so many deaths to hold a ritual is definitely not easy to deal with. Only Captain can make things less scary." Klein took a deep breath and agreed rationally. Then, he looked at Leonard, then at Fry, and squeezed out a smile. He forced a smile and said, "Be careful. Don't worry, I treasure my life. Before Captain arrives, we will only monitor and not approach." Leonard chuckled. Fry didn't say a word. He only lifted his suitcase. Klein was silent for a few seconds before he took out a copper penny. "I'll do a divination for you," he silently said. "Things will end well here." As his eyes darkened, he flicked the coin up. Clang! The coin flipped up and rolled down, landing firmly on Klein's palm. Klein opened his eyes and saw that it was the king's portrait facing up. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This is just a vague symbol. There are other interpretations. The most important thing is always to be careful and prudent, he said to Fry and Leonard in the manner of a seer. Leonard had already turned around. When he heard that, he waved his hand as he jumped out of the carriage. You're as naggy as my 8-year-old grandmother, Fry nodded solemnly as he carried his suitcase down. As he watched his two teammates head towards the target building, Klein touched the revolver in his holster and said to the carriage driver, Zootland Street. The carriage driver, who was hired on time, had no objections. The coachman, who was hired on time, had no objections. He let the horses move again. 36 Zootland Street. When Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, Roshan, Mrs. Oriana, and the rest had already knocked off. The place was abnormally quiet and dark. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat, sat on the sofa in the reception area. He didn't light up the gas lamp, as though he had blended into the dark area. Found a clue? He asked in a deep voice, giving Klein, who was looking for the captain, a fright. Klein quickly turned around and looked into Dunn's grey eyes. Yes, he quickly recounted Leonard's bold guess, his own divination confirmation, and the on-site investigation that followed. As for Leonard's confidence and the uniqueness he described, they were naturally unimportant. Dunn would interrupt from time to time. When he was done, he stood up abruptly and walked towards the door. I almost forgot. Stay here to prevent any accidents, he exhorted as he was about to go downstairs. All right. Klein nodded solemnly. At that moment, other than Kenley, who was on duty at Channy's gate, the other Nighthawks were busy outside. Dunn Smith walked down a few flights of stairs and suddenly stopped. As he put on his hat, he said to Klein, lock the door and follow me over. Herr, I'm not asking you to participate in the battle. Firstly, it's to get a feel of the atmosphere. Secondly, we might need the help of ritualistic magic during the final search and inspection. Remember, before everything is over, you have to stay at least 50 meters away from us, and you must not approach that building. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he nodded vigorously. All right. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the surging Tussock River was deep and dark. Dark clouds covered the crimson moon, making the 2-story grayish-blue building look like a monster hiding in the shadows. The garden in front of the building was extremely quiet. There wasn't a single sound, as though there were no insects or life. Klein looked at the scene from afar, his palms sweating and his body trembling. He felt that there were countless terrifying things hiding there, waiting for a bloody feast. Under his gaze, Dunn, Leonard, and Fry, who had almost melted into the darkness, carefully approached the target building. In an unlit bedroom on the second floor of the grayish-blue building, a gentle and sweet young lady with a round face was sitting in front of a dressing table. Under the dim starlight, she was studying complicated skin care. Beside her right hand was a silver mirror. Its surface was so rough that it couldn't reflect a person's figure. Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. The gentle and sweet Triss's expression immediately sank. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside in silence. Chapter 123. Outside the glass window, the garden was overgrown with vines. It was dilapidated and gloomy. The river flowed darkly, reflecting the starlight. The houses nearby emitted a warm and cozy glow. Everything was extremely quiet, as if they were welcoming the arrival of night. Trissy, whose facial features weren't considered exquisite, but when put together, they were abnormally beautiful. She retracted her gaze and quickly walked to the clothes rack. She took down a hooded black robe. She quickly put on the robe, buttoned it up, tightened her belt, and flipped over the hood, turning herself into an assassin. Trissy raised her right hand and wiped it across her face. Immediately, her face under the hood turned hazy and blurry. Following that, she reached into a secret pocket at her waist and took out a glowing powder. She sprinkled it on herself while chanting an incantation. Triss's figure began to disappear inch by inch. Her silhouette was like a pencil drawing that was completely erased by an eraser. After completing her invisibility, she silently left the bedroom and went to the opposite room. She pushed open the unprotected window. With a light leap, Trissy stood on the windowsill and looked down at the lawn behind the building. She looked down at the iron fence that had almost blended into the night. She looked down at corpse collector Fry, who was silently climbing over the fence. She took a deep breath and dropped down like a feather, landing on the lawn without a sound. Fry, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding a custom-made revolver, looked around cautiously, searching for any vengeful spirits or evil spirits that might appear. He could see these things directly. Trissy approached Fry silently and circled behind him. At some point in time, a dagger that was painted black appeared in her hand. Poof! She moved as fast as the wind, stabbing the dagger into Fry's lower back. But at this moment, the scene in front of her suddenly shattered, shattering like an illusion. Trissy realized that she was still standing on the windowsill. She was still looking down at the lawn and the iron fence. But outside the fence, it wasn't just corpse collector Fry. There was also Leonard Mitchell, who was aiming at the windowsill. There was also Dunn Smith, who had his eyes closed and was pressing down on his glabella. There seemed to be invisible ripples spreading around the captain of the Nighthawks. Trissy's pupils constricted. She knew that it was just a dream. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep. Bang! 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 Leonard and Fry fired a total of 3 shots, accurately hitting the invisible target who seemed to be still in a dream. Crack! The outline of Trissy's figure appeared. She first cracked before turning into fragments that resembled the coarse surface of a silver mirror. Inside the house, she turned around and scurried along the corridor and stairs until she reached the first floor. Woo! In this level, the cold wind that could freeze people blew endlessly. Invisible, transparent figures wandered around in every place in a daze and numb manner. Having lost her invisibility, Trissy's body temperature dropped a little every time she passed through a ghost-like existence. When she finally reached the altar, she couldn't help but shiver. The altar was a round table, and in the center was a statue of a god carved from white bones. This statue was about the size of a normal adult male's head, and its eyebrows and eyes could only be vaguely seen. It seemed to be a beautiful woman. Her hair extended from her head all the way to her ankles. Each strand was clear and thick, like a venomous snake with tentacles. At the top of each strand of hair, there was an eye. It was either closed or open, densely packed together. Around this evil statue were many puppets. The puppets were crudely made, with names and corresponding information written on them. For example, Joyce Meyer. There were 3 candles on the round table, flickering in the cold and gloomy wind with a hint of greenish-yellow flames. Trissy bowed to the statue and quickly recited an incantation. Then, she pushed the puppets away, extinguished the candles, and picked up the statue. Woo! The wind howled shrilly, causing the tightly shut windows to shake violently. Clang! Crack! Glass shattered one after another, and the cold and lifeless wind blew in all directions. Fry, who had just circled to the other side and didn't dare to recklessly barge into the altar, shivered. He felt his blood turn cold and frost form. He felt his movements slow down. At that moment, he felt his ankle tighten, as though something invisible had gripped it tightly. An even colder feeling spread from the point of contact. If it were any other Sequence 9 Beyonder, they would definitely be numb and stiff. But as a corpse collector, Fry was no stranger to such a state. He turned the revolver and pulled the trigger at the side of his ankle, as though he could see who his enemy was and where he was. Bang! A silver demon hunting bullet flew into the wind, and in return, a mournful wail was heard. The invisible shadow dissipated, and Fry regained his ability to move freely. On the other side, Dunn Smith, who had wanted to climb to the 2nd floor to avoid the altar, was similarly frozen by the expanding cold wind. He stopped outside the broken window. Woo! The dark-colored curtain behind the window suddenly rose, enveloping Dunn like a monster opening its mouth to devour its prey. Dunn's head was immediately wrapped by the curtain that seemed to have gained life. It became tighter and tighter, outlining his mouth and nose. Just as he was about to suffocate, Dunn stomped his feet, straightened his knees, twisted his waist, and tore the curtain apart with brute force. He used his left hand to grab a corner of the curtain that was wrapped around his head, pulled it down, and threw it to the ground. Bang! He raised his hand and fired, shooting at the curtain that was still trying to envelop him. The curtain instantly stopped moving, and a dark red color quickly seeped out. Woo! On the lawn, Leonard Mitchell, who was reciting a poem, was also struck by the cold wind that contained a strong aura of death. His teeth chattered, and he couldn't make a sound for a moment. At that moment, the messy vines suddenly spread out and wrapped around his ankle. A black shadow came crashing over with the help of the strong wind. The slightly stiff Leonard didn't have time to fire. All he could do was hurriedly pull his shoulder and raise his arm. Poof! The black shadow smashed into his forearm, causing its spikes to stab into his skin. It was only a delicate, scarlet flower, from who knows where. Leonard flung the flower that was stained with his blood to the side in pain. Bang! He fired at the vines that were wrapping around him, causing dark red juice to spurt out. Thud! 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 Leonard took a step forward and rushed towards the altar on the first floor, towards the shattered window. The vines suddenly retracted from where he was standing, as if they were avoiding something invisible. Trissy used the chaos caused by the destruction of the altar and the disruption of the ritual to complete her invisibility once again. She successfully evaded the spirit vision and escaped the encirclement, arriving behind the three Nighthawks. She extended her right hand, and immediately, a cold wind blew past, carrying the flower that was stained with Leonard's blood into her palm. Trissy didn't stay any longer. With the flower in hand, she nimbly climbed over the metal fence and fled towards the Tussock River. At that moment, Leonard, who was just about to enter the first floor, suddenly turned his head, as if he was listening to something. His expression changed as he hurriedly pulled up his sleeves and looked at the wound that had been caused by the flower. With his physique, the wound had already stopped bleeding. It was only slightly red and swollen. Leonard's expression sank as he suddenly pinched his left index finger and pulled out his fingernail. His face immediately contorted in pain, but he didn't stop moving. As he chanted, he used his fingernail to cut open the clotted wound, staining it with dark red blood. Then, he pulled out a few strands of hair and wrapped them around the fingernail. By the Tussock River, Trissy slowed down and cast her gaze at the flower in her hand. She muttered something, and a black, illusory flame suddenly appeared in her palm. The flames engulfed the flower and burned it to ashes. After doing all of this, Trissy stepped into the river and sank into the water. At the same time, Leonard threw out the blood-stained fingernail that was wrapped around his hair. He watched it land in a corner and burn in midair, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. The fingernail, along with the hair, quickly disappeared, leaving behind only a speck of dust. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and flipped into the first floor through the window. He said to Dunn and Fry, who were destroying the altar, "The target has escaped. The target has escaped. Fortunately, our main goal has always been to stop the ritual." Dunn sighed and looked at the puppets on the round table. "She's very vigilant and very powerful. She sensed our approach ahead of time. Otherwise, she's at least a sequence 7 beyonder. Give Klein a signal and get him to come over. Give Klein a signal and get him to come over." Through the brief contact in the dream, he determined that the enemy was a woman. Chapter 124. Klein, who was hiding in the shadows of a building dozens of meters away, kept looking at the target building in the darkness. He could vaguely hear a strong gust of wind and clearly discern the sounds of gunshots. If the enemy were to flee in my direction, should I pull out my gun and pretend not to see it? His body trembled slightly as sweat seeped out of his palms. A beyonder who could use all sorts of means to shorten the life of a dying person was definitely not a sequence 9 or 8 beyonder. It wasn't something a seer like him could face head-on. Even if he sacrificed himself, he might not be able to delay the other party and create a chance for Dunn and Leonard to catch up. Fortunately, the Evernite goddess who wielded misfortune seemed to have heard the prayers of her loyal guards. No one ran towards where Klein was hiding. After a few minutes, he heard fluttering singing coming from the target building. Tilting his ear and listening carefully, Klein confirmed that it was a folk tune that Leonard Mitchell often hummed. It was filled with vulgar phrases. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, he walked out of the shadows and approached the target building. This folk tune was the rendezvous signal that he had agreed upon with Dunn and the others. Just as he took 2 steps, Klein suddenly stopped. He leaned his cane against the metal fence beside him and switched the revolver to his other hand. Then, he removed the silver chain from his sleeve and let the topaz fall naturally. After switching positions with the revolver and spirit pendulum, Klein waited for the topaz to stabilize before he half-closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation. He then recited a divination statement. The singing just now was an illusion. The singing just now was an illusion. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the pendulum spinning counterclockwise. It's not an illusion. Klein's heart returned to its original position. He put away the spirit pendulum, picked up his cane, and quickly approached the arched metal fence of the target building. Then, he handed the silver-inlaid black cane to his right hand and held it together with the revolver. Just as he reached out to touch the railing and tried to push it open, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if someone had stuffed a block of ice into his neck without any mental preparation. Hiss. Klein retracted his hand and grimaced in pain. It's just like winter here. He looked at the garden behind the iron fence with the faint starlight and the distant streetlights. He saw that the branches were withered, the flowers were withered, and many leaves were stained with white frost on the dark brown soil. Amazing. Klein sighed inwardly as he tapped his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. With his left hand, he retrieved his black wooden staff, inlaid with silver, and used it to push open the unlatched door. With a creaking sound, he turned sideways and stepped onto the stone path that led straight to the grayish-blue building. On both sides of the path were plants that looked like ghosts. Such a scene reminded Klein of all kinds of ghost stories and supernatural movies. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing and quickened his pace. However, he had only walked a few meters when someone suddenly patted his left shoulder. Thump! Thump! Klein's heart skipped a beat before it started beating violently. He raised his right hand and aimed the revolver in that direction. Then, he slowly turned around and looked over. In the faint light, he saw a tree branch swaying and nearly falling. You call this scaring yourself? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waved his staff and smacked the tree branch down. He continued forward as he heard faint sobbing and wailing. Transparent, blurry, and nearly formless shadows were reflected in his eyes. These shadows sensed the aura of a living person and the warmth of flesh and blood as they surged over. Shocked, Klein immediately ran and dashed through the grayish-blue building's front door. Is this what Captain meant by feeling the atmosphere? It's indeed much scarier than when I helped Sir Dueville. Vengeance is clearly more rigid than a shadow. It's not aggressive. As he thought about it, he walked to the altar in the middle of the living room. It was a round table filled with crudely made puppets. In addition, there were 3 extinguished candles. Dunn Smith was standing in front of the altar with his back facing Klein. He picked up the puppets one by one and looked at them. Corpse collector Fry silently observed the floating shadows. He tried to reach out to comfort them, but he could only pass through them helplessly. The shadows didn't attack him either, as though they treated him as one of their own. When Leonard Mitchell saw Klein arrive, his tone changed. His voice became deep and magnetic. This is a tranquil morning. It suits the even more tranquil sorrow. Only through the withered autumn leaves. The sound of chestnuts gently falling to the ground. Amidst the slow and gentle recitation of the poem, Klein seemed to see the surface of a lake that was illuminated by the clear moonlight. He saw the crimson moon that hung silently in the sky. The shadows calmed down. They no longer chased after the aura of the living and the warmth of flesh and blood. Dunn put down the puppet in his hand and turned around. He said to Klein, "This is a terrifying curse ritual. It's a terrible curse ritual. Fortunately, we've already disrupted it. Set up the ritual first to appease the remnant spirituality. Then, try to communicate with them and see if you can get any clues from them." Realizing that he was no longer a burden, Klein immediately puffed out his chest and looked up. "Yes, Captain." He took 2 to 3 steps to the altar and swept the puppets off the round table. At this moment, he saw from the corner of his eye that each puppet had a different name and corresponding information. "Captain, did you find anyone you know?" Klein asked casually. After asking, he looked at Dunn, and Dunn looked at him. Both parties fell into silence. I'm so stupid. Why would I ask a question that tests Captain's memory? Klein nearly covered his face and sighed. If it were any other leader, they would definitely find an opportunity to make things difficult for me. Thankfully, Captain will forget about this matter. I really don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, he thought, half rejoicing and half joking. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Dunn seemed to finally distinguish between reality and dream. He said, "That's right. There's someone you know. Who is it?" Klein stopped his act of rearranging the candles. "Joyce Meyer, a survivor of the Alfalfa tragedy," Dunn answered succinctly. "Joyce Meyer? Anna's fiancée?" Klein suddenly thought of souls in the workhouse, who seemed to have been instigated and induced by someone. That was why he broke out in advance and attempted to set the fire. He withdrew his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Instigator tries?" He used the shortened lives of those who were about to die as a sacrifice in an attempt to curse all the survivors of the Alfalfa tragedy, because he doesn't know who discovered the problem and reported it to the police. And if Terry were to directly take revenge, it's unlikely that he'll be able to kill all the targets scattered in different places in one go. At most, after 2 or 3 cases, he'll be noticed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind, and he'll lose the opportunity to continue committing crimes. Klein could almost imagine why the other party would make such a choice. Dunn nodded before shaking his head. Not all the survivors, but all the survivors in Tingen City. His cursed ritual can only affect the people within this range. In addition, the person presiding over the ritual is a woman, not Terry. Klein frowned slightly. Perhaps it's a powerhouse sent by the Theosophy Order to help Terry? Yes, the Theosophy Order's origins might be related to the Demonist sect. It's normal for the powerhouse to be a woman. Dunn smiled and said in a mellow voice, "I agree with your judgment. Although there's only that woman here and not Terry, we can make the necessary guesses. For example, they don't live together, or Terry is out searching for someone who's about to die." Klein didn't say anything else. He placed the 3 candles, took out the full moon essence oil, crimson sandalwood, and other materials, and quickly set up the altar. Using the silver dagger to create a sealed wall, he began praying to the Evernite goddess, the mistress of repose and silence, completely appeasing the spirits inside and outside the house. Unfortunately, during the subsequent spirit channeling segment, Klein only saw a few images of the remnant spirituality when they were alive. He didn't obtain any useful clues. After letting these spirits truly rest in peace at night, he ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. He shook his head at Dunn, Leonard, and Fry. This place was severely damaged by the backlash of the ritual being interrupted. "We've lost the remnant image of the owner." Dunn wasn't surprised as he pointed at the stairs. He pointed at the stairs and said, "Then let's go to the 2nd floor and try again." "Yes." Klein, Leonard, and the others immediately expressed their agreement. The 3 Nighthawks followed the stairs all the way to the 2nd floor and split up to search each room. Finally, they met in a bedroom with a faint fragrance floating in the air. They saw the messy pile of dresses and boxes that had not been closed yet. "Are these cosmetics?" Dunn asked casually as he picked up a box from the dressing table and sniffed it. "To be precise, they're skincare products. Ever since Roselle the Great, they're no longer referred to as such." Leonard smiled and corrected him. "Captain, as a gentleman, you still need to know the necessary common sense." Klein didn't join their discussion. Instead, he cast his gaze at the mirror on the dressing table. There were obvious cracks on the mirror, and some fragments fell onto the carpet. That Beyonder was in a hurry, so he didn't destroy it thoroughly enough. He suddenly said in a deep voice, "Perhaps we can give it a try." "I'll leave it to you," Dunn replied confidently. Klein quickly brought candles up from the 1st floor and lit them in front of the broken mirror. Under the flickering candlelight, he took out the full moon essence oil and other items to create a wall of spirituality. After doing all of this, Klein stood in front of the mirror that was illuminated by the 3 candles and chanted in Hermes, "That's right." He chanted in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the Evernite. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray for this mirror to be temporarily restored." I pray for it to show everyone that has been reflected on in the past month. As the incantation was recited, a strong whirlwind suddenly blew within the wall of spirituality. The broken pieces of the mirror were rolled up and placed back in their original positions. The cracked mirror emitted a dark luster. As Klein caressed it with his hand, a figure was immediately reflected, but it wasn't Klein who was in front of it. It was a young lady with a rather round face, gentle and sweet. Perhaps it was because the mirror had been damaged, or perhaps it was because the backlash from the interruption of the ritual had similarly affected the second floor, but her facial features were rather blurry, making it impossible to see her exact appearance. But even so, Klein still found her strangely familiar. Chapter 125. Faced with a baffling sense of familiarity, other Sequence 9 Beyonders might try their best to recall it, or they might ignore it and forget it. However, a seer was different. Klein ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. He found a piece of paper and wrote the divination statement, the source of the sense of familiarity. Following that, he sat by the bed in his bedroom and recited the statement while holding the piece of paper. After reading it 7 times, his eyes darkened. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep slumber and conversed with his spirituality. In the blurry and distorted world, Klein saw a carriage and a young lady in a grayish-white dress. The lady had soft black hair and a round face. She had a gentle and sweet temperament, but her body was trembling abnormally. The scene flickered, and Klein saw the young and beautiful lady again. She was in the underground market, squatting as she conversed with someone in a rude manner. The dream quickly faded, and when Klein woke up, he understood why he found the image in the mirror familiar. He had seen her in real life. The first time I met her was at Daffodil Street, which is in the vicinity of Iron Cross Street. And that night, Captain and the others were pursuing instigator tries at Iron Cross Street. There does seem to be a connection between the two. Klein pondered for dozens of seconds before setting up a ritual and praying to the goddess to depict the image of the enemy in his mind. Dunn and the others waited quietly without interrupting. Only then did they come over and examine the portrait. "You've seen her before?" Dunn asked. Klein nodded slightly and answered simply, "Yes. On the night you were pursuing the instigator, I met her at the public carriage stop at Daffodil Street. It's near Iron Cross Street. Then there's a high chance that she's the enemy from before, an accomplice of the instigator." Dunn nodded as though in thought. At this moment, Leonard suddenly exclaimed, "Don't you find the portrait familiar? She looks a lot like instigator tries." Klein was startled and immediately looked at the paper, re-examining the young lady's portrait. Yes, they are indeed very similar. Round face, long and narrow eyes, gentle temperament. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that Leonard's words made sense. However, instigator Trice's facial features were still ordinary, while the young lady could be considered beautiful. Klein raised his head and glanced at Leonard, noticing that the latter was signaling him to raise his eyebrows. What does that mean? He was at a loss and confused. Dunn Smith pondered and guessed, perhaps she's the instigator's sister and has also joined the Theosophy Order or the Demonist sect. Seeing that Klein didn't have any rapport with him, Leonard sighed to himself and said seriously, "I have a bold idea." "What do you think?" Dunn asked. Leonard stated very straightforwardly, "I suspect that this person is instigator Trice." "What?" Fry blurted out in surprise. Dunn frowned slightly. "Are you saying that instigator Trice is actually a woman, or that the person just now was a man pretending to be a woman?" "No, from the contact in the dream, I can confirm that she's a woman." After all, Klein had seen too many imaginative and inconceivable plots. After taking another look at the portrait, he immediately had another guess. Could it be that instigator Trice has turned into a woman? If that was the case, many details could be explained. For example, why did Trice's line suddenly break? Even divination wouldn't find any traces, because the target had already undergone a fundamental change. The only problem is, how did he suddenly turn into a woman? And he seemed rather relaxed. The cross-dresser actually looks pretty good. No, to be honest, he's pretty good. Klein thought as his thoughts wandered. Leonard nodded in relief and said, "Yes, that's what I'm thinking." This can perfectly explain instigator Trice's sudden disappearance. It also matches the fact that the upper echelons of the Demonis sect are all women. Dunn and Fry were momentarily speechless. Even though they had seen many monsters and miraculous things, this was the first time they had encountered such a change. You mean that many of the women in the upper echelons of the Demonis sect were once men? Dunn asked in return. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, it's indeed possible. Perhaps this is the characteristic of their sequence potion. Klein felt a chill down his spine. He felt that the potion of the Demonis sequence was too much of a scam. I hope the Seer sequence doesn't have such a scam potion. No, definitely not. One is the Demonis pathway. It's obvious from the name that something isn't right. But I don't know what the corresponding sequence one of Seer is. He subconsciously prayed to the goddess. Potions can do such things? Fry asked in disbelief. Leonard spread his hands and smiled. Even mid and low sequence potions can cause miraculous changes in people. After all, they originated from the Creator. At this moment, Dunn turned his head to look at Klein and said, try to divine the target's current location. All right. Klein came to the pile of messy dresses and picked one up with mixed feelings. He laid it on the carpet. He propped his cane on it and recalled the target's facial characteristics and corresponding information as he silently recited the divination statement. Trice's whereabouts. Trice's whereabouts. After repeating it 7 times, Klein's eyes turned from brown to black. Suddenly, wind swirled around him. His left hand left the cane, causing the silver-inlaid black cane to sway. Amidst the sway, the cane failed to topple over and stabilized itself in its original spot. There's an interference, Klein said in a deep voice. An interference means that I'm in the right direction. That lady is most likely instigator Trice. No, Trissy. Seeing this, Dunn nodded indiscernibly. As expected of the Demonis sect that was active on the continent stage in the last epoch, because Trice had become Trissy, he determined that she wasn't a member of the Theosophy Order, but a member of the Demonis sect. After surveying the area, Dunn sighed and said, we can investigate from other sources, such as the origin of these dresses or the owner of this house. We can also get the police department to send people to investigate the steam locomotive station and dock. These can indeed lead to clues, but that way, Trissy will have plenty of time to leave Tingen. Yes, I'll try again above the grey fog when I return home. Klein was wary of Trissy, a person who would commit mass murder at the slightest disagreement. He wished he could immediately find her and execute her on the spot. Leonard, go to the police department and gather people to deal with the aftermath. Klein, you can go home and rest. At this point, Dunn rubbed his son acupoint and paused for a few seconds. He looked at Klein in a half-probing and half-guiding manner. If you were in charge, how would you handle the matter just now? Let's say that your team consists of me, Leonard, and Fry. Klein frowned and thought for more than 10 seconds. I'll first use divination to confirm if the ritual will take effect in a short period of time. If the answer is negative, we'll first monitor the area and not approach. Then, we'll send someone to inform the police department and the nearby garrison to mobilize at least 5 cannons to bombard the house. We'll flatten the altar and the place where Trissy is hiding. She'll either hide inside and be blasted to death, or she'll escape under the fire. This will easily expose her. I'll get the captain and the rest to guard different positions. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He felt that this method was simple and effective. It was brutal and straightforward, very safe and reliable. Dunn, Leonard, and Fry were all stunned. No one spoke for a long time. Captain, is this method not good? The excited Klein saw the other party's reaction and felt his heart pound. After a few seconds of silence, Dunn said, no, this method is good. However, there's an additional premise. That is, we have to confirm that the destruction of the altar won't result in more serious consequences. Sigh, we've been Nighthawks for so long that we're used to relying on ourselves, Beyonder powers, and the corresponding firearms. We're also used to not letting ordinary people come into contact with Beyonder events. Alright, I've always been a loyal advocate of firepower coverage. Klein added in his heart. In the deep night, Klein and Leonard walked for about 500 meters before they saw the public carriage stop. After waiting for a while, they returned to Iron Cross Street. One of them went to the nearby police station, while the other headed for Daffodil Street. When they arrived outside his house, Klein straightened his clothes. After confirming that there was nothing strange, he took out his keys and opened the door. In the living room, Melissa and Barnson were doing their homework and reading books under the relatively bright light of the gas lamp. It was quiet and cozy. Barnson is exhausted from running around in the day, but he can still persist in his studies at home. What a persevering person. I can't do it, all I want to do now is lie down. Klein glanced at his brother and raised his hand with a smile as a silent greeting. Barnson smiled. I now understand that a generous salary also comes with a price. Everything in this world has a price. There's a price to pay in order to gain something, Klein said as he placed his cane on the rack by the door. I think Roselle the Great said this before. Melissa stopped writing and looked up. Tingen Technical College was different from universities and public schools. Every year, there were only 2 weeks of summer break from the end of July to the beginning of August. Once the hottest period was over, classes would resume immediately. Is that so? I don't know. Klein replied with a slightly stiff expression. As he took off his hat, he walked towards the stairs. He planned to head above the grey fog to divine Triss's whereabouts as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard his stomach growl and felt a strong sense of hunger. All right, I haven't had dinner yet. But the note I left behind said that the security company will provide meals for us, so there's no need to leave any food for me. Seriously, Captain, I forgot about that. Klein's expression changed a few times as he tried to pretend that he was already full. At that moment, Melissa turned her head and glanced at him. She pointed to the kitchen and said, I left you a lamb chop, a bowl of vegetable soup, and a few loaves of bread. There's also a few loaves of bread left. With that said, she lowered her head and cast her gaze back at her textbook. After saying that, she lowered her head and looked at the textbook again. She muttered to herself in a low voice. Chapter 126. Sis, you really like to worry too much. No, you're too meticulous in your thinking. Klein's mind jolted when he heard that. He immediately smiled. And said, Melissa, your worries are very reasonable. I'm indeed a little hungry. Yes, I'll go up and change my clothes and take a shower. Although he was already secretly gulping, confirming instigator Triss's whereabouts was more important. No one knew if this fellow would take revenge on society in an even crazier manner. Okay. Melissa didn't look up as she continued her studies. Tap. 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 Klein quickly ran to the second floor and entered his bedroom. He locked the door, took off his coat, removed the holster under his armpit, and took out a simple silver knife from the drawer. After sealing the room with a wall of spirituality, he took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and took 4 steps counterclockwise. Accompanied by the incantations of celestial worthy of immeasurable blessings, Klein, who was getting used to the crazy ravings that tore at his mind, once again appeared in the towering palace above the grey fog. Having used the ritual several times today, he massaged his sun acupoint in exhaustion, causing a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin to appear on the long bronze table. Klein thought about it seriously and wrote the divination statement after some deliberation. Triss's whereabouts. He wasn't sure if the name was correct, but he had the other party's specific characteristics and detailed information as a guide. With the goatskin in hand, Klein leaned back in his chair and recalled the matters regarding Trissy in his mind. Then, he silently recited the divination statement 7 times. He emptied his mind, closed his eyes, and with the help of cogitation, he quickly entered a dream. In a foggy illusory scene, he saw a steam locomotive that spewed thick smoke and sparks. He saw 2 rows of leather seats and a clean and tidy carriage. The gentle and sweet Trissy, who had a round face and long, narrow eyes, was sitting by the window. On the table in front of her was a hat inlaid with fine checkered black muslin. Klein carefully tried to identify the train number, but he couldn't see it. Not long after, he exited the dream unbearably, his eyes reflecting the ancient mottled bronze table and the illusory crimson stars. I can only confirm that Trissy is leaving Tingen on a steam locomotive. There aren't any other clues. Sigh, it seems like this mysterious space is mainly helping me eliminate any interference. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's improving my divination skills. Klein tapped the edge of the table with his finger as he thought about his next move. Through this divination, he was completely certain that the target was the former instigator, Tries. However, with the other party having escaped from Tingen, he didn't think that the outcome would be of any help to Dunn. Captain has already said to send a telegram to Beekland, Enmat Harbour, and all the major stations along the railway. Trissy is wanted throughout the country. I won't report the results of this divination to prevent suspicion. Klein quickly made a decision. This was because, regardless of his reminder, Dunn was using the most appropriate method to follow up. And in a situation where he couldn't see the train number clearly through dream divination, using spirit pendulums and other methods wouldn't yield an effective result, even if he used a method of elimination. A similar situation also included the matter with the red chimney. At that moment, he felt mentally drained. He didn't stay above the grey fog for too long. He wrapped his spirituality around himself and simulated the experience of falling. By the time he returned to his room, his mind was filled with images of oily lamb chops. I have to sprinkle some fennel on it. Praise the lady. Klein swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He quickly removed the wall of spirituality and opened the door. The next day, he entered the Blackthorn Security Company with his cane in hand. Good morning, Klein. I have good news. Roshan, who was behind the reception desk, waved her hand excitedly. Klein's eyes lit up. You caught Trissy? Trissy? Who is she? Roshan, who was wearing a light green dress, looked confused. You don't have to know her. What's the good news? Klein changed the topic. Roshan smiled brightly as she replied, the captain's request has been approved. The police department will be transferring 2 police officers who have come into contact with supernatural incidents to do administrative work. I finally don't have to stay up all night. Praise the lady. That's really good news. Klein echoed sincerely. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Roshan, he passed through the partition and headed underground, intending to continue his mysticism lessons. When he passed by the captain's office and the Nighthawk's recreation room, he peeked his head out and saw that Dunn, Leonard, and the others were there. This meant that the search and investigation last night didn't yield any good results. It would be handed over to the police department for them to handle the tedious follow-up work. Klein had wanted to chat with the captain to grasp the latest situation, but seeing that he was busy writing manuscripts and sending telegrams, he had no choice but to leave silently and not disturb him. He planned to ask at noon. He followed the flight of stairs underground and saw 2 rows of elegant gas lamps surrounded by a metal grid. He saw the light that penetrated the glass and the silent and unchanging corridor. Breathing in the cool breeze, Klein took a few steps and suddenly stopped. He suddenly shifted his gaze to the gas lamps, and his brows gradually furrowed. He realized that he had made a common-sense mistake, a mistake that could only be made with common sense on Earth. Last night, during his divination above the grey fog, Klein had seen Trissy riding a steam locomotive into the distance, so he had subconsciously determined that it was something that was currently happening. However, no one in this world had invented electric lights or similar devices. There were almost no steam locomotives that carried people after dark, and this was something that Klein, who was used to seeing green trains traveling at night, had instinctively overlooked. That meant that it wasn't something that happened last night. That was the future he had foreseen. It was something that would happen today or tomorrow in the daytime. Klein's heart tightened. He paced back and forth before running back upstairs. He knocked on the door of the recreation room and saw Leonard reciting a poem by the window with a helpless look. Ignoring Kenley, Royal, and Seeker Tron, Klein looked at Leonard. I have a question for you. Do you want to learn how to amuse the ladies? Leonard put down Roselle's selected poems and teased him. He walked out of the entertainment room and followed Klein to the middle of the staircase that led underground. He stared into Klein's eyes and chuckled. He stared into Klein's eyes and said with a chuckle, "It looks like you did a very effective divination last night." Klein didn't explain and directly said, he said directly, I divined that Trissy was riding a steam locomotive into the distance. After the conversation at the Westborough workhouse yesterday, he didn't mind appearing a little special in front of Leonard. Steam locomotive. The earliest one is at 7. Leonard took out his pocket watch from his shirt pocket and snapped it open. I can't delay any longer. I'll tell the captain that I've received reliable information. He quickly went upstairs and left the Blackthorn Security Company. After staying downstairs for a few minutes, he returned and entered Dunn Smith's office. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and watched as the Nighthawks who were playing cards were summoned. Then, the captain rushed out after sending another telegram. Recalling what had happened just now, he had mixed feelings. Different from the warning given by the death of the suited clown, this time, a similar mistake had happened to him. It seemed that he had learned a lot, and the lesson was even more profound. He turned into the armory and entered the guard's room. He took off his hat and coat with familiarity and hung them on the coat rack. Old Neil had just finished making his hand-ground coffee. He took a sip happily and said, "Want a drink?" "Okay." Klein sat down, as comfortable as if he had returned home. Old Neil glanced at him and mumbled, "That's right. Or 3 sweets and a spoonful of milk. You're such a sweet guy. It's not good for your teeth or your body." No. It's just that I like it sweeter when I drink coffee. And when I fry steak or roast meat, I prefer seasonings like rose salt, black pepper, and fennel." Klein had always thought of himself as a fan of all tastes. Old Neil quickly made the coffee and pushed it over. "Do you want to take a break or do you want to start directly? Let me calm down for a few minutes. The captain and the others have received information on Triss's whereabouts. They're rushing to the steam locomotive station. I wonder what the outcome will be." Klein sighed. Old Neil T-scared. "Is the information detailed? Are you sure which train it is?" "No, I'm not sure," Klein said with pursed lips. Old Neil immediately laughed and said, "Under such circumstances, the chances of failure are far higher than the chances of success. Trissy should be sequence 7. A beyonder at this level isn't that easy to catch. Heh, don't think about relying on divination. It's not omnipotent. You will only obtain a symbol. If you're not careful, you might misinterpret it or miss something." Klein recalled the mistake he had made and felt deeply touched. He nodded from the bottom of his heart. "That's right. Divination isn't omnipotent." After saying that, he sighed. His body and mind suddenly entered a magical state. He leaned back slightly and attempted to exhale. But at that moment, he heard an illusory shattering sound. He was shocked to discover that something in his body was dissolving and fusing with his mind. It was an indescribable and unique feeling. Klein half closed his eyes and quietly experienced it. He didn't need anyone to remind him. He knew that it was a sign that the seer potion had been completely digested. The first town that the Tussock River passed through after passing through Tingen was called Venia. It was also the first steam locomotive station on the way to Beekland after leaving Tingen. On the platform, Trissy had changed into a beige dress and wore a round-brimmed lady's hat. A black veil hung down from the brim of the hat, covering most of her face. It made her appearance blurry and difficult to identify. She had already sent a telegram to her companions in Tingen to remind them to be careful. She had also used the items she had stolen to buy a ticket for the steam locomotive to Beekland. The reason why she didn't board the train at Tingen station and instead floated downstream to Venia was that Trissy still had the instincts and rich experience of an assassin. Whoosh! Amidst the sharp and long whistle, the steel train that was as tall as a monster came to a stop beside the platform, spewing out sparks of smoke. Trissy didn't bring any luggage with her. She directly boarded the first-class carriage. At the same time, she decided to alight immediately after 3 stops and use another method to get to Beekland. In the basement of St. Selina Cathedral, Klein closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He felt the complete digestion of the potion and vaguely saw illusory stars one after another. Those stars had an inexplicable connection with his body, as if they wanted to gather together and become one. After an indescribable feeling of hunger and thirst subsided, Klein returned to normal and didn't have any additional insights. "But my mind is a lot more relaxed and pure," He opened his eyes and added silently. Chapter 127. Light shone through the glass, illuminating the detention center outside the armory. Old Neil finished reading the newspaper, took a sip of coffee, and looked up at Klein. How do you feel now? Have you calmed down? Or do you need a glass of wine, an early paycheck, or a leisurely day off? At that moment, Klein, who had completely digested the seer potion, was attempting to use cogitation to change the switch of his spirit vision, making it less conspicuous. Now, he no longer relied on stimulating a few specific parts to activate his spirit vision. Therefore, he could use more covert methods to achieve his goals, such as quickly pinching the joints of his middle finger with his thumb or tapping his left molar twice. Considering that he might need to hold a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, but he still needed to use his spirit vision, Klein finally chose to tap his molar gently, opening it with his left molar and closing it with his right molar. After constantly hinting and making changes, he opened his eyes and smiled. I'm just too concerned about Captain and the others' actions. I don't need to calm down. At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice, attempting to activate his spirit vision to quickly familiarize himself with this method. Cough. 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 Old Neil suddenly coughed violently, causing his face to turn red like a cooked lobster. What's wrong? Klein asked with concern after a moment of surprise. He carefully observed old Neil's aura and realized that the color of his health was normal. It was just that he was a little weak due to his age. Old Neil coughed for more than 10 seconds before slowing down. He reached for his coffee and slowly took a sip before saying, "Everyone makes mistakes." Cough. I choked on my own saliva just now. Shall we begin today's mysticism lesson? All right. Klein tapped his right molar twice almost soundlessly. Digesting the seer potion 1 to 2 weeks faster than expected made him both happy and vexed. Needless to say, he was free from the latent danger of losing control, was about to advance, and possessed more beyonder powers. It was enough to make anyone happy and excited, but he was vexed that it messed up his arrangements and plans. Considering that he still had to stay with the Tingen Nighthawks for a long period of time, Klein felt that it wasn't a good choice to secretly become a clown. He would constantly have to worry about being exposed, and he wouldn't dare to use the corresponding powers during missions that required cooperation, putting himself in greater danger. His plan was to emulate Spirit Medium daily and submit a special application to the upper echelons. He would then use his accumulated contributions to exchange for formulas and beyonder ingredients as rewards, allowing him to openly become a Sequence 8 Nighthawk. However, there was an essential difference between mastering a magic potion in a month and mastering a magic potion in a year. Klein could bear a certain level of attention from the Holy Cathedral and was willing to be the focus of training, but he definitely did not want to attract the suspicion of the upper echelons. He had to find a convincing reason for his current state. His original plan was to make use of the period when the seer potion had yet to be completely digested to gradually lay the groundwork for the captain. For example, he would mention that he felt his spirituality being lively every time he went to the divination club. He would also pretend to casually describe the rules of a seer that he had concluded from helping others with their divination. He would also mention that he hadn't heard anything he shouldn't have heard or seen anything he shouldn't have seen. This way, the upper echelons of the Nighthawks would think that he had unconsciously emulated daily when completing his mission, and had done it even more thoroughly. This would allow them to focus on summarizing the rules and explore the direction of the acting method. This would greatly reduce their suspicion of Klein and only do a routine inspection. Yes, I can also use this to remind the captain and help him discover the acting method. Klein silently added in his heart. To him, Dunn Smith was a very good captain. Other than his poor memory, he didn't have any major flaws. Therefore, he hoped to reduce the risk of him losing control and make him stronger. Of course, Klein could also choose to wait a year before submitting the special application. That way, he wouldn't need to take any risks, but the consecutive coincidences and the red chimney he saw in his dream divination made him have no choice but to improve himself as soon as possible. In the next 2 weeks, I'll lay the groundwork for the captain 3 to 4 times before submitting the formal application. At the same time, I can also head to the underground market to see if there are any corresponding beyonder ingredients. It should be very expensive. Klein quickly made a decision and focused his attention back on his mysticism lessons. Time passed, and the beautiful time for lunch slowly arrived. Old Neil finished his cup of coffee and tidied up the junk on the table. He laughed and said, "Your mysticism lessons are about to end. Your mysticism class is about to end. Judging from your previous attempt, you can make your own talismans now. That's exactly what I've planned for the next few days." Klein exhaled in satisfaction. Charms were different from the amulets he had given his brother, Barnson, and his sister, Melissa. They had to be engraved with the help of a ritual, and they had certain special powers that could be used in intense battles. However, low-grade charms weren't omnipotent. The spirituality they possessed would constantly decline, and they had to be created once every 2 weeks. Furthermore, they had to be activated with a specific incantation. It wasn't something that could be used immediately. In addition, the charms that the Nighthawks could master were limited to the domain of the Evernight goddess. At present, Klein could only make 3 types. The first was a slumber charm. Its effects were similar to the chants that Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell used to make people fall asleep. The second was a requiem charm. It could pacify ghosts, shadows, zombies, and water ghosts. To a certain extent, it could deal with wraiths and evil spirits. The third was a dream charm. It could help the caster enter the target's dream. These effects were similar to the Midnight Poet and Nightmare powers of the Sleepless sequence. Therefore, Dunn, Leonard, and the others didn't use charms. Instead, Corpse Collector Fry, Sleepless Royal, and Kenley would carry 1 or 2 charms with them. However, they weren't of any use in the long run, and they had to get Old Neil to recharge them from time to time. At this moment, Old Neil glanced at Klein and smiled. "I remember that you've been practicing too much this month, and you've run out of ingredients. Do you plan on going to the underground market?" Klein was taken aback at first before he nodded with a pained expression. Yes. He knew the price of those ingredients. He only hoped that he could succeed on his first try and not waste anything. After shouldering the mission of sending lunch to the underground, Klein put on his coat and hat, grabbed his cane, and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company on the 2nd floor. When he passed by the recreation room, he saw that Leonard and the others had already returned and were having their meal. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door of the captain's office. "Please come in." Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed the door open and took off his hat. "Captain, did you catch Instigator Trissy?" Dunn massaged his son Acupoint and shook his head tiredly. "We didn't find her at Tingen Station, but according to the telegram from Beekland, a passenger saw her on the earliest first-class carriage. Unfortunately, she got off midway." "What a pity." Klein was already mentally prepared. He sighed and said, "Divination isn't omnipotent." Dunn's grey eyes swept across. "You don't have to be depressed. It's not that easy to capture a sequence 7 beyonder. At the very least, we destroyed Triss's evil ritual and saved the lives of at least 40 innocent people. Furthermore, we have a grasp of her current situation, preventing her from wantonly committing crimes like before. If she still wants to do something similar, she might be noticed, discovered, and reported at any time. Sooner or later, she will be found and captured by us Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. Of course, it's more likely that she'll be killed. I hope so. May the goddess bless me." Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then, he paused and deliberated over his words. "Captain, I haven't heard anything I shouldn't have heard or seen anything I shouldn't have seen for more than a week. Furthermore, this is under the condition of frequent cogitation and spirit vision." Dunn frowned in confusion. Klein immediately added, "That's right. I feel that I'm not far from fully mastering the seer potion, and this might have something to do with my frequent visits to the divination club to help people divine." "Why would you have such a thought?" Dunn changed his sitting posture and revealed a puzzled expression. Klein deliberately answered in a sluggish manner, "Every time I go to the divination club, I feel my spirituality become more lively. And every time I help someone divine, my body, heart, and spirit will feel a lot more relaxed. I even concluded a set of seer rules, and I strictly abide by them. It's just like the mystery priors: do whatever you want, but do no harm. I got inspiration from this maxim, and I tried to imitate it to formulate a seer maxim. I believe that this might be an effective way to help Beyonders quickly master their potion and reduce the chance of losing control. Just like Maram Daly, she has always been a spirit medium. Dunn had taken out his pipe at some point in time and was sniffing it gently. He seemed to have forgotten about Klein as he pondered for a few minutes before saying, "Not a bad guess. It's an interesting attempt." Klein's goal this time was just to lay the groundwork, so he didn't mention anything else. Instead, he said half-jokingly, "Perhaps I'll become the fastest member in the history of the Nighthawks to grasp a Sequence 9 potion. May the goddess bless you." Dunn didn't take it seriously as he gave his blessings with a smile. He then fell into deep thought again. Seeing this, Klein got up and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. As he helped close the door, he suddenly thought of another problem. How was he going to act as a clown? It can't be that I'm going to join a circus, right? Besides, Tingen City doesn't have a fixed circus. They're all traveling ones. Klein's expression turned bitter. Being a seer is still quite impressive. Even if I meet someone I know, I can still hold my head high. If I were to become a clown, there would be no dignity to speak of. Chapter 128. After delivering lunch and filling his stomach, Klein only rested for half an hour before rushing to the shooting club to practice his firearms. He didn't dare to relax at all. After feeding him thousands of bullets and persevering day after day, his current shooting standard had finally reached what Dunn Smith considered to be a passable standard. Fixed targets were especially good. After repetitive practice, he put away his revolver and took a public carriage to the vicinity of his combat teacher, Garwan's residence. It took him 10 minutes to walk to the front door. Following that, he changed into a knight's training suit that he had just dried. He practiced from running, rope skipping, weightlifting, squatting, all the way to footwork and punching. He was drenched in sweat and exhausted. Rest for 15 minutes. The white-haired, weather-beaten Garwan took out his pocket watch, snapped it open, and glanced at it. He had maintained his silence since the beginning. He only spoke a word or two to remind Klein when he changed his training method or when Klein's movements weren't standard. Klein panted heavily. He didn't dare to rest immediately. Instead, he paced back and forth. The most obvious effect of his recent combat training was that his skin had darkened significantly, turning into the color of wheat. Garwan put away his pocket watch and stood beside the rough training ground behind the house. He crossed his arms and watched Klein relax. He was as quiet as a marble statue. "Teacher, other than unarmed combat, will you teach me how to use a straight sword, broadsword, rapier, and spear?" Klein, who had just digested the seer potion, was in a good mood. He took the initiative to ask. He had seen straight swords, rapiers, and other weapons, as well as breastplates and full-body armor in Garwan's collection room. He knew that Garwan wasn't just good at unarmed combat. Garwan, who was bathed in sunlight, glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "It's useless for you to learn these things. They are things that are behind the times. In the future, they will only exist in museums and private collections." He was silent for a few seconds before he added in a weathered tone, "They have been eliminated. What you should focus on is firearms. Even combat is only supplementary." Klein looked at the lethargic combat teacher and laughed. "I don't think so. All the ministers, all the councilmen, and all the generals think so," Garwan said while clenching his teeth. Klein stopped in his tracks and pretended to be typing. He spoke like a real keyboard expert. "No, they're just retreating from the main battlefield. They have other uses. Why does combat have to be the opposite of firearms? They can be completely integrated together. I believe that people who are more agile and have faster reflexes will be able to make better use of guns." Seeing the silent Garwan's eyes suddenly turn sharp, Klein continued with a slight smugness. "The other weapons haven't been eliminated either. They just need to be improved to make them more portable. We can organize a team with high mobility, bypass the main battlefield, and go straight to the enemy's rear, straight to their core. In this kind of small-scale ambush, warriors with excellent combat ability and various weapons can play a very important role. You can imagine this scene. He displayed his ability to know a little bit of everything, randomly mixing and describing the combat methods of special forces on Earth. Garwin's breathing had turned heavy at some point in time. He stood there motionless, as if he didn't want to shatter the scene he had imagined. Klein glanced at the other party's reaction and secretly chuckled. He cleared his throat and pretended to be reserved. "Teacher, what do you think of my idea? Is there any possibility of it being realized?" Garwin's body trembled visibly, as if he had finally woken up from a dream. He gave Klein a deep look and said in a deep voice, "The effects of your rest are pretty good. The effect of your rest is very good. Now, repeat 10 sets of all the exercises you did before." "Huh?" Klein looked confused. Soon, he came to his senses as he started running again. He shouted in his heart, 10 sets? "Teacher, no. I don't want to use such a method to celebrate myself completely digesting the seer potion. Hey, don't you feel anything?" As he watched Klein run to the other side of the training field, Garwin suddenly uncrossed his arms and covered his face with one hand. His eyes were tightly shut, and the wrinkles on his face were deep and striking. After nearly vomiting from exhaustion once again, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, and bade farewell to the silent combat teacher, Garwin. He then took a public carriage and left Garwin's residence. He didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the Evil Dragon Bar in the dock area. He planned to go to the underground market to understand the price of Beyonder ingredients and buy the items needed to make charms. Along the way, Klein didn't dare to sleep in consideration of the small stash he carried with him. He made it to his destination with great difficulty. "I have to leave a balance of £4 for the commission. I can only use £3.05 solely." He touched the notes in his pocket, took his cane, and walked out of the carriage. At this time, the sun had begun to set in the west. The luster of dusk dyed all the houses. The boxing and rat-catching matches in the Evil Dragon Bar were heating up. After passing through the billiard room and many rooms, Klein entered the underground market. He looked around, but he didn't see the monster, Aid Missile, who was always active here. Didn't old Neil say that the monster survived only because the owner of the Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, took him in and gave him a bite to eat? Klein muttered to himself in puzzlement. As a Nighthawk, he was wary of such matters. Hence, he approached the burly man guarding the door and asked, "What's going on?" "Where's Aid Missile?" The burly man replied without a smile, "I don't know where he's sleeping. He's been like this recently. He's been lying there trembling, constantly shouting dead, dead, corpses everywhere, they're all going to die." "What scene did he see? What agitation did he encounter?" Klein frowned slightly and asked a few questions in detail, hoping to figure out where Aid Missile was sleeping. However, the guard didn't know either. "When I'm done, I'll use divination to find him and see what exactly happened to him." Klein made a mental note of the matter and walked towards one of the 2 rooms at the end of the market. According to old Neil, the room on the left was used for loans and repayments, while the room on the right was a place to sell and purchase precious items, including Beyonder ingredients. After knocking on the door of the room on the right, Klein discovered that it was separated into an inner and outer room. There were 3 customers waiting in the outer room. He lowered his half-top hat and sat behind the 3 customers. He leaned forward, pressed down on his cane, and waited in silence. Not long after, the partition door opened, and a customer dressed in a blue-grey dockworker's uniform walked out. He lowered his head and left in a hurry without any hesitation. Klein tapped his left molar twice and used his spirit vision to look at him and the other 3 customers. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Of course, there were still some minor ailments. After another 10 minutes or so, it was finally his turn. He opened the partition door and walked into the inner room where the kerosene lamp was lit. After locking the door, he sat on the customer's chair and looked at the old man in the black bonnet opposite him. "I want to know what Beyonder ingredients you have and what their prices are." The old man's cheek muscles drooped, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deep. However, he was rather burly, and he wasn't surprised by Klein's request. This was because many customers weren't willing to let others know what they wanted to buy before confirming that they had a particular Beyonder ingredient. Typically, they would want to introduce everything. The old man flipped to the latest pages of the notebook and glanced at Klein. He picked up the honey wine in front of him and took a sip. Water ghosts brain tissue. Depending on the degree of completeness, it ranges from 3 to 15 pounds. Star crystal for 50 grams, 150 pounds. Queen bee grass for 200 pounds. Adult black-spotted frog for 170 pounds each. Human-faced rose, 280 pounds. Only one. Klein controlled his emotional reaction and quietly listened to the old man's introduction. To think that such an underground transaction only had less than 30 beyonder ingredients. Touching the £7 note in his pocket, and thinking about Miss Justice's attitude toward £1,000, Klein silently stood up and sighed. Unfortunately, there's nothing I want. Without waiting for the old man to ask, he quickly turned around, opened the partition door, and walked out. Returning to the underground market, Klein looked ahead and was stunned for a few seconds. He sighed with a bitter smile in his heart. I'm probably the poorest boss of a secret organization. This made him even more determined to obtain the ingredients from the Nighthawks or to find Justice or the hanging man to exchange for them. After circling the underground market twice, Klein chose to buy the ingredients needed to make charms, such as semi-finished silver plates, herbal powder, and natural ores needed for the corresponding ritual. He spent a total of £1.15 solely. I have a total of £5.10 solely left in my stash. After deducting the final payment from the commission, I still have £1.10 solely left. Klein silently calculated his financial situation and felt helpless. Of course, he knew very well that this was because he had only been working for slightly more than a month. If it were extended to a year, he could still save up more than £100. In another 2 weeks, I'll have to tell Barnson and Melissa that my salary has increased by £3. I can hire a maidservant. That way, I won't have any stash left. Klein thought as he walked to the main entrance of the underground market. At that moment, he saw old Neil, who was dressed in a classic black robe, slowly walk in. You bought everything? Old Neil chuckled and greeted him. Yes, Klein answered frankly. Old Neil immediately tea-scared and said, You're really early. That's because I'm still hungry, and you've already enjoyed dinner. Klein casually made small talk with old Neil. After a while, the owner of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, who was dressed in a Navy officer's uniform, walked in. He approached the two with a serious expression and lowered his voice. He said, I need your help. What happened? Old Neil suddenly turned serious, and Klein couldn't help but feel nervous. Swain, whose brown hair was messy and whose body reeked of alcohol, replied in a deep voice. Chapter 129. Losing control? Klein's heart tightened, and he almost blurted out a question. Although Dunn and old Neil often emphasized the dangers of losing control and the probability of it happening, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. For a moment, he was a little panicked, a little confused, a little scared, and a little sad. It was a very complicated feeling. Every year, a quarter of the incidents we deal with involve beyond us losing control. And among this quarter, a large portion of them are our teammates. Dunn's words flashed through his mind, causing his reaction to slow down. On the other hand, old Neil, who had experienced too many similar incidents, immediately asked, Where are the rampagers? What do you need us to do? Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He thought that a slick and lazy semi-retired person like old Neil would find an excuse to reject Swain's request, or extort a large sum of money from him before attempting to help. He did not expect old Neil to not hesitate at all and immediately enter a state of participation. He did not care about the difference between a Nighthawk and a mandated Punisher. Looking at the solemn expression on old Neil's face, Klein suddenly understood something. Be it the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, or the members of the machinery hivemind, their goal was to prevent Beyonder powers from harming the innocent, and to maintain the peace and stability of Tingen City. If they were to encounter any dangerous or urgent situations, it was their duty to do so. At this moment, Swain replied curtly, Be my support. He did not explain why he lost control or where the rampager was. He quickly walked toward the exit. This former captain of the mandated Punishers was clearly an old man who was addicted to alcohol, but Klein realized that he couldn't keep up with him. He had to jog to barely keep up with him. He turned his head to look at old Neil and saw that the mystery prior, whose body was showing signs of aging, had also begun to run. The three of them didn't care about the gazes of the guards along the way. One of them was wearing an old navy uniform, one was wearing a dark classic robe, and the last one was wearing a knee-length black windbreaker. They rushed out of the billiard room and out of the Evil Dragon bar. The customers who were drinking and adding oil to their drinks instinctively moved their eyes away from the dogs catching the rats and looked at Klein and the others. Is it Boss Swain? Why is he in such a hurry to leave? Did someone go back on their word? Amidst the hushed discussions, some of the customers turned their attention back to the cage and cheered again, venting the depression they felt during the day. Some of them were more vigilant and felt vaguely uneasy. Thud, thud, thud. Klein and old Neil followed Swain to the other side of the road and ran into the real dock area. That ship. Swain slowed down and pointed at an inland river cargo ship that was docked not far away. 2 mandated punishers are dealing with the rampager up there, preventing him from entering the Tussock River. Help me influence him and control him. Leave the rest to me. Old Neil took a few deep breaths and said, Okay, but you need to give me a minute to recover. Swain nodded and did not say anything else. He rushed to the cargo ship and joined the battle. Listening to the sounds of fighting, old Neil glanced at the slightly nervous Klein, took out a silver piece the size of a baby's palm from a secret pocket at his waist, and handed it over. Slumber charm. The incantation to activate it is the word for Evernight in ancient Hermes. After chanting the incantation, inject your spirituality into it and throw it at the target within 3 seconds. Okay. Klein reached out to catch it, feeling touched. The front and back of the charm were engraved with incantations written in Hermes, as well as symbols, corresponding spirit numbers, and magic labels. He did not need to activate his spirit vision. Just by relying on his spiritual perception, he could sense the obscure, serene, and deep mysterious power. Old Neil straightened his back and took out the same silver charm from his secret pocket. As he walked to the cargo ship, he joked, Don't be nervous, relax. Don't be nervous. Relax and think about something else. For example, I lent you that amulet. If you use it, remember to make a new one and return it to me. Of course, you can wait until next month, when the material quota is restored, and then do it. This. As expected of the experienced old Neil. Klein placed the charm into his left pocket, reached for the revolver in his underarm holster, and adjusted the firing position and trigger. I don't think I'm nervous anymore. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, he and old Neil passed through the gangway and steadily boarded the cargo ship. The cargo ship had obvious signs of its age. Although it was powered by steam and had an additional chimney, it still retained the masts, sails, and other configurations of the past. Furthermore, it only had a metal shell on the surface. Some parts were made of steel, while others were made of wood. The sounds of fighting intensified. Just as Klein and old Neil were looking for an entrance to enter the cabin, they suddenly heard a loud clanging sound. The side of the cabin, which was made of wood, instantly cracked, and thorns flew everywhere. A figure fell out and hit the side of the ship. Klein couldn't be bothered to look at the figure's injuries. His gaze was completely focused on the monster that was running towards the crack. The monster was more than 8 meters tall. It was wearing a tattered shirt and trousers. The exposed parts were covered with dark green scales. The gaps between its hands and feet were covered with a membrane that looked like the webbing between the toes of some aquatic animals. It had a head full of wrinkles, and one could vaguely make out the appearance of a human. Its scales were dripping with mucus. Sizzle. The dark green mucus slightly corroded the deck, leaving distinct marks. Bang. The monster that tried to rush out of the crack was punched from the side by Swain, causing it to move 2 steps sideways. Bang. Bang. Swain, with his exaggerated muscles, was obviously not as strong as the monster. Furthermore, his punches and kicks had clearly hit the monster, but they couldn't shatter its scales, making it difficult to cause any substantial damage. For a moment, he was in a sorry state and was on the verge of collapsing. If not for his amazing balance and the fact that there were other mandated punishers following him and firing at him, Klein suspected that the blue-eyed elder would have been beaten to death by the monster. Thud. 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 Swain kept retreating and advancing, like a moth pouncing on fire despite knowing that it was a flame. However, Klein could sense that he was accumulating something and waiting for something. Bang! Swain took a few steps back from the blow and blocked the line of sight of the other mandated punisher. The monster seized the opportunity and immediately rushed towards the crack. It wanted to escape from the cabin and jump into the tussock river. Looking at the wrinkled head covered in mucus, Klein raised his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullet hit the monster's torso as he had expected, but it only shattered the scales and embedded more than half of it. The monster immediately let out an ear-piercing shriek. It exerted force with its legs and pounced at Klein like the wind. The strong smell of fish wafted into his nose as he suddenly crouched down and rolled to the side. Clang! He felt the body of the ship shake as debris hit his body. At the same time, he heard an old and deep voice. It was an incantation chanted in ancient Hermes. Dark night. Klein rolled twice more. Without bothering to pick up his cane, he hurriedly raised his gun and looked up. He saw old Neil calmly throw out the charm in his hand, not far from the monster. The silver sheet was quickly enveloped by dark red flames, emitting a soft explosion. A deep, tranquil power instantly spread out. The monster that had nearly smashed through the side of the ship swayed, and its movements became sluggish. At this moment, Swain ran out of the cabin and approached the monster. He twisted his waist and swung his arms, throwing a few punches like a machine gun. All of them landed on the monster's head. However, all he could do was create a crack and not deal fatal damage. However, Klein could sense that the blue-eyed elder's accumulation was about to reach its peak. Bang! The monster seemed to recover as it swung its forearm, forcing Swain to take 5 steps back. Each step left cracks on the deck. Seeing that the monster was about to turn around and jump off the cargo ship, Klein hurriedly took out the slumber charm from his pocket with his left hand. Right on the heels of that, he skillfully recited a word in ancient Hermes' dark night. Suddenly, Klein felt the silver charm in his palm turn cold, as though it was made of accumulated snowflakes. Without thinking too much, he injected his spirituality into the charm, pulled his shoulder, and swung his arm at the monster. At that moment, the fishman-like monster had already jumped into the air. The dark red flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, and the soft explosion sounded like a hypnotic prelude as it quickly rippled out. Bang! The monster fell straight to the dock and curled up into a ball, temporarily entering a half-asleep state. Klein was about to rush to the side of the ship and shoot at the monster's head when he suddenly saw Swain, who had lost his navy uniform somewhere, rush out and jump down. He adjusted his posture in midair, and the muscles on his body bulged. In Klein's spiritual perception, something that had been repressed to the extreme erupted. Swain fell from the sky and smashed into the monster's body. Then, he straightened his back and swung his fist down, striking the monster's head. Crack! The monster's head split into pieces. Dark red blood and grayish-white brain tissue splattered all over the ground, accompanied by dark green mucus. Is this one of the powers of the folk of rage? Klein stood beside the shattered ship's railing and muttered to himself. Old Neil held his left hand, leaned over, and looked down as well. At that moment, Swain stood up straight and stood there, staring deeply at the monster that had lost its life beneath his feet. He took out a deflated metal flask from somewhere, opened the lid, and gulped down half of it. Then, he tilted the flask's mouth, aimed it at the monster, and poured the rest of the liquor onto its body. After doing all this, Swain seemed to have aged, and his back hunched a little. Old Neil sighed, looked at the scene below, and whispered to Klein, "I know this out-of-control mandated punisher. He's been with Swain for 20 to 30 years. His once eliminated water ghosts that killed people on shore, and his captured evil beyonders who tried to escape by diving into the Tussock River." He didn't continue, but Klein could tell what he was implying. This guardian who had made many contributions and killed many monsters had turned into a monster in the end. Chapter 130. It's been 2 months since Lord of the Mysteries was uploaded. It's time for it to be published. In these 2 months, I barely wrote any words or chattered. I didn't communicate much with everyone. This is mainly because I feel that the best communication between an author and a reader can only be in a novel. What I want to express, what I want to say, is all in the story I write. There's no need to say anything else. Yes, going back to Lord of the Mysteries, I probably have this thought. I want to find the joy I had when I first came into contact with web novels. The joy of, oh, there's such a world and there's such a magical world. Back then, every book brought me a different, strange, and interesting world. It always broadened my horizons and made me unable to extricate myself. It always expanded my imagination. Of course, this is also because I've come into contact with too few similar novels. So, when I felt ready in every way to construct a relatively new world and an interesting and novel system on my own, I began the book with apprehension and courage. With the acting method as the core, there are 22 paths, 220 potions, and 220 different jobs. This is the part that I hope to interest everyone the most. In addition, there's the world, which is a mixture of Chulhu style, SCP Foundation elements, the style of the first Industrial Revolution, and steampunk feelings. I've read many books and made many settings, but I know that what I need the most is to properly tell the story, unhurriedly. This is also the reason why I've slowed down the pace of the first book and added 410,000 words of free chapters. I want to honestly go through the plot, to outline the characters, and to describe the world. I don't want to pursue the so-called climax. I want to present the images in my heart that I want to share with you. Thanks to the writing of a martial arts grandmaster, my daily stories have an attractive standard, and I have the ability and writing style to tell a story honestly. In the past, I learned to express, or rather, every writer and author would instinctively express. But now, I feel that I am beginning to learn to restrain myself. Most of the time, I will not talk about it. I will only use my actions, words, and expressions to express my emotions. I will not make any inner monologues. I might not even use my actions, words, and expressions. I will just describe it coldly, just like the chapter on the lead worker. This is also the standard that I hope to maintain in the key passages of the Master of the Mysteries. The various structures of this book are probably the most well thought out of all my books. As for how to take care of each other, I'll wait and see. These are my thoughts and attempts for this book. I hope that everyone will like it, and I hope that you'll continue to subscribe. After all, I still have to eat, and I still have to buy clothes, skirts, bags, and houses for my wife. I've always been a vulgar person. I've never doubted that. At the same time, I'm also a very lazy person with a very problematic personality. I once thought of organizing my fans, just like other authors, but, it's so annoying, so tiring. Then, there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I created a WeChat official account and tried to write something, but, it's so annoying, so tiring. Then, there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I created a WeChat official account and tried to write something, but, it's so annoying, so tiring. Then, there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I once tried to get someone to help me liven up the official account, but when I saw the content posted by others, I always felt embarrassed, so I stopped it. Phew, I want to reconcile with myself now. Admit it, I'm a lazy person. I'm a person who has a flaw in interpersonal relationships. I'm a person who is thin-skinned and wants to keep up appearances. I'm a person who doesn't like to be disturbed by all kinds of miscellaneous things. I'm a person who can't be helped. Perhaps, what I can do well, and what I'm willing to do well, is to write a novel, to tell the story in my heart. That's how I reconcile with myself. I don't want to live awkwardly anymore. I don't want to force myself to gather popularity anymore. I want to create an official account. If there's content, there'll be more. If there's no content, then forget it. Yes, reconciliation is just a form of literary persuasion. More accurately, it should be described as self-abandonment. After the exchange, tomorrow at midnight, which is a few minutes past 12 tonight, I'll update my VIP chapter. I'm begging for subscriptions and monthly tickets in advance. I'll explode. Really, I have a stockpile. Chapter 131. looking at Swain, who was standing in front of the monster's corpse, and then turning his head to look at the mandated Punisher, who had been in charge of restraining the monster, helping his comatose companion up. Klein suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. Be it the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, or members of the machinery hive mind, it was almost impossible for them to become heroes. This was because everything they did was not known to the public and could only be hidden in various confidential documents. However, the danger and pain they endured were so real. Perhaps one day, my opponent will be my teammate. Klein sighed silently, feeling the weight of the terms Nighthawks, mandated Punisher, and machinery hive mind member. At this moment, old Neil sighed and said, "Let's leave. Don't disturb them." "All right." Klein picked up his cane and was about to take a step forward when he suddenly saw old Neil still holding his left hand. He asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Old Neil chuckled and said, "I was stabbed by the shrapnel that ricocheted. I was hit by the shrapnel. If I was younger, I would definitely be able to dodge it. Fortunately, this is only a small problem." He loosened his right hand slightly, allowing Klein to see the small wound that was still oozing blood on the back of his left palm. After confirming that there were no major problems, Klein walked down the gangway and sighed. "Mr. Neil, you're calmer than I imagined. With the monster less than 2 meters away from you, you were still able to calmly recite the words and use the charm." Although the mandated Punisher, who had lost control and turned into a monster, had pounced at Klein, old Neil had been very close to him. In the face of the praise, old Neil immediately chuckled and said, "I'm a senior Nighthawk. I'm a senior Nighthawk. Out of all the dangerous situations I've experienced, what happened just now isn't even in the top 10. I remember once when Dunn and I were patrolling Raphael Cemetery, a dead person had somehow turned into a zombie. It left the tomb and hid in the shadows of the trees. I passed by and didn't notice it at all. I was looking for a place to hide. Heh, you know what I mean. In the end, it pounced on me from behind and grabbed my neck." Klein was a little shaken by what he heard. He guessed and asked, "Under such circumstances, you can still calmly use the spells, or the spells that a certain mystery prior can perform quickly?" Old Neil glanced at him and said with a chuckle, "No, Dunn dragged the zombie into a deep slumber in time. I'm telling you this to tell you that as a Nighthawk, not only must you believe in yourself, but you must also believe in your teammates." Klein was silent for a few seconds, then said half jokingly and half sincerely, "Mr. Neil, you're so wise today." Old Neil skipped a step onto the dock and replied with a disdainful tone, "That's because you only know the most insignificant side of me." The two of them walked out of the dock and returned to the Evil Dragon bar. Klein put away his revolver, leaned on his cane, and took off his coat. Under the light of the gas lamp, he checked if there were any damages. How lucky. There were only a few wooden splinters that dirted a small area. He pulled out the miscellaneous items, roughly patted the dust off, and put on his clothes again. Old Neil looked at him with a smile, mimicking his tone, and leisurely added, "What a pity, there's no way to claim it." Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm not that kind of person," he emphasized in his heart. At that moment, the public carriage arrived. Klein took out his silver vine-patterned pocket watch and opened it. "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading home," he said to Old Neil. Old Neil nodded slightly and said, "Go back and enjoy your dinner. Don't worry about the slumber charm. I'll get Swain to compensate you. He's a rich man." "Of course, not today. I have to consider his feelings." "Thank you for your generosity." Klein opened his mouth, but that was all he said. He quickly got into the carriage and returned to Daffodil Street. It was already past 7, and the sky was completely dark. He took out his key and opened the door. Klein saw Melissa taking off her veil hat and hanging it on the coat rack. "Hence," he said with a smile, "that's right." He smiled and said, "You just came back too?" At that moment, the complicated emotions he had accumulated dissipated. He felt relaxed and warm. "There's a practical class in school today," Melissa explained seriously. Klein sniffed and caught a whiff of the fragrance of food. He was taken aback and subconsciously asked, he was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Who's preparing dinner?" Just as he finished his sentence, he and Melissa answered at the same time. "Barnson." Both of them sounded a little panicky. At that moment, Barnson, who had heard their conversation, walked out of the kitchen and wiped his hands on his apron. "Don't you have confidence in my culinary skills? I remember when Melissa didn't know how to cook, you would wait for me to come home and watch me cook with great eagerness. Actually, cooking is very simple. For example, stewed beef with potatoes. First boil the beef, then add the potatoes, then add the seasonings." Klein and Melissa looked at each other and remained silent. Leaning on his cane, he took off his hat and turned to smile. "I think it's time to hire a maidservant. It's very unhealthy to always be late for dinner. But I don't wish for strangers to be by our side when we're chatting. That would make me feel uncomfortable." Melissa subconsciously found another reason to reject it. As Klein took off his coat, he smiled and said, "Don't worry about it." At that moment, his expression suddenly froze and he stopped moving. "That was close. I nearly took off my coat. I have a revolver under my armpit." Ahem. He cleared his throat and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry about it. When we get home, we can let the maidservant rest in her room. I don't think any servant doesn't like to rest. Yes, we have to find a maidservant who is willing to learn how to cook." He didn't want to suffer from the ravages of dark cuisine in the future. Barnson stood at the kitchen door and nodded in agreement. "When we're free, we can go to the Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association. They have rich resources and sufficient understanding in this area." "All right, it's decided then." Klein ignored Melissa's unwilling gaze. Beekland, Empress Borough, Viscount Glaint's house. Audrey Hall left the ball with her maidservant, Annie. She went up to the second floor and entered the bedroom that the Viscount had prepared for her. With Annie's help, she slowly took off her gorgeous dress and light dancing shoes and wore a black hooded robe that she had prepared beforehand. After putting on the hood, Audrey stood in front of the full-length mirror and began to examine herself. She saw that most of her face was covered by the shadow of the hood. Only the beautiful curve of her lips could be clearly seen. The black robe, the face hidden in the shadows, the feeling of mystery and depth. "This is the look that I've always dreamed of," Audrey thought happily. She was a little worried, so she added a blue boat-shaped bonnet under the hood. There was a thin black gauze hanging down, obscuring her facial features. "Not bad, that's it." Audrey stuffed her feet into her calfskin boots and turned her head to Annie. "Wait for me here. No matter who comes, don't open the door." Annie looked at her lady helplessly and said, "But you have to promise that you won't be out for more than an hour this time." "You should trust me. I've kept my promise the previous few times." Audrey smiled as she approached her maidservant, hugged her, and kissed her cheek. Then, she leaped a few steps back, pulled up her hood, and turned to leave the bedroom through a secret door. She walked all the way down to the side door of the Viscount's house and saw a carriage already parked there. Master Glaint stood in the shadows, glanced at Audrey, and praised her from the bottom of his heart. He praised from the bottom of his heart, "Your get-up is really, yes, just like how Roselle the Great often describes it. It's very cool." "Thank you." Audrey lifted her robe and bowed gracefully and happily. The two boarded the carriage and left the villa. They arrived at a house 10 minutes away. Outside the house, Audrey saw apprentice Force Wall and her friend, arbitrator Zio Doricha, whom she had been seeing frequently recently. Force's brown hair was slightly curled, and her light blue eyes had a natural laziness to them. She pointed at Zio Doricha. And said, "She's an excellent persuader. She can help you get what you want." Zio Doricha was rather short. She was at most 1.5 meters tall. Her facial features were delicate and soft, but her eyes didn't seem to have matured, making her look rather young. Although she had messy, shoulder-length yellow hair and was dressed in a traditional knight's training suit, she exuded an indescribable majesty and charisma. Audrey had met him a few times. She smiled faintly and greeted him. She smiled faintly and called out, "Miss Zio, can I trust you? You don't have to worry at all." Zio Doricha smiled and gestured for her to follow. Just as she was about to catch up to Audrey and Glaint, there was a sudden clang. Audrey looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gleaming triangular spike lying beside Zio Doricha's feet. Audrey and Zio Doricha looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. After more than 10 seconds, Theodorica quickly and agilely crouched down, picked up the triangular spike, and hid it on her body. We have to prevent any accidents from happening. Some people lack sufficient rationality and aren't easily persuaded, Theodorica explained in all seriousness. Audrey nodded wordlessly and answered in a clear voice. She replied in a clear voice, I believe you. This is a tool that allows certain people to converse with us calmly, Force added as she looked at the lawn. The four of them didn't say anything else. They took a few steps forward and knocked on the wooden door with 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. With a creak, the main door slowly opened. Audrey, who had entered the state of a spectator, saw many people sitting scattered inside. Some of them used various methods to hide their faces, such as relying on hoods and masks, while others didn't care and exposed their facial features. Almost instantly, Audrey noticed a black-robed man sitting on a single-seater sofa. The man also wore a hood, hiding his face in the shadows. He stared at the guests silently, giving off a condescending vibe. He's very confident, but his gaze is disgusting. His gaze keeps moving around my body like 2 slippery tentacles, trying to peel off my clothes. Audrey had sharp senses and meticulous observation. She calmly made a judgment, but she almost got goosebumps. At this moment, Force introduced. Chapter 132. Mr. A. It feels more like a criminal's code name and not the name of a mysterious powerhouse. It can't be compared to the Fool at all. No, those who can be compared to Mr. Fool are probably deities or important figures second only to deities. Audrey's thoughts raced as she suddenly felt a sense of superiority. She looked at Mr. A calmly and lowered her voice to speak to Force and Theodorica. Does this gentleman have any past achievements? Viscount Glaint, who was also wearing a hooded robe, was also very curious. Theodorica replied with a serious expression, there have been a few such incidents in the past. Sequence 8 and even Sequence 7 beyond us have targeted Mr. A in an attempt to deal with him, but in the end, they all disappeared without a trace. What a powerful Beyonder, Glaint exclaimed in admiration as he repeated the previous introduction. As they spoke, the 4 of them entered the house, and the gatekeeper immediately closed the door. After adapting to the light from the gas lamp, Audrey saw 2 blackboards erected in front of her. There were lines of words written on them. At this moment, Force, who was holding an unlit cigarette, whispered, those are the needs of the members of the gathering. That's what the members of the gathering want. You should be able to understand. Many people don't want others to know what they have to avoid being targeted by greedy people. So, they will write on the blackboard anonymously what they want, or what they want to sell, as well as the approximate price and item requirements. Audrey nodded slightly. She didn't bother observing the members of the gathering and directly scanned the items on the blackboard on the left. Requires the eyes of an adult Manhattan fish. Spectre's dust, £165. Roselle the Great's notebook, 3 pages, £20. Upon seeing this, Audrey could no longer maintain her composure as a spectator. She was shocked and excited. These prices are too cheap. She thought excitedly and happily. As she walked, her gaze moved and she saw even more items. Infant's tears, flowers, £200. Mummy powder, 10 grams, £5. Murloc mucus, 30 milliliters, £29. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula, £450. Too cheap. The Beyonder ingredients didn't even exceed £300. Audrey's eyes lit up as she followed her companion to find a place to sit down. At this moment, Theodorica moved closer to her ear and asked softly, what do you want? Audrey's breathing became heavier. Roselle the Great's famous declaration flashed through her mind. I want them all. She had 2 brothers, so it was not her turn to inherit the title and the main estate, but as a girl who was the favorite of her parents and brothers, she had £300,000 worth of houses, fields, pastures, mines, jewels, stocks, shares, and bonds to her name. This was considered her share of the family property, but before her father, Earl Hall, passed away or she married, she would only possess it in name and receive a corresponding annual annuity. Even so, she earned £15,000 to £25,000 a year. She was one of the wealthiest female nobles in the entire Ruin Kingdom. Of course, as a noble, there were many necessary expenses, especially since she already had an annuity. She couldn't rely on her parents for everything. She controlled herself and replied reservedly, "I'm only interested in Emperor Rosel's notebook for now. I'm his admirer. I think the special runes or words he created have mysterious powers. It's just that we haven't found the right way to combine them." "Audrey, you're becoming more and more hypocritical," she added silently in her heart. Just as she finished speaking, a young man in a white shirt and black vest sitting on a chair nearby chimed in excitedly. "Yes, that's it. I've finally met someone who shares the same opinion as me. I'm the owner of the 3 pages of the notebook. I can sell them to you right now." Audrey was at a loss at first, but then she replied with a smile, "Then please allow me to express my gratitude." She took out 2 10-pound notes and handed them to him in exchange for the 3 pages of Roselle the Great's diary. Of course, no one here knew that it was a diary. They only referred to it as a notebook. Flipping through the pages, Audrey confirmed that the words were similar to the ones she had obtained in the past. She put away the diary and asked Zio and Force in a low voice, "If the notebook is fake, who can I look for?" "Mr. A." "Yes, Mr. A doesn't allow fraud in his gatherings." "Yes, I can also help you arbitrate in private," Zio de Richa answered eagerly. "I understand." Audrey entered her spectator state and began to examine the Beyondus and Beyonder reserves present. Due to the young man's agitation, many people had noticed them. They were either overtly or covertly sizing up Audrey and Glaint, but none of them could see through the hood. The sofa, chairs, and coffee table were scattered around, all facing the blackboard. The material is ordinary, which means that the convener, Mr. A, isn't a noble and is very casual in this regard. Yes, with the confidence he displayed, he wouldn't deliberately put on such a disguise. Audrey rolled her eyes and observed calmly. Mr. A sized up all the ladies present, and his gaze often stopped on the good-looking ones. He's very lecherous. Why does he keep looking at me? He can see through the hood. At this point, Audrey's heart skipped a beat. She felt disgusted, as if she had eaten a fly. But soon, she relaxed because she realized that Mr. A wasn't looking at her or the other women. This means that his eyes can't see through the fabric directly. His eyesight is very outstanding. It's as if he's sizing me up at close range. Under such circumstances, the hood is of little use. Audrey quietly observed the transactions of the others and grasped part of the situation of the people present. At this moment, Mr. A's attendant walked over and whispered to the 4 of them, "You can write your requests on a piece of paper for me. You can write your requests on a piece of paper for me, or you can go to the small room and write the items you want to sell on the blackboard during the break." Force took a whiff of her cigarette and looked around warily. "Have you decided on the sequence 9 formula you want?" Over the past few days, she had fulfilled her promise and told Audrey and Viscount Glaint all the information she knew about the sequence pathways. Audrey pretended to think for a moment and said, "Spectator. I want to become a spectator. Yes, I also want the follow-up to spectator, telepathist." She considered that she would have to interact with Force and Zio de Richa frequently in the future. Sooner or later, they would discover that she was a Beyonder, a spectator. Therefore, she decided to use this opportunity to bring the matter to light and completely cover up Tarot's existence. Although it'll be a waste of money, it's worth it. Audrey secretly praised herself. At the same time, she noticed that Zio de Richa would look at the blackboard from time to time with a look of longing and depression. "Zio told me that the corresponding sequence 8 for Arbiter is Sheriff. She's looking at the formula worth £450. Yes, I can tell that she's very eager for the Sheriff formula. She's been an Arbiter for more than a year, and she's been unconsciously acting as an Arbiter. She should have digested the potion. All the details above indicate that Zio is short of money." While Audrey was secretly making a judgment, Viscount Glaint stated his choice. "Apothecary. I need the formula for sequence 9 apothecary." Sensing Audrey, Force, and Zio's gazes, he explained with a chuckle, "To me, having health and not being afraid of most diseases and injuries is the most important thing. A rational choice. I once dreamed of being an apothecary too." Force sighed with a smile. She had a languid and decadent temperament. After making the decision, Audrey and the rest wrote their requests on a piece of paper and handed it to the attendant. Then, they watched as the attendant walked around and asked them one by one, collecting quite a number of pieces of paper. The attendant mixed up the pieces of paper and handed them to his companion who was in charge of the blackboard for him to register the information. I need the formulas for the spectator and telepathist potions. The price will be negotiated face to face. Every time a piece of paper was written, the attendant would read it 3 times. If anyone was interested, they would secretly request for a room and complete the transaction with the attendant's help. After waiting for a while, Audrey and Glaint didn't receive any requests for a transaction. They were both a little disappointed. At this moment, another attendant walked over and approached Audrey, handing her a folded piece of paper. "Mr. A gave this to you," the attendant said in a low voice. Audrey unfolded the piece of paper and glanced at it. It read, "Are you interested in other sequence 9 formulas?" The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up in disdain and she wrote in the blank space on the piece of paper, "I'm only interested in the spectator." She folded the piece of paper again and returned it to the attendant. She watched as the attendant handed it to Mr. A. Mr. A opened it and glanced at it. He didn't say a word and continued to watch the gathering members in silence. However, Audrey keenly noticed that the piece of paper had quietly burned and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. After another 15 minutes, Mr. A said, "We've entered the break stage. We've entered the resting phase. You can communicate freely." At this moment, the young man who had sold Roselle's diary approached Audrey and said excitedly, "I've already deciphered a portion of Roselle the Great's special runes and tattooed them on my body. I've obtained pretty good powers. Are you interested?" Audrey suddenly recalled that she had once asked Mr. Fool if the special words in Roselle the Great's diary contained any magical powers. Mr. Fool's answer was that they couldn't unless a deity was suddenly interested. She looked at the young man in front of her, thought for a moment, and probed, "What kind of pretty good powers did you obtain?" The young man replied excitedly, "I'm stronger and healthier. I'm stronger and healthier." Audrey looked at him with pity and said, "I'm sorry, but I believe in my own research more." In the remaining time, she continued to observe the gathering, but she didn't obtain much useful information. She only roughly judged that there were members of normal professions like doctors and lawyers. After another half an hour, Audrey and the others left and returned to Viscount Glaint's villa, where they stayed until the ball ended. At around 10 o'clock at night, Audrey returned home. Just as she was about to get the maid to prepare hot water, she suddenly saw Susie give her a look. Chapter 133. After finding a reason to get the maids to leave for the time being, Audrey locked the door and turned to look at Susie, who she didn't know was considered her pet. "Did you hear anything? Or did something happen to you?" The golden retriever, Susie, calmly squatted there and howled, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Yes, I heard the Count and a few members of Parliament discussing matters in the study. They said that the King and the Prime Minister have reached a consensus to give up the plan to seek revenge on the Fasak Empire on the east coast of Balaam." "Where's the east coast of Balaam?" Seeing Susie's astonishing mastery of ruin, Audrey felt mixed emotions. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I'll give you a map tomorrow." "All right, Tilda," Susie replied cheerfully. "The King and the Prime Minister believe that the most important thing now is to push forward with the reform plan from before. They want to use a public examination to determine the government personnel. They hope to get this matter passed by both the House of Lords and the House of Commons before October." "Really?" Audrey asked in pleasant surprise. This was the first thing she had attempted to secretly guide with her own abilities after becoming a spectator. If it could become a reality, it would fill her with a sense of accomplishment. Susie answered very honestly, "I can't give you a definite answer. This is only what I heard. I don't even have a deep understanding of what they mean. After all, I'm just a dog that has just begun learning." Audrey was momentarily stunned before she beamed. "Susie, you did great. This is your reward." She took out a bag from a beautifully decorated cabinet, tore open the seal, and placed it in front of Susie. This was a dog biscuit made from flour, vegetables, meat, and water by Beekland Pet Care Company. It was a snack that Susie loved very much. Susie, who was sitting upright, sniffled and raised one of her paws, as though she was considering how she should eat to match her present status. A few seconds later, she gave up on thinking and followed her instincts. She pounced forward and rushed towards the door with the bag of rations in her mouth. She straightened her body and opened the door with one paw. She went out and hid in the shadows, snorting as she began enjoying her snacks. On Sunday afternoon, after catching up on the sleep he had lost while guarding Channy's gate, Klein took a trackless public carriage to Evil Dragon Bar. He had originally planned on using divination to find Monster Adder Missile and find out the reason for his recent strange behavior. However, he had been interrupted by the mandated Punisher's sudden loss of control, so he had no choice but to wait until today. Passing through the billiard room, they entered the underground market. This time, Klein didn't have to look around. He saw Ade Missile cowering in a corner, shivering. The young man with messy, greasy black hair and a pale, ugly face sensed Klein's approach. He immediately covered his eyes and leaned against the wall, trying to move to the side door. However, Klein had already caught up with him and blocked his way. He quietly tapped his left molar twice. In his spirit vision, Ade Missile's aura was rather unhealthy. No matter which color it was a little dim. This also meant that although he didn't have any major illnesses, his body was extremely weak. At the same time, Klein discovered that the monster's emotional color exuded obvious fear and nervousness, as well as a blue that lacked rational thought. The surface of his astral projection had expanded from the deepest parts of his ether body. Its color was transparent and colorless, as though it was formed from pure light. Is this the uniqueness of a natural monster? Klein nodded indiscernibly. He stared at Ade Missile's face and said, "What have you seen recently? What have you seen recently? What have you encountered? Why are you hiding in a corner, shivering, saying that they're all dead and corpses?" At this moment, Ade Missile lowered his head and looked at his toes, as though he didn't dare look at the person in front of him. Wearing grayish-blue trousers and a tattered linen shirt, his body trembled as he replied in a panic, "No, I didn't see anything. No, I didn't see anything. No, I just had a dream. The dream was full of blood and the ground was full of dead people. Ha, sob sob sob, I was among the dead, I was there too. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He laughed and cried at the same time. The contents of his reply left Klein feeling as though his thoughts were in a mess. Rubbing his sun acupoint, Klein asked in a deep voice, "Why are you afraid of me?" Ade Missile was taken aback for a few seconds before he suddenly squatted down and shouted in extreme fear. No. Gazes followed as Klein immediately felt awkward. "I didn't do anything to you. Why are you shouting as though something has happened?" He laughed dryly and saw Ade Missile curled up and trembling. He was only begging for mercy and didn't say anything else. All he could do was open up a distance from him and pretend to be passing by. Maybe I should ask Mr. Aztec, but he went to the north of the Fasak Empire for a vacation last week and won't be back until next Thursday or Friday. Before that, I'll report to Captain. Klein covered his mouth and yawned, then he turned around and left the underground market. After receiving this week's salary, his private stash of money had returned to £8.10 solely. However, he could only take a look at the Beyonder ingredients. Of course, if he wasn't afraid of the high interest, he could borrow from his boss, Swain. Walking out of Evil Dragon Bar and waiting for the public carriage, Klein's thoughts wandered as he thought about what was going to happen next. There's only 1 week left, and I'll be able to pay off the £12 I withdrew at the beginning. I'll finally be able to bring home £3 a week, and Melissa won't have an excuse to delay hiring a maidservant. I'll hide the other £3 for a while and save up some money. Also, I have to get the telepathic reader formula from Daxter Guderian as soon as possible or find the corresponding clues. I'll use the excuse of giving my subordinates funds to exchange for cash from Miss Justice. This can be done through an anonymous bank account. In the process, I'll use divination to interfere. This will be very safe and won't expose my secret. After getting on the public carriage, Klein didn't go straight to the Blackthorn Security Company. Instead, he planned to spend 2 hours at the Divination Club. This was to pave the way for the next step of digesting the potion. Furthermore, to Klein, He was quite famous in the divination industry. Some of his old customers would visit him again, and some would introduce their friends to him. If it was a coincidence, he might even have more than 10 deals in an afternoon. This way, even if he only went twice a week, he could still earn about £half. To the poor Mr. Fool, this was quite beneficial. Sigh, it's a pity that I spoke too nicely back then, and my image was too perfect. There's no way I can change the divination fees. Sitting in the club's conference room, Klein drank Sigh black tea as he thought helplessly. With his current reputation, even if he charged for solely, there would still be people who would come for his divination. However, as a seer who respected fate, he could only maintain the price of 8 pence. Although Klein had completely digested the potion, he wasn't willing to take the risk of going against the rules of a seer he had previously concluded. This included not using divination to obtain extraordinary benefits. After all, he didn't know if it would cause him to lose control or something bad to happen. The Nighthawk's internal information didn't have the concept of digestion, so Klein couldn't determine if there were any risks after completely digesting the potion. He couldn't do anything that violated the corresponding rules. Just as he was thinking about these things, the beautiful receptionist, Angelica, came in. She walked to his side, lowered her body, and whispered. She lowered her body and whispered, "Mr. Moretti, someone is looking for you for a divination. Red agate room." All right. Before Klein came, he had confirmed if it was a suitable day for him to go to the club. He had received a definite answer from his divination. He took his half-top hat and walked out of the conference room. He saw a customer waiting at the entrance of the red agate room. This customer was a girl of 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a light blue dress with ruffles and holding a gauze hat of the same color. She had naturally curly brown hair, a cute face with baby fat, and a pair of beautiful light blue eyes. Elizabeth. Klein recognized her as his sister's good friend, Elizabeth, who studied at Evo's public school. He had once helped her choose an amulet and resolved Selena's magic mirror divination incident with her help. Elizabeth was equally pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Moretti, is it really you? I was wondering if it was you when I saw the name. After all, I'm a mysticism enthusiast." Klein explained helplessly before adding, "Don't tell Melissa. Oh, and Selena. The result of my divination was that it was suitable for me to come to the club. How did I end up meeting Elizabeth?" As he shook his head, he turned around and opened the door to the red agate room. At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice. He slowly entered the room and sat in the fortune-teller's seat. He looked up at Elizabeth. With just a glance, his brows furrowed. The young lady's aura was dyed with a layer of dark green, a sign of being haunted by ghosts and vengeful spirits. Klein calmly made a judgment and asked, "Have you been having nightmares recently? Do you have recurring nightmares in which the things in your dreams are repeating?" Elizabeth, who had just locked the door, was stunned before she could even sit down. After a long while, she finally replied. It took her a long time before she replied, "Yes. That's why I'm looking for you." Klein leaned back and asked, "What kind of dreams did you have? When did it start?" "Since the last 2 days of my vacation in Lamed Town." "Oh, my family has a small manor there." Elizabeth could be considered half a mysticism enthusiast, so she had long recalled the corresponding situation. "In my dreams, I would always meet a knight dressed in full black armor. He held a huge broadsword in his hand, and his face was completely covered by a helmet. All I could see was a pair of glowing red eyes. He kept trying to approach me, and I would run away in fear. The distance between us grew closer and closer." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "In the 2 or 3 days before you had such a dream, did you come into contact with antiques, ancient ruins, funerary objects, or mausoleums?" Elizabeth recalled for more than 10 seconds before saying, I went to the mountains near Lamed Town a few days ago. There was an abandoned castle there. This is the standard opening of a supernatural novel." Klein lampooned silently and pressed, "What's wrong?" He pressed, "Then, did you leave anything behind in the castle? Or did you take anything from the castle?" Elizabeth knitted her pretty eyebrows together, and after a while she asked uncertainly, "I was pricked by the thorns and bled. Does any blood left behind count?" Klein nodded solemnly and answered in a deep voice. Chapter 134. Upon hearing Klein's answer, Elizabeth immediately felt a little nervous. She subconsciously sped up and said, "Can you help me divine the reason? It would be even better if you could divine the solution. Divination can at most provide a direction for the solution. Furthermore, it's filled with symbolism, blurry, and easy to misinterpret. Of course, you're very lucky. I'm not just a simple seer, but a true scholar of mysticism." Klein silently lampooned the girl's question and said solemnly, "Since it's related to a dream, I suggest using divination in this aspect." All right. Elizabeth nodded like a chick eating its food. Klein maintained his professional demeanor and said, "I need you to sleep here and recreate that dream. That won't be a problem, right?" Klein maintained his professional demeanor and said, "I need you to sleep here and recreate that dream. That won't be a problem, right?" However, she quickly added with a stutter, But I can't guarantee that I'll definitely have that dream." But she quickly stuttered and added, But I can't guarantee, I will definitely have that dream." Then, she quickly added with a stutter, But I can't guarantee that I'll definitely have that dream." Then, he pointed to the sofa by the side of the onyx divination room and said, "Please. No, there's no need. I'll just sleep here." Elizabeth shook her head gently and crossed her arms. "When I feel tired in public school, I'll sleep like this during the break between classes." As she spoke, she used her arms as a pillow and leaned her upper body forward to the edge of the table. "All right, you can pretend that I don't exist." Klein smiled as he observed her aura and the color of her emotions to determine if the girl had successfully fallen asleep. "Okay." Elizabeth closed her eyes and buried her face in her arms, trying her best to even out her breathing. Klein didn't say another word as he leaned back in his chair. The room immediately became abnormally peaceful. It was a feeling that calmed one's mind and made one forget external peace. After a while, after confirming that Elizabeth had fallen asleep, Klein took out a semicircular silver sheet from his pocket. It was filled with Hermes words that were difficult for ordinary people to understand, as well as all sorts of symbols, numbers, and labels. This was the dream charm that Klein had successfully created yesterday morning. At the same time, he had also completed 2 slumber charms and 2 requiem charms. The former was a rectangular silver sheet, while the latter was a triangular one. This allowed him to differentiate between them in an intense battle. "Crimson," Klein said in a deep voice as he said a word in ancient Hermes. This was the activation incantation that he had set up. As there was still a follow-up segment to inject spirituality, there was no need for it to be different from others. It was fine as long as it was suitable for memory and short enough. As the mysterious voice reverberated, Klein felt the dream charm in his palm turn light, as though it had temporarily lost its weight. After the spirituality was infused, he immediately placed the talisman on the table in front of him. A transparent flame rose silently and wrapped around the talisman, burning it with a deep and serene black color. The blackness quickly spread out and enveloped Klein and Elizabeth. Klein seized the opportunity and entered a state of cogitation. Using his spirituality, he saw an illusory and hazy oval ball of light in front of him. This ball of light was surrounded by boundless darkness, making it look exceptionally lonely. Klein didn't dare delay. He immediately released his spirituality and touched the incorporeal light ball. Silently, the scenery around him began to turn upside down, but it quickly fixed into a yellowish-brown plain. There were many dead horses and humans on the plain. There was blood and weapons everywhere. Elizabeth was wearing a regal dress with long sleeves and a gauze hat. She was looking around in a daze. She immediately caught sight of Klein, and a pleasantly surprised smile surfaced on her face. "Mr. Moretti, we meet again. Back when I went to the divination club with Selena to get someone to do a divination, I suspected that the Klein Moretti on the list was you. Later on, I went a few more times, but because I had to attend classes, I always missed your schedule. When it was summer break and I was free, Father and Mother brought me to Lamed Town for a vacation. You will definitely be able to help me, right?" As he listened to the girl's rambling, Klein was momentarily taken aback. "So Elizabeth had long suspected that I was working part-time at the divination club. She even specially came to look for me a few times. She didn't show any signs of abnormality just now. Yes, the surprise was real, and it happened to cover up my true thoughts. Indeed, everyone is honest in their dreams, except for me, Mr. Fool. While he was deep in thought, Elizabeth's dream changed. A tall knight, who was more than 9 meters tall, dragged a broadsword that could touch the ground and walked over step by step. The knight was wearing black full-body armor, and there was a faint sound of metal clanking as he moved. 2 flame-like red lights shone through the gaps in his visor as he stared intently at Klein and Elizabeth. The thoughts of a wraith. It's not even at the level of an evil spirit. Klein, who was already in a spirituality state, didn't need to activate his spirit vision. In the classification of the Nighthawk's internal data, remnant resentment and indignation were the weakest and easiest to deal with, followed by shadows and wraiths. Evil spirits were considered extremely troublesome soul-type monsters, and the most terrifying evil spirit was said to be in no way weaker than a high-sequence beyonder. With this in mind, Klein took a step forward and stood in front of Elizabeth. Then, he stomped his right foot heavily, shattering the dream. Countless firefly-like beams of light flew as his spirituality returned to his body, allowing his eyes to see the dim onyx divination room once again. He saw the table with all sorts of divination props, and the dream charm that had been burnt to a crisp, leaving only a small amount of ash. Looking at this scene, Klein couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he thought about how the charms in the Evernight goddess's domain were made of pure silver. This thing is burning money. Even if I don't consider the cost of labor, just the various materials alone would cost an average of 6 to 8 soli per charm. Yes, thinking about the beyondness of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, I feel a lot more balanced. After all, they burn gold. The corresponding metal for the sun domain was gold. At this moment, Elizabeth softly grunted and slowly woke up. She sat up straight again. She evaded Klein's gaze and said, "Mr. Moretti, are there any results from your divination?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. "The nightmare will disappear on its own in less than a week. I'll report to the captain and have him send someone to Lamed Town to deal with it." Klein filled in the unspoken part in his heart. "Really? That was great. Thank you, Mr. Moretti." Elizabeth suddenly became excited and moved. Then, she suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Klein asked with concern. "Nothing, I just remembered that I have to go home." She slowly took out the 1 soli note that she had prepared earlier and placed it on the table. Then, she took her hat and bid Klein farewell in a reserved manner. After leaving the red agate divination room, she walked briskly to the staircase outside the door. After confirming that no one was watching, she shook her arms and cried out in pain, "So numb, so numb." Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Dunn rubbed his forehead. His grey eyes stared at Klein opposite him. "Did you encounter another Beyonder incident when you returned so suddenly?" "Hey, Captain, why do you sound so disdainful?" Klein cleared his throat and answered without hesitation, "Yes." "What incident? What incident?" Dunn Smith rubbed his forehead again. Klein answered in a clear manner, "2 incidents. 2 things. First, when I went to the underground market to buy the talisman materials, I found monster Adamisol curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. At this point, he frantically hinted that he needed to pay for the materials. As for the cost of searching for Daxter Guderian, he couldn't bring himself to mention it since it involved the Red Chimney. Furthermore, he deeply regretted not entrusting it to 2 detective agencies. Dunn didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning behind Klein's words. He nodded and said, "What happened to Aid Missile?" Klein exhaled silently and described in detail, "Aid Missile had a dream. Adamisol had a dream. He dreamed that the ground was covered with blood and dead people, including himself. He was terrified." Dunn spoke slowly, as though he was in deep thought. "As a seer, what do you think this symbolizes?" "A disaster. A disaster that affected a wide area. Other than that, there's no other information. Besides, not every dream of Aid Missile has any symbolic meaning," Klein answered after some deliberation. "I'll submit it to the Holy Cathedral and see what their opinion is." Dunn shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "This isn't something I'm good at." Klein didn't have any other ideas, so he switched to talking about Elizabeth being haunted by a wraith. Lamed Town. That lady is a believer of the goddess, right? Dunn asked thoughtfully. Yes, Klein answered affirmatively. Then there's no problem. You and I will head to Lamed Town now and try to enjoy dinner there. Oh, and bring Fry along. His powers are very useful when it comes to matters related to corpses and ghosts. Dunn rubbed his son acupoint, trying hard to remember if he had forgotten anything. If Elizabeth didn't believe in the Evernite goddess, then she would have to hand it over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hivemind according to her specific faith. If her faith wasn't even in the 3 major churches, then it would belong to the machinery hivemind, which was in charge of the suburbs. Klein didn't say anything else. After waiting quietly for a while, he finally heard Dunn add, also, the 3 of us will be working together. Also, the 3 of us are working together, so we can apply to use sealed artifact 3-0782. 3-0782? Klein thought hard for a while before remembering that the corresponding sealed artifact was the mutated sun sacred emblem. The beyonder effects of this sacred emblem seemed to be able to last for a very long time. Its function was to constantly purify corpses and ghosts within a 15-meter radius. Its disadvantage was that it would also purify the souls of ordinary people. Research showed that if an ordinary person were to stay within a 15-meter radius for an hour, they would become an idiot who only knew how to praise the sun. The limit for a beyonder was 6 hours. As for ghosts and corpses, they would dissipate in less than a minute. Captain actually remembers the codename of this sealed artifact. F***CK, I feel like my memory is inferior to his. Klein was suddenly stunned and nearly found a noodle to hang himself. At this moment, Dunn Smith leaned back and asked with his grey eyes, "What's your plan?" Chapter 135. Captain, that's the question I wanted you to ask. Klein nodded seriously. I feel even better. I even believe that I can pass the Holy Cathedral's test right now. It's an indescribable feeling and confidence. Realizing that his answer might have been a little vague, he couldn't help but add, perhaps the potion's name is the key. Perhaps the name of the potion really is the key. When I strictly follow the principles of a seer that I came up with to be a fortune-teller, everything becomes better and easier. Yes, I can already use a more covert method to activate spirit vision. Dunn frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing as he muttered to himself in thought, the potion's name. After about 10 seconds, he looked at Klein again. Do you need to go back and inform your family? Sunday is the 2nd day after you started guarding Channy's gate. You should be able to rest. Considering that Elizabeth was his sister's good friend and that he had promised to resolve the problem in a week, Klein didn't feel awkward and replied, there's no need to waste time. After we set off, we can just make the carriage circle around Daffodil Street. All right, go look for Fry. I'll fill in the application form and retrieve sealed artifact 3-0782, said Dunn as he pointed to the lounge diagonally opposite. Fry was a corpse collector and didn't have the energy of a sleepless. If he had the time, he would usually take an afternoon nap. He filled in the application form himself, signed it himself, and retrieved it himself. Captain, there's a loophole in our management system. Klein lampooned silently. He took his hat and left Dunn's office, knocking on the door diagonally opposite. After knocking thrice, Fry opened the door and looked at Klein with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? As he had just taken an afternoon nap, his hair was a little messy and his shirt wasn't neatly dressed. His cold and gloomy aura was greatly diluted. However, he still looks like a dead man who had just crawled out of his coffin. Klein hid his smile and answered seriously, there's a case that involves a wraith. There's a case involving vengeful spirits. The captain hopes to get your help. All right. Fry subconsciously raised his hand and smoothed his messy hair. He once again turned into a cold and unapproachable person. After he was dressed, the two of them sat on the sofa in the reception hall for 7 or 8 minutes before they felt their surroundings become warm and pure, as if they were receiving the holy light of the sun. Then, they saw Dunn Smith walk out of the partition with an ancient badge the size of half a palm in his hand. The emblem was dark gold in color, and it was engraved with the symbol of the sun. There were lines that extended to the edges. It was sealed artifact 3-0782 from the Republic of Intes, formerly known as the mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. Intes was the country that Roselle had changed from an empire to a republic and then from a republic back to an empire. Now, it had established a stable republic system and was located on the west coast of the northern continent. It was separated from the Kingdom of Ruin by landmarks such as Midseashire and the Hornacis mountain range. Ever since Intes was founded, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had been the mainstream, suppressing the Church of the God of Craftsmanship until the latter changed its name to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Therefore, the country was also known as the Nation of the Sun. Let's set off. Fry, you'll be in charge of driving. Caesar won't be able to withstand the purification of the sacred emblem for that long, Dunn instructed calmly. Caesar Francis was a civilian in charge of purchasing and applying for supplies. He was also a part-time carriage driver, but he was an ordinary person and couldn't stay within a 15-meter radius of sealed artifact 3-0782 for more than an hour. According to Klein's understanding, it would take at least 2.5 hours to travel from Zoutland Street to Lamet Town, and that didn't include the time needed to make a detour to Daffodil Street. All right. Fry didn't decline. He only checked his belongings again to make sure he didn't miss anything. When the afterglow of the sun dyed the spire of the town's cathedral gold, the Nighthawk's carriage finally arrived at Lamed Town after making a detour from Daffodil Street. The town was located northwest of Tingen. Many of the buildings still retained the characteristics of the era before the age of steam. There were almost no factories, and it was the commercial hub for all the nearby villages. After parking the carriage at the corresponding spot in the town's inn, Dunn glanced at the barber shop opposite him. I just asked the local residents. It's only a 15-minute walk from here to the abandoned castle on the mountain. It said that it belonged to the feudal lord who ruled this place during the end of the Fourth Epoch. However, something happened after that, and it became what it is now. Of course, their descriptions can only be attributed to folklore. All right, let's go over now and finish off the wraith before nightfall. Then, we'll take turns to guard 3-0782 and keep it away from ordinary people. It had been 3 hours since Dunn obtained the mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. They were getting closer and closer to the limits of Beyond Us. It wouldn't be long before they had to split up and give each other time to recover. All right, Fry answered briefly. I'm fine with it. Klein secretly touched the slumber charm and requiem charm in his pocket. 3 Nighthawks wearing black windbreakers and matching top hats or felt hats walked through the streets of the town and headed for the nearby hill from a fork in the road. The path was overgrown with weeds and bushes, but the road was wide enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side. Not long after, they saw an ancient castle with a collapsed outer wall. The outer wall that was still standing was covered in green plants, and the exposed areas were mottled. Before they even got close, Klein felt a bone-chilling cold. Goosebumps appeared on his arms. There's indeed a wraith, Fry said in a flat tone as he looked at the ancient castle. Dunn turned his head to look at one of the newly promoted Nighthawks and smiled. Don't worry. With 3-0782 and Fry around, the wraith won't cause too much trouble. He held the custom-made revolver in one hand and the mutated Sun Sacred Emblem in the other. He took the lead and walked towards the ruined ancient castle. Klein followed closely behind, ready to pull the trigger, smash his cane, or use a charm at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Dunn was less than 5 meters away from the ancient castle, the damaged stable and well entered Klein's vision. A cold wind that could only be described as mournful blew over, as though it was rejecting the arrival of uninvited guests. The 3 Nighthawks didn't stop and continued forward. The warm and pure feeling gradually dispersed the cold as it occupied the front of the ancient castle. They stepped on the stacked stones and passed through the collapsed outer wall. They slowly entered the ancient castle that had lost its main door and stepped on the shattered tiles. The ancient castle's hall, which was covered in moss, was rather spacious. However, the windows were narrow and located high up, making lighting a difficult task. It made the place dark and gloomy. This is also a characteristic of ancient buildings from the end of the Fourth Epoch and the beginning of the Fifth Epoch. The pseudo-historian Klein instinctively made a judgment as he secretly activated his spirit vision. At that moment, An illusory but ear-piercing roar erupted. A thick black fog suddenly emanated out of nowhere, resisting the invasion of the warmth and purity. A tall figure quickly appeared from the black fog. He wore black full-body armor and held a broadsword that normal people wouldn't be able to wield. This wraith was identical to the one Klein had seen in Elizabeth's dream. Two flame-like red lights pierced through the gaps in the visor, staring coldly but angrily at the three Nighthawks. "You've disturbed my slumber. You must repay me with your flesh and blood." He suddenly took a step forward and approached Dunn in an instant. The broadsword in his hand slashed down heavily. Dunn had already agilely retreated and fired a shot with a bang. Clang! The silver demon hunting bullet failed to penetrate the illusory black armor. When it hit it, it produced a crisp but unrealistic sound. Klein and Fry retreated to the side at the same time. One of them held a gun with one hand and aimed at the two flames in the black-armored knight's eyes before pulling the trigger. The other's eyes turned a deep and serene grayish-white as he focused on the wraith. The black-armored knight roared angrily again and took large strides to catch up with Dunn as he swung his broadsword. Bang! The broadsword failed to injure Dunn, but it sent him flying. He slammed heavily into the side of the door, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a clang, 3-0782 landed on the ground. The wraith's right foot, which was wearing an iron boot, impatiently kicked over, kicking this dangerous badge that was constantly purifying its surroundings out of the castle's main door. It was kicked 15 meters away from its body. When Klein, who had missed his shot, saw this scene, he was worried and nervous. He also found it strange. It was as if he was looking down at the changes in front of him calmly and rationally. Bang! He fired another shot. The silver demon hunting bullet hit the wraith's visor. Sparks flew, but it didn't cause any obvious damage. At that moment, Fry, who had always been cold and gloomy, shouted, "Right glove." His tone was filled with anxiety. Before he could finish his sentence, he raised his revolver and aimed at the wraith's right glove. Bang! Bang! Klein, who had almost instinctively followed Fry's instructions, pulled the trigger and fired the silver demon hunting bullet at the same time as the other party. This time, the wraith didn't use his armor to block the bullets. Instead, he raised his broadsword in preparation and easily deflected the two bullets. Bang! He took a step forward and charged at Klein at the speed of a charge, crashing into him. Klein was sent flying. He saw that his chest had caved in and that he was vomiting blood, but he didn't feel any discomfort. He came to his senses and fell to the ground, rolling and screaming. Suddenly, the ancient castle, the wraith, the collapsed pillars, and the moss that covered the ground strangely shattered. Everything returned to the black fog and the black-armored knight's appearance. The only difference was that Dunn clenched his fists tightly and bent his body. His grey eyes became dark and deep. Indeed, everything that happened before was a dream. Captain pulled the wraith, Fry, and me into his dream at the same time. But I'm special, I can maintain my consciousness and rationality. Klein realized that he was still standing 2 meters to the right of Dunn. He didn't vomit blood, nor did he scream. At that moment, Dunn straightened his body and looked at the wraith that was about to slash at him. He said calmly, "It's been more than a minute." The wraith was stunned for a moment before it let out a shrill scream. Black fog began to rise from its body, as though it had received a declaration of death. Corpses and ghosts that weren't at the level of an evil spirit couldn't exist for more than a minute within a 15-meter radius of the mutated sun sacred emblem. F***CK, Captain, you're so cool. Klein watched this scene from the side and nearly shouted 666. Dunn didn't use his dream powers to kill the wraith using his home advantage, but to buy time. In the warm and pure feeling, the black fog quickly evaporated, and the coldness gradually disappeared. Before long, the Wraith Knight, who was wearing full armor and dragging a huge broadsword, became completely transparent and merged into the void. Clang! A black iron glove fell to the ground, its surface covered in white frost. Klein was about to ask the captain if he should pick up the dropped item, but his spiritual perception was triggered when he swept his gaze across the area. Chapter 136. There's a problem there, Klein said solemnly as he pointed at the flight of stairs that separated the living room and dining room. He had read in the internal information of the Nighthawks that when a spiritual perception had a similar situation, it usually meant that there was something evil or filthy hidden at the target location. If one wasn't confident, it was best not to touch it, or else one could easily lose one's life. Sometimes, even a mere glance could cause irreversible damage. Dunn looked over. With his high spiritual perception, he immediately realized that something was amiss. He turned to look at Klein and calmly instructed, "Do a divination to see if the exploration will be successful." Before entering the castle, Captain didn't even ask me to do a divination. He's rather confident. This means that he believes that the hidden object might be more dangerous than a wraith. Klein nodded silently, put away his revolver, and handed his cane to Fry. Then, he removed the topaz pendant from his sleeve and held the silver chain with his left hand as he deliberated over a suitable divination statement. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned dark as an invisible breeze swirled around him. The exploration of the castle's hidden location will be successful. The exploration of the castle's hidden location will be successful. After reciting it 7 times, Klein's eyes returned to normal. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. Although it wasn't a big rotation, it was indeed spinning clockwise. This meant that the exploration would be successful. Klein, who had become a true seer, immediately nodded at Dunn and Fry. The danger is within the range of what can be resolved, or none at all. Dunn wore the mutated sun sacred emblem on his left chest and pressed down on his silk top hat. He quickly walked towards the flight of stairs and familiarly searched for the mechanism. Fry, who had already picked up the iron glove, returned the cane to Klein. He raised his revolver and vigilantly guarded his surroundings, as if he was afraid that an enemy would suddenly appear. "I'm still not professional enough." In the domain of the Nighthawks. Klein pulled himself together, drew his revolver again, and stayed on guard. After a few minutes, the half-squatting Dunn Smith pressed something, and the flight of stairs immediately produced a heavy creaking sound. The floor there cracked open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. A cold and dirty feeling filled the air, almost solidifying. Dunn glanced at it, removed sealed artifact 3-0782 from his chest, and threw it into the secret door. After jumping a few times, the mutated sun sacred emblem stopped somewhere. If there were undead creatures inside, they would definitely pick up 3-0782 and throw it back. That would be interesting. Klein stared at the staircase and waited patiently. The lingering coldness and filth soon melted like snow under the sun. Warmth and purity enveloped the entrance of the secret door. "Klein, the 2 of us will go down. Fry will stay here to prevent other enemies from destroying the mechanism." Dunn, who was experienced, made a decision. All right. Klein didn't have stage fright anymore. He took 2 steps forward and walked to Dunn's side. Fry nodded lightly, not letting his guard down. Pa. Dunn led the way down the staircase, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He didn't prepare any lanterns or torches, because to a beyonder of the sleepless sequence, darkness wasn't an obstacle, but a blessing. In such an environment, their vision wasn't affected. After a few steps, Dunn suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein. "I forgot that you don't have night vision. I'm used to not preparing illumination items. Captain, don't mind me. I have spirit vision." Klein realized that he didn't feel surprised at all. That handsome captain from before was indeed abnormal. In his spirit vision, the darkness in front of him was filled with grey. Although it was very blurry, it was enough for him to barely see the staircase. Yes, Captain is very healthy, and his mental state is also very good. Klein carefully stretched out his feet and slowly walked down. The staircase wasn't long. After about 14 or 15 steps, it touched the ground. Sealed artifact 3-0782 was lying there, emitting warmth and purity as it shone with a faint light. With the light, Klein could see even more clearly. He looked around and realized that it wasn't a big basement. The original shade was gone, but it was still damp. In the middle of the basement was a black coffin. The nails on it were dark red in color. The lid of the coffin had been pushed open a slit, and he could see a white skeleton lying inside. A headless skeleton. Dunn looked around before bending down to pick up the mutated sun's sacred emblem. Captain, this coffin. Well, its purpose is to prevent the dead inside from turning into zombies or wraiths. Klein examined the dark red nails on the black coffin and the way they were arranged. With his rather good knowledge of mysticism, he could tell that it was an ancient ritual, a ritual to prevent zombies from turning into zombies. At the same time, he muttered inwardly, but under normal circumstances, who would be wary of their relatives turning into zombies for no reason? The person helping to bury the corpse might not be a relative. Well, the reason why the coffin was placed in the basement and not in the tomb was to prevent others from discovering it. At that moment, Dunn, who was wearing sealed artifact 30782, leaned close to the coffin and looked at it carefully for a while. The deceased was probably poisoned to death. That means the person who poisoned him used ritualistic magic to prevent him from turning into a zombie for revenge. This should be something from 13 to 1400 years ago, right? He actually turned into a wraith in the end. This will is simply too shocking. Klein walked to the coffin and said, "Where's his head?" That ritual doesn't require cutting off his head. Dunn thought for a moment and said, "I have a theory. This wraith didn't always exist, but only appeared recently. It's only 15 minutes walk from the town to the ancient castle. The troublemakers of the past must have come often, but before this incident, there were no rumors of a wraith appearing in the ancient castle." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Captain, do you mean that someone came here recently, opened the coffin, and took away the deceased's head?" "Yes, that ritual prevented the deceased from turning into a zombie, but it also locked his resentment in the coffin, preserving it in disguise. When the coffin was opened and the ritual was lifted, the resentment quickly turned into a wraith with the help of its metal glove. The person who opened the coffin didn't leave a corpse behind. He's not an ordinary person. Besides, why did he take away the deceased's head?" Dunn stared at the skeleton in the coffin and said, "For the resentment to be preserved for so long, other than the ritual, it should also be because of the deceased himself. He might have been a Beyonder when he was alive, or he was a descendant of at least 2 generations of a mid-sequence Beyonder. Yes, I'm talking about the mid-sequence Beyonders in the past, sequence 6 or 5. And there's always something special about such a corpse. His head might be useful in certain rituals or situations." At this point, Dunn paused and said, "What I said before was all speculation, but some of it can be verified. We'll split up and investigate the town later. See if anyone came to the ancient castle when they were young and got injured here. Yes, if they're still alive, it proves that the wraith did appear recently." "Logical way of thinking," Klein praised. He searched the basement again but didn't find anything else. He tried to use ritualistic magic to depict the guest who had entered the basement, but as it had been more than a month, and the wraith had lingered here for a long period of time, affecting the environment, he couldn't obtain any effective results. After that, he replaced Fry and let this expert in the field of corpses do a further examination. 15 minutes later, when the sun was about to disappear from the horizon, Dunn and Fry returned to the main hall of the ancient castle along the stairs. The former fumbled around to close the secret door, while the latter gave a brief description. It was indeed death by poisoning. The marks on the neck only appeared in the last 3 months. This means that there's a high possibility that someone came here. Klein nodded in thought. Following that, the 3 Nighthawks rushed back to Lamed Town before the sky turned dark and booked 2 rooms at the hotel. The members who obtained sealed artifact 3-0782 needed to take this dangerous item for a walk outside the town. They would take turns every 2 hours, so they only needed 2 rooms. After a simple dinner, Klein, Dunn, and Fry immediately split up and went to different parts of the town to question the residents who had been staying there for a long time. And in such situations, the police identification was especially useful. "Officer, why are you asking about this? I remember that I used to go to that abandoned castle when I was young." "Injured?" "Definitely, how could a child not have fallen?" "I remember, yes, I was cut by the sharp rocks on the castle's outer walls." A man in his 40s with soft blonde hair looked at Klein in confusion and answered honestly. This was the 14th person Klein had questioned. 2 of them clearly remembered being injured in the castle when they were young. The captain's guess is correct. Klein made a judgment. He took back his identification and smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation. I have no more questions." Just as he was about to leave without his cane, the man in his 40s rolled his eyes and said, "Officer, are you interested in that castle? My house has a portrait of the first Baron of the castle. That's my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Anyway, it happened a long time ago." He took an oil painting from the castle. It's said to be the portrait of the first Baron Lammard. "Do you want it? It's a real antique. If it was a real antique, your house would have sold it a long time ago. This guy sure has guts. He even dared to lie to the police. Should I pull out my gun and scare him later?" Klein criticized in his mind. Thinking that it wouldn't cost him any money, he said, "Who knows if it's a real antique? Who knows if it's really an antique? I believe in my own judgment and judgment. Take it out and let me take a look." The blond middle-aged man immediately put on a smile, returned to the house, and rummaged through it. After a while, he came out with the oil painting. Klein scanned the portrait on the oil painting and saw the Baron wearing a white curly wig. He had gentle facial features, bronze skin, and an indescribable sense of vicissitudes hidden in his eyes. "This looks like Mr. Aztec." Klein's eyes widened as he subconsciously looked at the Baron's right earlobe. Then, he saw an inconspicuous black mole nearby. Chapter 137. It can't be. Could Mr. Aztec be the so-called first Baron Lammard? That's a person from 1400 years ago. No, how can I be sure that the person in the portrait is the first Baron Lammard? Klein stared at the oil painting, his mind in chaos. It was as if he had suddenly realized that everyone around him had turned into monsters, or that the entire world was just a dream of a deity. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the blond middle-aged man in front of him. He reached into his armpit holster and took out his revolver. He said in a deep voice, "This isn't an antique. If you don't explain the situation clearly, I'll arrest you for fraud and prosecute you." He didn't care if the prosecution belonged to the police. He only had one goal: to intimidate the other party and obtain information. At the same time, Klein tapped his left molar twice and activated his spirit vision to monitor the changes in the target's emotional color. The blond middle-aged man jumped in fright and answered vaguely in horror, "No, I don't know if it's an antique either. No, I heard that it's an antique, but I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I don't even know a lot of words." His eyes darted around as he looked around, as if he wanted to call for help. But at that moment, he saw Klein adjust the revolver and trigger, as though he was about to shoot the suspect who resisted. He straightened his back and didn't dare to look around anymore. "Where did you get this oil painting?" Klein asked with a heavy heart. The blond middle-aged man's lips quivered as he smiled obsequiously. "Officer, my grandfather found this in the castle. More than 40 years ago, the outer walls and rooms on the second floor collapsed. Some items were found, items that no one in the past could find. Among them was this oil painting." No, it's not this oil painting. The original oil painting was already very tattered and couldn't be preserved. My grandfather hired someone to imitate it. Yes, it's the one you saw just now. I'm not lying to you. An oil painting from more than 40 years ago can indeed be considered an antique. Then are you sure that this is the portrait of the first Baron Lammard? Klein rubbed the trigger, preventing the man from moving his gaze. The blond middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I'm not sure, but my guess is." "Reason?" Klein was nearly amused by the man's shamelessness. "Because there's no name on the oil painting. Just like how I'm called Scoundrel Grey, my father is called Curly-Haired Grey, and only my grandfather is the real Grey." Klein exhaled silently. "Where's your grandfather?" "In the cemetery. He has been buried there for almost 20 years. Beside him is my father, who was buried 3 years ago." The blond middle-aged man answered very honestly. Klein asked another question from another angle before adjusting the revolver in front of the yellow-haired man and putting it back into his armpit holster. Putting away his police officer ID, he turned around in his black windbreaker and walked toward the hotel with his hands in his pockets. He walked in silence under the faint light coming from the houses on both sides. "I'm not sure if the portrait belongs to the first Baron Lammard. I wonder if the town has any accurate historical records of the castle. But no matter what, the man in the portrait must be an ancient person, at least 1,000 years ago. Apart from his hairstyle, he's almost identical to Mr. Aztec. Is this the so-called reincarnation? Back then, when Mr. Aztec gave up his position in other universities in Beekland to come to Tingen, it might have been driven by some remnant instinct. Yes, there's another possibility. For example, the man in the portrait is Mr. Aztec, and Mr. Aztec is him. With this in mind, Klein was shocked and nearly tripped on the steps in front of him. He paced back and forth under the destroyed gas lamps. Combining his knowledge from the information explosion era, he made a further analysis based on his previous guess. Mr. Aztec became an undead creature for some reason, such as a vampire, so he lived from ancient times until now? That's not right. How can there be a bronze-skinned vampire? And when I shook hands with Mr. Aztec, I could clearly feel his body temperature and the blood flowing in his body. Although he hates the heat in the south, he isn't afraid of the sun. He once formed a team and rode under the scorching sun with other teachers. Yes, there's another possibility. Mr. Aztec's sequence potion or some other factor gave him a long life, and the price was the loss of his memories. Considering the different dreams he had, could it be assumed that his memory loss was cyclical? Every few decades, he will forget the past and obtain a new life, and those dreams are the real life he once experienced. I think I've read similar novels. To verify this matter, divination alone won't do. I have to find the traces of Mr. Aztec's life, traces of him not being a child, but directly starting from adulthood. Klein, who was making a bold hypothesis and carefully verifying it, began to lean towards his second guess, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of reincarnation for the time being. He reined in his chaotic thoughts and seriously considered if he should report this matter to Captain Dunn. If Mr. Aztec is really an ancient beyonder who has lived for more than 1,000 years, then his strength will be much greater than I imagined. He warned me previously out of goodwill, but if I find clues about his past, it's hard to say if he will still maintain his goodwill. But Mr. Aztec has always been very good to me. Rashly bringing in the Nighthawks might endanger him. Phew, I'll head above the grey fog to eliminate the interference for a divination. This is the best choice a seer should make. After making his decision, Klein sped back to the hotel. Taking advantage of the fact that Dunn and Fry had yet to return, he spent one solely to get a new room. After entering the room, Klein used the holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, passed through the crazy ravings, and arrived above the grey fog. The majestic palace stood there quietly. The ancient and mottled bronze table and 22 high-back chairs had not changed at all. Klein sat at the seat of honor, and a yellowish-brown goatskin and a black fountain pen appeared in front of him. He picked up the fountain pen and wrote seriously, "I should tell Dunn Smith about Mr. Aztec." Then, he took off the topaz pendant in his left sleeve and did a spirit pendulum divination. This time, the answer from the spirit pendulum divination was I shouldn't tell him. Putting down the topaz pendant, Klein, who had always followed his heart, thought for a few seconds and decided to try dream divination to be safe. This time, his divination statement became the consequences of hiding information about Mr. Aztec from the Nighthawks. Holding the goatskin and reciting it 7 times, Klein leaned back and, with the help of cogitation, fell into a deep sleep. He saw himself in the illusory, hazy, and fragmented world. He saw himself struggling to sink in a sea of blood. At this moment, a hand reached out and pulled him up from the sea of blood. And the owner of this hand was the bronze-skinned Aztec with a tiny mole near his ear. The scene shattered and reassembled. Klein saw himself in a dark and cold mausoleum. The coffins around him were open. Aztec stood beside him, staring ahead as if he was searching for something. At this moment, Klein exited the dream and saw the illusory, greyish-white, and boundless fog again. The symbolic meaning of the dream was that if I were to help Mr. Aztec hide the relevant information, then I would receive his help when I'm in danger in the future. This danger might have appeared because of his help in hiding the information. What does the final scene mean? I'll be exploring a certain mausoleum with Mr. Aztec. The mausoleum might have another symbolic meaning. Klein crossed his arms and held his chin as he interpreted the contents of the dream divination. Combined with the results of the spirit dowsing, he had already decided not to report his guess to the captain. He would only mention that a townsfolk had taken out a portrait of the first Baron Lamed, which was rather similar to Koei University's history teacher, Aztec. Klein couldn't be sure if Dunn had heard of this from somewhere else, so he had to explain it to him. Of course, without Aztec's narration, Dunn, who wasn't familiar with him, wouldn't be able to connect the dots. Klein even suspected that the captain didn't remember what Aztec looked like. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts and planned to leave the world above the grey fog. But at this moment, he discovered that the crimson star that had been quiet for a long time was once again contracting and expanding weakly. Intrigued, Klein extended his spirituality and saw the youth who spoke Jotun again. He saw him kneeling in front of a pure crystal ball. The youth was still wearing black tights that were different from the styles of the various countries in the northern continent. His face was blurry and distorted, and only his brownish-yellow hair could be vaguely seen. He knelt there, and his tone was extremely pained as he constantly begged. Klein listened attentively, and with his rudimentary Jotun, he could barely understand what the youth was saying. "Great God, please cast your gaze on this place that you have forsaken. Great God, please allow us, the people of the dark, to escape the curse of our destiny. I'm willing to dedicate my life to you and use my blood to please you. Forsaken place. People of the dark. Great God." Klein silently recited these few key words and suddenly thought of a place that the hanging man had mentioned. The forsaken land of the gods. Roselle's diary also mentioned it. He even sent out a fleet to search for it, but to no avail. Klein narrowed his eyes, unsure if his guess was correct. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers, and after 3 raps, he made a decision. He reached out his right hand and touched the illusory crimson star. The crimson blob immediately exploded as light flowed like water. Chapter 138. City of Silver, Mortuary Hall. Derek stood in front of the steps, his eyes red as he looked ahead at his parents who were lying in 2 coffins. A simple silver sword was stabbed into the stone slab in front of him. The sword swayed slightly amidst the thunder that shook the house from time to time. Inside the coffins, Berg and his wife had yet to truly die. They tried their best to keep their eyes open, panting heavily from time to time. However, in the eyes of some, the luster of their lives had already dimmed uncontrollably and irreversibly. "Derek, do it." An elder dressed in a black robe and holding a sturdy cane said in a deep voice as he looked at the youth whose face was almost contorted. "No, no, no." The brown-haired Derek shook his head repeatedly, taking a step back with every word he said. In the end, he even let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Dong." The elder struck the cane in his hand and said, "Do you want the entire city to be buried with your parents? You should know very well that we are the people of the dark who have been abandoned by God. We can only live in this cursed place. All the dead will turn into terrifying evil spirits. No matter what method is used, it will be difficult to reverse it, unless someone with the same bloodline ends their lives with their own hand." "Why? Why?" Derek shook his head in a daze and despair. Why are the citizens of the City of Silver destined to kill their parents the moment they are born? The old man closed his eyes as if recalling the things he had experienced in the past. "This is our destiny, this is the curse we bear, this is the will of God. Draw your sword, Derek. This is a sign of respect for your parents. After that, when you have calmed down, you can attempt to become a divine blood warrior." Berg, who was in the coffin, wanted to speak, but after his chest heaved a few times, he could only let out gasping sounds. Derek took a step forward with great difficulty and returned to the side of the silver sword. He reached out his trembling right hand. The ice-cold sensation entered his brain, reminding him of the blood ice his father had brought back when he went hunting. A palm-sized piece of it could cool a room for a few days. Images of his strict father who taught him swordsmanship, his kind father who patted the dust off his back, his gentle mother who mended his clothes, his brave mother who stood in front of him when he faced a mutated monster, and his family who gathered together to share food under the flickering candlelight. Ugh! His throat emitted an extremely repressed and low growl. Then, he exerted strength in his right hand and pulled out his sword. Thud, thud, thud. He lowered his head, rushed forward, raised his sword high up, and stabbed down heavily. Ah! With a painful scream, blood splattered onto Derek's face and eyes. His vision was filled with bright red. He pulled out the straight sword and stabbed it into the coffin beside him. The sharp metal pierced through his flesh. Derek let go of his hand and stood up unsteadily. He did not look at the situation inside the two coffins. Instead, he stumbled out of the morgue as if he was being chased by an evil spirit. His hands were clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth. The blood on his face left faint traces. Sigh. The old man who was watching from the side. The streets of the City of Silver were lined with stone pillars. Lanterns hung from the stone pillars, and unlit candles were placed in the lanterns. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. There was only unchanging darkness and lightning that tore everything apart. With the illumination of the lightning, the citizens of the City of Silver traveled on the dark streets. The few hours when the lightning subsided were considered by them to be the legendary true night. At this time, they needed candles to illuminate the city, dispel the darkness, and keep a lookout for monsters. Derek walked through the streets with his eyes fixed. He did not think about his destination, but as he walked, he realized that he had returned to his house. He took out the key, unlocked the padlock, and pushed open the door. He saw everything familiar, but he did not hear his mother's concerned voice, nor did he encounter his father's scolding for running around. The house was empty and cold. Derek gritted his teeth again and quickly returned to his room. He once again rummaged through the crystal ball that his father said was used by a city that had been destroyed a long time ago to offer sacrifices to the gods. He knelt down and faced the crystal ball. Without much hope, he began to pray painfully. "O great God, please cast your gaze on this place that you have abandoned. O great God, please let us, the people of the dark, escape the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, and use my blood to please you." Over and over again. Just as he was about to stand up in despair, he saw the pure crystal ball explode with a crimson light. The light was like flowing water, drowning Derek in an instant. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in a towering palace supported by a huge stone pillar. In front of him was an ancient and mottled bronze table, and across the table sat a figure shrouded in thick grey fog. Apart from that, the surroundings were empty, ethereal, and empty. The bottom was filled with endless greyish-white fog and unreal crimson light spots. A flame of hope was ignited in Derek's heart. He looked at the figure sitting high in the seat in front of him in confusion. You are a god." After asking, he suddenly remembered a sentence from the City of Silver's general knowledge book. He hurriedly lowered his head. The sentence was, "Do not look directly at God." Klein leaned back and crossed his hands. His posture was relaxed as he replied in Jotun, "I am not a god. I'm not a god, I'm just a fool who's interested in the long history." He had already tapped his left molar twice and realized that the color of the youth's ether body was mottled on the surface of the astral projection. This meant that he was not a beyonder. The fool. Derek ruminated over the word. After a long silence, he said with difficulty, "Regardless of whether you are a god or a fool, my prayers will not change. Regardless of whether you are a god or a fool, my prayers will not change. I hope that everyone in the City of Silver can escape the curse of fate. I hope that the sun described in the books will appear in the sky. If it's possible, I also hope that my parents can be resurrected. Hey, I'm not a wishing machine." Klein released his hands and smiled. "Why should I help you?" Derek was stunned. After a long while, he said, "I will offer my soul. I will offer my soul, I will use my blood to please you. I have no interest in the blood and souls of mortals." Klein smiled and shook his head. He watched as the youth's emotions slowly turned into the color of despair. Without waiting for him to speak again, he said leisurely, "But I can give you a chance. I am a fool who likes an equivalent exchange. You can use everything you have to get what you want from me, or from others like you. Take note, it has to be of equal value. This can make you stronger. Perhaps one day, you can rely on yourself to free the City of Silver from its curse and let the sky reappear." According to Derek's description, he was certain that the City of Silver was in the so-called Forsaken Land of the Gods. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure for the time being. After all, according to the records of the religious texts, the state of the sky without the sun still existed in the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch. After all, no one knew if there were other strange places that the countries of the northern continent didn't know about other than the forsaken land of the gods. Derek listened quietly and lowered his head in silence. After a while, he replied, "Yes." After a while, he replied, "I want to become the sun. I want to obtain its initial sequence potion formula from you." Sequence, potion, the sun. The sequence pathway of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. From the looks of it, they are indeed in the same world, and the word sequence was born after the birth of the first blasphemy slate, which was also the end of the second epoch's dark epoch. In other words, if the city of Silver is really in the forsaken land of the gods, it means that this area was separated from the northern and southern continents at the end of the second epoch. Could this be related to the cataclysm of the third epoch? Legend has it that the Evernite goddess, Earth Mother, and the god of combat were born. Together with the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, they protected humanity from the cataclysm. Klein obtained a lot of information from Derek's words. However, it was very difficult for him to listen, and it was even more difficult for him to organize his words. This was because he still wasn't proficient in Jotun. Fortunately, ancient Fasak was directly derived from Jotun, and in this aspect, Klein could barely be considered an expert. Therefore, his progress in mastering Jotun was very fast, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Klein maintained his posture and replied calmly, "We can put this deal on hold. We can put this deal aside for the next 2 days. For the next 2 days, you'd better not go out and try not to stay in the same room as others." He didn't know what the unit of time in the City of Silver was, nor did he know how to convert it to the time in the northern continent's ruin kingdom. All he could do was give a general statement that it was tomorrow. After the tarot gathering, he would tell the other party that it would be at that time in the future. That's it. As for the unit of measurement of day, since it existed in Jotun, Klein believed that even if the City of Silver didn't use it to count, the other party would understand what it meant. "All right, I will obey your orders." Derek lowered his head and did not raise any objections. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and tapped the edge of the table with his finger. "Before I send you back, let's complete the equivalent exchange just now. I gave you a chance to grow stronger, so you have to pay the corresponding price. I've said before that I'm the fool who loves the long history. What I want in exchange is the history of the City of Silver, what you know." Derek thought for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "That's right. I will describe it truthfully." Chapter 139. The Lord that created everything. The omnipotent and omniscient God. Klein leaned back and maintained his profound posture as he repeated the keywords in the youth's words. He was no stranger to the Lord that created everything. The Book of Storms, the Revelation of Evernite, and the Creator in folklore had a similar title. The true creator that secret organizations like the Aurora Order believed in also had the same description. However, this was the first time Klein had heard of an omniscient and omnipotent God in this world. Be it the Evernite goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the god of steam and machinery, none of them claimed to be omniscient or omnipotent. If the City of Silver is really in the forsaken land of the gods, and the forsaken land of the gods really belongs to this world, then omnipotent and omniscient God might be the honorific the living beings of ancient times had for the Creator. Klein looked at the youth in front of him thoughtfully, looking at the color of his sorrowful and pained emotions. Derek felt the fool's gaze and subconsciously lowered his head. He recalled the contents of the books and the legends told by his parents, and said slowly and sorrowfully, "When the sun disappeared from the sky, when the clouds were torn apart, when lightning and thunder became the rulers, the monsters hiding in the depths of the darkness suddenly appeared. They were so terrifying and unimaginable that they destroyed one city after another in the Kingdom of Silver. The Dark Age of mankind has arrived. The remaining powerhouses gathered in the City of Silver. Relying on their united strength and 2 mystical items, they finally managed to defend against the attack of the Thing of Darkness. They gradually cleared out the area within a day's journey of ordinary humans and established a city-state that protected the last remnants of human civilization." A textbook explanation. Klein couldn't help but comment in his heart. The man's description made him feel like the City of Silver was in a different world from the northern continent. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the forsaken land of the gods. He thought without showing any emotion on his face. Derek took a deep breath and continued, "Don't worry. In the first few decades, plants couldn't grow, and the City of Silver had a severe lack of food. They could only rely on hunting dark monsters and mutated animals to fill their stomachs. The population began to decline uncontrollably. Fortunately, we later found black-faced grass. It was able to survive in such an environment and became our reliable and stable source of food. It was believed to be the final blessing left behind by the great god. It allowed the City of Silver to persevere generation after generation, lasting 2,582 years in the Dark Age. This is the time recorded by the past chiefs. The other citizens of the City of Silver consider it day when there is more lightning, and consider it night when there is less lightning. The alternation is a day. Because it's often chaotic, we can't grasp the exact number of days. What a strange place. Klein was glad that he didn't take it for granted that it would be tomorrow, but rather vaguely described it as the next 2 days. After briefly describing a few things in the history of the City of Silver that were worth remembering, he said, after the population recovered to a certain extent, the number of beyond us also increased. After the population recovered to a certain extent, the number of beyond us also increased. The 6-member council began to organize elite teams to explore the darkness. Recently, to this day, we've already explored the original territory and the nearby cities. We're heading deeper into the deeper and more terrifying darkness. At the periphery, we discovered quite a number of cities with strange styles that had been destroyed. We suspect that they were shelters built by the remaining humans. Unfortunately, they were ultimately devoured by the Thing of Darkness. The Things of Darkness he's describing should be referring to the various unimaginable monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness. Klein nodded indiscernibly. The Kingdom of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King's Court, so the Beyonder chain we have is the Giant Pathway. We also call it the Divine Blood Warrior Pathway. When we killed some monsters and explored the destroyed cities, we obtained some potion formulas of other sequences. However, the chain isn't complete. It's more or less incomplete. Derek began to introduce the current situation of the City of Silver. Hearing this, Klein suddenly became spirited. Although his posture didn't change, he was obviously more focused. I love to understand things related to sequence potions. The Giant King's Court. The City of Silver shares the same history as the Northern Continent. The history of the Second Era. Killing monsters would drop recipes. Was this a game? No, there's another possibility. Those monsters were once humans, beyond us. Klein suddenly felt a little heavy. Seeing that the fool didn't say anything, Derek gritted his teeth and deliberated. The potion formulas of the Giant Pathway are Sequence 9 Beyonder Warrior, Sequence 8 Gladiator, Sequence 7 Weapon Master, Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, Sequence 5 Guardian, and Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. The higher sequences are only known by the elders of the 6-member council. Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. This is the name of a high sequence potion formula. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Klein felt gratified that he had finally grasped the title of a high sequence beyonder, but he suspected that it was an ancient name. It was different from the current description in the Northern Continent, just like the difference between a storm priest and a seafarer. Yes, Beyonder Warrior, Gladiator, Weapon Master. It sounds a little familiar. Right, the complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat has is very similar. Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, Sequence 7 Weapon Master. Due to confidentiality issues, Klein only knew the names of the first 3 formulas of the Church of the God of Combat's complete sequence, but that didn't stop him from equating the two. From the core meaning, it's basically the same. The complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat has is the so-called Giant Pathway. It's said that this deity that appeared in the Third Epoch, which is the Cataclysm Epoch, inherited the legacy of the Giant King's Court? Or is he an ancient giant himself? As Klein made his analysis and judgment, he maintained his indifferent gaze. Derek continued with the introductions. After the initial difficulties, the City of Silver has always been ruled by a 6-member council. The elder with the highest position is addressed as chief, while the other 5 are equal. The current 6-member ceremonial council is made up of 3 demon hunters, 2 guardians with the greatest potential, and a shepherd. F***CK, the City of Silver has 3 high sequence beyonders. A demigod and half-human expert. Just one of them alone would be enough to destroy Tarot a few hundred times. Klein felt a little guilty when he heard that. He had never tried to pull someone under the nose of a high-sequence beyonder. However, considering that the youth in front of him was only an ordinary person and wasn't even a sequence 9, he was certain that he wouldn't receive the attention of a high-ranking person for a long period of time. Shepherd. Is that from another sequence? Those incomplete sequences. It sounds very similar to the style of the Aurora Order. That member of the Aurora Order, whose name I've forgotten, kept mentioning the Lord's Lamb in his letter to Mr. Z. Klein maintained his leisurely posture and asked casually, "What's the matter with the Lord?" Shepherd. Yes, this is the sequence pathway we found from the cities that were destroyed by the things of darkness. It's only sequence 5 Shepherd, but Elder Lovia is very powerful, very strange, and very terrifying. It's said that she once fought against a high-sequence evil spirit without being injured. Therefore, when a seat in the 6-member council became vacant, she made an exception and became an elder, Derek answered with a hint of fear. Klein thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "What's the previous sequence to Shepherd?" "I'm familiar with it. As you know, there are always differences between historical and modern names. In the City of Silver, the name of the potion has never changed," Derek retorted instinctively, then he lowered his head and said, "Sequence 9 Secret Suppliant, as expected." Klein was satisfied that his conjecture had been confirmed. This was the name of the Sequence 9 of the Aurora Order, Sequence 8 Whisperer, Sequence 7 Hermit Ascetic, Sequence 6 Rose Priest, Sequence 5 Shepherd. Derek recounted everything he knew. Whisperer, listener, about the same. Heh, I know more than the Tingen branch of the Nighthawks. Klein was in a good mood as he gestured for Derek to continue. Derek briefly described the current situation in the City of Silver. In the end, he couldn't help but mention, "We are under the curse of fate. Be it an ordinary person or a beyonder, they will turn into evil spirits after death. However, the evil spirits that beyonders turn into are more strange, more terrifying, and more difficult to deal with. In history, this curse has nearly destroyed the City of Silver several times. The only way to resolve it is for someone of the same bloodline to personally end the life of the deceased. What a cruel matter. I hope you can become stronger and find a way to free the citizens of the City of Silver from the curse." The fool Klein, who was just an empty shell, could only give him free chicken soup. "So, I want to become the sun, become the sun. When the sun shines on the land, we didn't encounter any curse," Derek muttered with great difficulty and pain. Klein nodded slightly and said, "You will have the chance. You will have the chance. Remember, in the next 2 days, I will pull you into this place at any time. Try to avoid being with other people." "All right," Derek replied in a deep voice. "Before that, you need to confirm your code name." Klein smiled as he pointed to the surface of the long bronze table. A deck of tarot cards had already appeared there. He believed that Derek definitely hadn't come into contact with such things, so he gave a brief introduction and said, "Choose a card as your code name, excluding the Fool, Justice," and the hanging man. Derek took 2 steps forward, flipped through the tarot cards, and said without hesitation, "That's right." Without any hesitation, he said, "Son, I choose Sun. Remember your choice. It will accompany you for the rest of your life," Klein said in a familiar tone of a charlatan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and severed the connection with great self-control. He then watched the crimson light retract as the youth in front of him turned into a phantom and dissipated bit by bit. Chapter 140. The crimson in front of him dissipated, and Derek Berg once again saw his bedroom and the pure crystal ball. KACHA. The crystal ball shattered from the inside out, either turning into illusory rays of light that flew into the surrounding void, or falling to the ground with a crackling sound. All of them were sparkling. Derek looked at the scene in a daze. From the reflection of the bronze mirror beside him, he discovered that the blood on his face was mottled. He discovered that the back of his right palm had a crimson light swirling inwards, forming a circle that radiated lines. The strange symbol drilled into the back of his hand in the blink of an eye and disappeared completely. Derek was stunned for more than 10 bolts of lightning to illuminate the sky before he finally woke up from his dreamlike state. He looked at the crystal ball fragments on the ground, then at the back of his right hand. His gaze gradually darkened. He walked out of his bedroom and returned to the living room. He opened the door and looked up at the sky above the city of silver. A bolt of lightning flashed, and everything was covered in a silver glow. Following that, amidst the rolling thunder, the world returned to darkness. It was a darkness without any light, a darkness so deep and heavy that it left one in despair. Derek clenched his hands into fists. There was no joy in his eyes, only sadness and pain. But he was no longer at a loss. Phew, I've tricked another member. No, I've recruited another member. Klein shook his head and laughed, mocking Taro's current strength. The leader, the fool, was only a sequence 9, and had just digested the seer potion, and the city of silver that the sun said was hopeless had at least 3 high-ranked sequence 4 beyond us. One more time, and I can explain the situation to the captain and make a special request. Once I become a clown, I won't just be a support anymore. Klein didn't stop. He extended his spirituality, wrapped it around his body, and descended rapidly. Passing through the grey fog and the ravings, he returned to his room and dispelled the wall of spirituality. Following that, Klein picked up the key, opened the door, and went to the 2 rooms that Dunn had booked. After confirming that the captain and Fry hadn't returned, he walked to the first floor and pushed the key to the boss. The boss glanced at the wall clock and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Hey, why do you think I open a hourly room? Klein opened his mouth to explain, but in the end, he decided to let the other party continue to misunderstand. Feeling wronged, he comforted himself. This way he won't be able to mention in front of the captain that I booked another room. After going out and pretending to walk around, Klein did a quick divination and returned to the hotel based on the results. He went straight to the 2nd floor and, as he expected, saw Dunn and Fry in one of the rooms discussing the results of the investigation. It can be confirmed that the wraith only appeared in the last 2 to 3 months. Dunn looked at Klein, who opened the door and came in, nodded and gave a conclusion. Klein immediately echoed, "Of course. My investigation has also confirmed this." He picked out the key points from the previous questions and said, "Herr, a townsman named Gray the Rascal claimed that he had a portrait of the first Baron Lammard in his house. He said that it was an antique oil painting from more than 1,000 years ago. Don't tell me you spent money to buy it." Dunn's grey eyes flickered. He was stunned for a moment before he asked directly, "Captain, do you think I'm such a gullible idiot?" Klein laughed dryly. No. Although I'm only a history student, I've attended some archaeology classes. I have a certain amount of experience in this area and can tell if it's real or not. Herr, the person in the oil painting looks like my history teacher, Mr. Aztec. He mentioned the most important matter in a casual and nonchalant manner. As expected, Dunn didn't pay attention to this. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, "A town with ancient ruins like this is always filled with all kinds of antiques. I just met a townsman who was selling Baron Lammard's silver wine glasses. Someone tried to sell me the Lammard family's emblem. He said that it was dug out from the castle," Fry echoed. Klein subconsciously asked, "You didn't buy it, right?" Fry looked at him, and he looked back at Fry. Neither of them continued the topic. "The next mission is for you or Fry, who has recovered, to take sealed artifact 30782 to a deserted place outside the town. Otherwise, most of the people in the inn will become idiots who only know how to praise the sun. You first, or Fry?" Dunn said as he looked at Klein with his grey eyes. "Me." Klein raised his hand slightly and smiled. "It's not too late. I can get a good night's sleep when I come back. Is it a 2-hour rotation?" "Yes, Fry. Go with Klein and confirm the location of the handover." Dunn turned to look at corpse collector Fry. During the investigation, he had found an opportunity to pass sealed artifact 3-0782 to Fry. Otherwise, Fry would have long been purified and started praising the sun. As for Fry, he didn't have enough time to recover and could only last for another 3 hours. All right. Fry took out the mutated sun sacred emblem from the inside of his black windbreaker and handed it to Klein. Klein received it curiously. He felt that the emblem's metal was warm to the touch, as if there was hot water flowing inside. The warm light was like a ripple, spreading outwards layer by layer, bringing with it a pure smell. At the same time, Klein felt that the dark gold sacred emblem with the symbol of the sun was constantly cleansing his spirituality, removing impurities and leaving behind purity. Indeed, a sealed artifact has a very dangerous side to it. A moment of carelessness can lead to death, or even more tragic than death. He muttered to himself as he wore sealed artifact 30782 inside his clothes. After confirming the condition of the revolver, charm, and cane, he and Fry walked out of the room, left the inn, and headed straight for the outskirts of Lamed town. The two circled the sparse and quiet forest and confirmed that there was no one alive within dozens of meters. If anyone comes near, chase them away, Fry reminded him coldly. I'll take over in 2 hours. No problem, Klein replied with a smile. Watching Fry walk into the town, he found the half-height rock he had been eyeing. He plucked a leaf from the side and wiped its surface. Then, he touched the top of the rock with his finger and observed his finger under the crimson moonlight. After confirming that there was no mistake, Klein lifted his black windbreaker and sat down. Don't stand if you can sit, he added silently in his heart. After a few minutes of silence, he looked at the dark, silent, and frighteningly deep forest. He could not help but stand up and take out different small metal bottles from a hidden pocket on the inside of his clothes. He sprinkled herbal powder and essential oil extract around the rocks. Then, Klein recited an incantation in Hermes. With the help of the materials, spirituality surged out and sealed the area he was in. He had 2 goals for this simple ritual. First, he didn't need to rely on a seer's premonition of danger to prevent corpses and ghosts from sneaking up on him. Second, he wanted to disperse mosquitoes. It was 100 times more effective than floral water. Satisfied, Klein sat down again. After sitting in a daze for a few minutes, he curiously took down sealed artifact 3-0782 and carefully examined the mutated sun sacred emblem. I wonder if I can divine its origin and special source. Suddenly, an interesting idea flashed through Klein's mind. He took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen he carried with him and wrote a divination statement, the source of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hand. As a qualified and true seer, Klein had long been prepared for divination at any time. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation. Using it as a springboard, he began his own dream. In the dream, he only saw pure light. Other than that, there was nothing else. Yes, the church must have tried it with other seers in the past. There's no source on the information, which means that they didn't obtain any effective results, just like what happened to me just now. Klein sighed and thought, I wonder what the results will be after eliminating the interference. As soon as this thought surfaced, it immediately occupied his mind, making his curiosity reach its peak. After hesitating for more than 10 minutes, he saw that the night was quiet and there was no one around. He was hidden in the woods and wouldn't be seen by passers-by, so he stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise in the wall of spirituality, and once again entered the world above the grey fog. In the majestic palace, Klein sat at the end of the long ancient table, conjuring a yellowish-brown goatskin, a black fountain pen, and the mutated sun sacred emblem in front of him. It feels quite real. He picked up sealed artifact 3-0782 and weighed it in his hand. He felt that its shape and touch were the same as the outside world. Conjuring it directly based on my feelings? Klein muttered and wrote down the divination statement again, the source of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hand. After reciting it 7 times, he took the goatskin and sealed artifact 3-0782, leaned back, and entered the dream. In the grey, illusory world, Klein saw a drop of golden, warm, and bright liquid. It floated above the altar, and in front of it stood a man dressed in a classic white robe. The man's back was all that could be seen. He had lost all signs of life, and he slowly fell towards the altar. At that moment, the sun's sacred emblem in his hand touched the drop of golden liquid, and the latter quickly seeped into it. When Klein saw this, the dream quickly faded, and he woke up. So it's because it has fused with the drop of golden liquid that this sacred emblem can always be effective and can't be controlled. Yes, at least it has been decades since it was discovered, and its purifying ability hasn't declined. I wonder what that drop of golden liquid is. Some kind of high-grade Beyonder material? Klein played with the conjured sealed artifact 3-0782 in his hand and fell into deep thought. After a few minutes of consideration, he tried to make the conjured mutated sun sacred emblem split the golden liquid in reverse according to his feelings in the dream. Klein looked in shock and amazement at the emblem that was no longer warm and pure. He looked at the floating drop of golden liquid and had a higher evaluation of the mysterious space above the grey fog. This was enough to be called magical, even if it was just an illusory object that had been separated. The source of this drop of golden liquid. He wrote a new divination statement in excitement.